现在我是目前是本能嚟噶嘛，仲要嘥錢去上。上堂學，雖然如果喺香港嘅，雖然如果喺香港嘅話，咁我都有啲得益啦，係咪？最想一個禮拜，最想一個禮拜添喎。最想一個禮拜添喎。咁當陣時咧，我腦裏面魔鬼天使魔鬼。咁當陣時咧，我腦裏面魔鬼天使魔鬼天使咧不斷喺度反問嘅時候，我再冷靜少少，我去檢視一下我自己。咦？我去檢視一下我自己。咦？唔係喎。嗱，其實我係一個 Gen X 嘅世代嘅人啦，即係嗱，其實嗱。其實我係一個 Gen X 嘅世代嘅人啦，即係70幾年出世，70後嘅朋友仔啦嚇。
70
個 Gen X 嘅世代嘅人啦，即係70幾年出世，70後嘅朋友仔啦嚇。咁好似我咁，其實自從通訊軟件大行其道之後，都開始唔係咁中意講電話。我唔係討厭溝通嘅。但係咧，即係中意嗰個自主權啊，或者個主導權。
謝謝兄弟。
前冇來電顯示或者係留言信箱嘅年代，嗱有電話嚟嘅時候，就算我心情幾好啦，又或者幾唔好都好啦，我都要實時即刻喂都要聽呢個電話，因為唔聽咧或者會錯失咗一啲工作機會。但去到而家咧。我睇到個電話，識都好或者唔識都好，我心情唔好啊，我有權唔接噶喎，係咪？咁等到我慢慢嘆完杯咖，咁等到我慢慢嘆完杯咖啡，嘆完杯茶先回翻個電話啦，或者直接轉移個陣地啦，去到 WhatsApp 用文字去聯繫，因為我有時都想。因為我有時都想謹言慎行嘅，想緩衝一下，又唔想即時去回應，咁啊慳翻一啲咧講電話嘅時候用嘅口水啊嘛，係咪？嗱，同埋咧喺我做辦公室嘅年代，就我都俾人跣過一鑊嘅，留下咗一啲嘅陰影嘅。話說我初初入職嗰陣時，就同其他組嘅資深同事就住某件事去傾咗大概半個鐘左右啦。咁就住某件事去傾咗大概半個鐘左右啦。咁我聽完佢講，咁跟住咧一路抄筆記，一路就係聽佢嘅意見，好啦，咁傾完之後就按住對方個建議去做啦。結果個方向咧，原來出到嚟錯咗嘅喎嚇。我咧就跟住個資深同事建議去做，但係個對方咧死口唔認，哇喂，我冇講過喎。咁嗰陣時真係口同鼻拗啦。結果我就食咗隻好大好大嘅死貓。咁其他友好嘅同事聽到呢件事之後咧，佢就教我就話：嗱，第時咧，如果同某啲同事講完電話，都唔係某啲啦，所有同事講完電話，最好咧都補翻一個 email，就複述翻頭先我哋電話裏。裏面傾過啲咩內容，白紙黑字咧，先可以保命保到自己嘅。咁所以咧，以前成日都話啊，Dear Mary，we spoke according to our conversation earlier 或者 just now 呢啲嘅字，或者呢啲嘅 email 嘅時候。嗱，我聽完佢哋一啲友好嘅同事嗰個建議，我更加嬲啊！就話咁點解我做咩嘥時間去講電話咧？不如一清二楚，所有嘢寫個 email。寫個 email 算把啦，係咪？小心起見啊，更加要 cap 埋圖添啊，以免對方咧就係收翻嘅 email 或者係 delete 咗佢嘅信息，咁我日後咪對質唔到，係咪？嗱，今時今日我哋睇嚟好多好理所當然嘅嘢，其實都好似唔再理所當然啦，亦都唔好將自己嘅諗法放大，因為個世界已經變咗啦，係人類嘅進步，抑或係退步咧？去到而家我都唔識分啦。
唔浪漫嘅我個人，即係譬如嗰啲生日啊，或者係紀念日，I wish，即係譬如嗰啲生日啊，或者係紀念日，I wish 從來我都唔會記住，亦都唔會有任何嘅禮物儀式感，生日都唔記住又衰，啲喎。即係咧，可能我就係嗰啲，就係如果我係男仔嘅話，我就會係嗰啲好冇心肝嗰啲大直男咯，我想象唔到點解可以咁投入喺一個戀愛關係度。我想象唔到點解可以咁投入喺一個戀愛關係度。不過可能因為我個人奇怪，
或者你嘅戀愛就係喺你嘅音樂度咯。
係啊，我覺得我
咁你男朋友就慘啦，真係。
所以我都幾
佢睇到呢度就開始懷疑人生。咁我係咩咧？其實
唔好意思，我真係經歷咗一啲好情緒好差嘅時間。我嗰段情緒好差嘅時間咧，係真係諗，哇！每日擘大眼咧都唔知自己 做緊乜時間咧，係真係諗，哇！每日擘大眼咧都唔知，每日擘大眼咧都唔知自己做緊乜，或者會覺得好辛苦。嗰陣時連擘大眼起身落床都覺得好難，所以咧我慢 慢慢走出咗嗰段時間之後咧，我就喺度諗，我唔好再逼自己要成為一個
Yeah, I was frozen for a second, but it's all good now. Pretty much had to deal with something.
好偉大或者好厲害嘅人，或者唔好再同任何勁嘅人比較，因為呢個世界上面就係有勁嘅人，就係會有人叻過你。
Hi，我係艾力啊。今日係 Fun Night Stage 咧，而家我喺呢個位置咧係我平時夜晚翻電台做節目啦，就廣播道嚟嘅。咁點解今日我日頭會翻咗嚟咧？因為今日我翻嚟咧係要錄一個新歌訪問嘅，而我嘅嘉賓
Hello， 大家好。
佢今日就決定，不如做完個電台訪問，我哋拍埋條片啦。好啊！今日我嘅靚女嘉賓係孖河。係，今日我哋而家就由電台出發。之前《粵女新夢》嘅時候，我都記得你講過，就係你係比較叫做咪遲入團嘅一個嚟噶嘛？你係？
係啊，我係遲入團。
即係你不是呢個成軍成員嚟噶嘛？
我唔係，我係中途加入嘅啫。
中途加入，咁跟住然之後就變咗而家係一個 solo 嘅 artist 嘅時候，呢一個新。
Hey everyone, how you guys doing? I actually didn't expect a lot of people to be here.
身份上嘅轉變其實都好大下㗎喎。
係啊，所以我都好多謝佢哋，即係我哋一齊成。
Just quick warning, it's just gonna be a lot of listening session, so it won't be the most entertaining. But if you want to talk, just drop a question and talk, and yep.
團咗已經其實8年啦，係啊，呢8年我哋經歷咗好多嘢，令我覺得即係各方面我都成長咗好多，同埋我知道原來我都係好中意唱歌跳舞嘅，所以如果即係就算而家去做 solo artist 啦，我都係好 enjoy 呢件事。最一開始出道企喺個台上面咧，都係覺得唔中意嘅，都係覺得好驚，喺到好中間嘅時段，我諗可能喺我出道咗2-3年之後，我先至開始 enjoy。係我先中意。
頭嗰2年你點過啊？咁
係嗰2年好痛苦嘅，所以真係好痛苦。
咁你做咩要加入啊？
因為嗰陣咧又係一個衝動嘅諗法，就係，既然大家叫我就試下啦，話唔定我會中意咧。即係我係一種，即係我唔成日都係唔 confirm 自己係咪真係中意，但我會試下做咗先，跟住做下咧就發現自己中意啦咁樣。
其實用 J-pop 嚟做廣東歌，哇，好學術性啊呢啲問題。
的抗争才離婚脫離她前夫的魔爪的這個結果的，
那很好啊，
大家都離婚脫離她前夫的魔爪的這個結果的，
那很好啊，
大家都以為事情會往美好的方向發展，可是不幸的點就在於她的前夫在某一個深夜裡帶着幾瓶汽油上了拉姆的家，然後把這些汽油澆到她的身上，點火，當場導致拉姆全身上下99%的面積燒傷，唯一完好的就是他胸口的一塊皮膚了。在醫院經過長達半個月的治療之後，在2020年的9月30號，拉姆不幸的死去了。當時是引發媒體大眾比較大的關注的一個原因，就是拉姆他本人是在抖音的這個平台上有上傳他的一些在山上採集農作物啊，還有他日常的生活煮麵條啊，跟網友分享他的日常的唱歌跳舞啊，網友不能相信他平常所展示出來那麼快樂、那麼活潑、青春洋溢的一個姑娘，就這麼活活的慘死在了他前夫的虐待中。
像拉姆案、方洋洋案啊，這幾個月之內就出現2個這麼轟動的家暴事件，那這個是不是說明家暴在中國其實是挺普遍的呢？
我個人認為是的。中國婦聯2018年的一個統計數據表明，中國每7.4秒就有一個女性被家暴，相當於每年遭受家暴的女性超過426萬多人。
這個是指的全國範圍內的是吧？
對。我們還可以從這個數據推測出背後也有很多男性啊，或者是孩子啊，受到了家庭暴力。
所以說這個家暴的話，它一直都是有存在的，只不過是沒有發生在我們身邊，所以我們認為這個發生的幾率是比較小的。
因為現在我們都知道網絡啊、信息啊等等的這一些傳播速度都越來越快了嘛，所以只要我們關注一下新聞媒體的報道，上網看一看，刷一刷微博啊，看一看抖音啊，就有很多訊息會讓我們知道這個事實，就是家暴確確實實的不斷的存在於這片土地上。 2020年我们都知道，中国和世界各地都发生了疫情嘛，在此期间，大家可能都是因为待在家里，所以很多家暴的案子不断的在发生。
这个疫情跟家暴增加有什么直接的关系呢？
是这样的，
嗯
就是疫情期间我们不都是封锁嘛，
嗯
所以家人之间，比如说妻子与丈夫啊，父母与孩子之间，他整个的相处时间是在增加的，所以很多我在不封锁期间没有浮现出来的矛盾呢，就在封锁期间被激化了，矛盾就出现了。很多一部分人在疫情期间他是失去了工作的，他的经济是
哦
得不到保障的。
所以他有压力。
对，他有一个生活上的压力，他可能就是在面对面相处的过程中，就朝着家人把这一些压力发泄成暴力。而还有研究表明，就是说，在疫情封锁期间，这一些家暴案的频发跟人们这个长期相处的时间是成一个正相关。案的频发跟人们，这就是说，在疫情封锁期间，这一些家暴案的频发跟人们这个长期相处的时间是成一个正相关的，就是你相处的时间越多，矛盾激发的这个频率越高。
你刚刚有讲男的有被家暴，真的吗？你有听过男生被家暴的吗？
对，确实如此。然后有一次看到一个朋友，我说：“哎，你手怎么了？”然后他也不肯告诉我，可能是爱面子吧。后来才发现，哦，原来就是我们在吃饭的时候，看他女朋友动不动的就捏他一下手，然后捏得他整个表情都扭曲了，就是特别痛，然后揪着他耳朵啊这种。然后后来我就私底下跟我这个男性朋友说，我就说：“你怎么不跟他沟通一下这个情况，怎么就这样被他打？这也是家庭暴力中的一种啊。”他说：“哎，男生嘛，就是要让着女生一点，被打了就打了吧，忍忍就算了。”所以我觉得这也是一个比较特殊的家庭暴力的一个形式。还有一个就是像我们都知道的一个中国比较有名的一个相声演员、脱口秀演员，他是很长一段时间没有在媒体上出现过的。在他重新复出之后，大众才了解到原来他这一段消失于媒体上的原因是。
Việc dịch của em, đôi khi mà những cái dự án em dịch mà chuyển ngữ cho nhạc phim á, đôi khi em bị đi vào một cái trạng thái mà em tưởng em đang là người nhạc sĩ viết luôn. Và những lúc đó em phải rất tỉnh táo để nhắc bản thân mình rằng là mình là nobody, mình không phải là somebody. Mình dịch nhạc của Lin-Manuel Miranda là một người em thần tượng, cực kỳ thần tượng. Đó là một nhạc sĩ, tác giả thần tượng, cực kỳ thần tượng. Đó là một nhạc sĩ, tác giả đã được giải Pulitzer cho vở Hamilton. Em rất là mê anh Lin. Và khi mà được dịch nhạc của anh Lin, phải nói đó là một trong những cái khoảnh khắc mà em cảm thấy em chạm ngưỡng để trở thành somebody nhất trong cuộc đời. Và khi mà em dịch thì em thấy trời ơi, mình có những cái mình gọi là thought process nó giống Linh quá, bởi vì là mình biết rõ con người Linh quá. Mình nhìn mình thấy là mình biết chắc chắn đây là cái khúc mà Linh đang rất là tâm đắc khi mà Linh viết cái chỗ này, và mình phải dịch làm sao để cho trong tiếng Việt khi mà cái người hát lên nó cũng phải giống nhạc của Linh nhất có thể. Nhưng khi mà mình gửi đi và mình nhận feedback thì lúc đó là mình phải kéo mình trở về con người làm service. Mình là nobody. Mình phải nhận feedback, mình phải chỉnh, mình phải sửa, và mình phải nhận ra rằng là cuối cùng thì mình chỉ là một cái người ở trong một cái bộ máy vận hành một cái supply chain thôi. Và mình là supplier là 5, 6, 7 gì ở dưới rồi. Đúng là mình có góp phần vào cái bản Việt hóa đó, và mình cũng thấy nó là một cái sự tự hào của mình với cái dự án đó. Nhưng mà cái rất là nguy hiểm của những dự án như vậy á, là chúng ta rất là dễ bị illusion, dễ bị hallucinate, dễ bị cảm giác ảo giác về bản thân mình. Và mình phải hết sức cẩn thận với những cái đó, bởi vì nếu mà chúng ta không cẩn thận thì em chắc chắn luôn là những cái creative conflict, những cái mâu thuẫn về sáng tạo trong quá trình dịch thuật như vậy nó sẽ rất là lớn. Mình sẽ tưởng là mình là cái người có authority để mà mình dịch cái đó, giống kiểu là đây là tác phẩm của tôi luôn ấy. Em sợ cảm giác đó nhất trên đời luôn. Nên là em làm gì làm thì em cũng cảm giác là mình phải luôn luôn nhớ rằng là mình đang dịch tác phẩm của một người khác, của một nghệ sĩ khác. Nên cái việc dịch thuật nó rất là khớp với lại cái câu chuyện nobody to try. Nên cái việc dịch thuật nó rất là khớp với lại cái câu chuyện nobody to trying to be somebody của em, in a good way, theo một nghĩa tốt.
Nhưng bây giờ mới cái này là cái duyên là chị thực ra là Lucas, nếu các bạn xem cái Have a... nhưng bây giờ mới cái này là cái duyên là chị thực ra là Lucas, nếu các bạn xem cái Have a Call thì là cũng đã nói một chút về cái dự án này, đúng không? Có Have a Call thì là cũng đã nói một chút về cái dự án này, đúng không? Có sự khích tướng của một số người, đúng không? Sự nhờ vả của một số người, tướng của một số người, đúng không? Sự nhờ vả của một số người để hoàn thành một cái cuốn. Từ một cái trải nghiệm dịch phim sang sách thì nó có khác nhau nhiều không? Cái context của cái này chắc là mình thấy nó dễ hiểu hơn phải không? Nó cùng là cái medium là chữ nghĩa sang chữ nghĩa, ngôn ngữ thôi.
Dạ đúng. Em không thấy nó khác nhau nhiều, nhưng có một cái mà em học được là cái tính legacy của mình khi mà mình dịch một cái tác phẩm. Khi mà em dịch phim á, sẽ có rất nhiều bộ phim là bạn muốn dịch thế nào thì bạn dịch, miễn là tôi cảm thấy hài lòng thì thôi. Nhưng sẽ cũng có một số bên, một số công ty, một số studio lớn, họ có những quy luật rất gắt về câu chuyện dịch thuật cho phim. Bởi vì đối với họ, khi mà bạn dịch ra một cái tác phẩm thì tác phẩm đó maybe là 5-10 năm nữa, trẻ em của nước bạn xem, các bé vẫn phải hiểu là cái ngôn ngữ đang dùng là ngôn ngữ như thế nào, nếu dùng là ngôn ngữ như thế nào. Nếu chúng ta dịch những ngôn từ mà nó quá trendy thì 10 năm sau các bé xem các bé sẽ không hiểu nữa.
Lưu trữ nhỉ?
Yeah. Nên đó là cái em học được. Đó là cái tinh thần em học được, và qua đó khi mà em áp dụng nó vào dịch sách thì em cũng rất là cố gắng làm sao để mà cho những cái mình dịch nó không bị cảm giác trendy nhất thời, mà nó phải có một cái tính lưu giữ lâu dài, và maybe sau này nó phải có một cái tính lưu giữ lâu dài, và maybe sau này người ta đọc thì người ta vẫn hiểu là mình đang nói cái gì. Quyển sách này là bản gốc nó là từ 2003 2004 rồi. Bây giờ thì em cũng rất là vui khi mà mình đóng góp một cái quyển sách quan trọng như vậy cho điện ảnh Việt Nam, và nó được gọi là lên kệ một cách chính thức.
Thực ra chị có đọc một cái bài em trả lời phỏng vấn về cái tính nguyên bản. Ngoài cái việc là cái chuyện dịch thuật thì cũng có một cái quan điểm là bây giờ sáng tạo không thể nguyên bản được nữa, đúng không? Bây giờ sáng tạo không thể nguyên bản được nữa, đúng không? Chúng ta luôn tạo ra một thứ mà thực ra là đã có người tạo ra rồi. Cái liên văn bản em có nhắc đến. Cái liên văn bản em có nhắc đến. Nhất là bây giờ với AI, chị không biết là cái thứ trí tuệ mà chúng ta đang có là trí tuệ tập thể, mang tính được collect lại, và thế thì tương lai của chúng ta sẽ là như thế nào? Sẽ không có original, sẽ là thì chị nghĩ lúc đấy cái định nghĩa về thành công nó lại thay đổi một cách khủng khiếp. Em có suy nghĩ nhiều về điều này không? Khi làm việc với chữ nghĩa mà lại...
Dạ có. Em suy nghĩ rất là nhiều về câu chuyện originality, về cái tính nguyên bản. Nên là cuối cùng á, em mới nghĩ là cái nguyên bản duy nhất đó chính là cái value của mình. Mặc dù biết
¿Quién es esa chica? Bueno, mira, tengo aquí a mi cuñado. Mi cuñado que... Dije yo, ¿quién es esa chica? Bueno, mira, tengo aquí a mi cuñado. Mi cuñado que...
Mi mamá es peruana.
Aquí a mi cuñado. Mi cuñado que...
Mi mamá es peruana y mi papá es coreano. Mientras mis amigos en Corea están avanzando, están estudiando más.
Te sentías como congelado.
No te hablaba en coreano.
No me hablaba en coreano.
Sí,
Solo cuando se enfadaba. Cuando se enfadaba hablaba... Cuando se enfadaba hablaba...
Annyeong, hola mis chicas y chicos, ¿cómo están? Espero que estén súper bien. Bienvenidos nuevamente a un nuevo video aquí con tu coreana favorita. Como pueden ver, no estoy sola, estoy con un invitado súper, mega, hiper especial.
¡Oh, qué bien!
Le puse hasta hiper. Normalmente le pongo solo súper.
¡Qué honor! Muchísimas gracias. Mucho gusto, yo soy Changmin, soy mitad coreano, mitad español. Ahora estoy entre España y Corea, trabajo entre estos dos sitios. Más o menos estoy como mitad del año allá en España y mitad del año aquí.
sitios, más o menos estoy como mitad del año allá en España, mitad del año aquí en Corea y bueno, es un placer conoceros.
Hoy es la primera vez que nos estamos viendo en persona.
Sí.
Yo casi no tengo amigos así como de dos culturas. Como ustedes ya saben, mi mamá es peruana y mi papá es coreano, pero casi no tengo algún conocido así que tenga dos culturas.
De hecho, para mí fue bastante similar. Yo hasta los 22 años prácticamente viviendo en España y no conocía a nadie. Y la verdad es que nunca me he sentido comprendido del todo porque, como sabes, la cultura coreana es muy distinta al resto de culturas y cuando te crías con uno de los dos padres, sobre todo tu padre coreano, ¿verdad? El mío también. Es más
como,
particular. Y bueno, la verdad es que a partir de los 22 años empecé a trabajar como modelo. He estado como 11 años más o menos trabajando de modelo y he conocido a muchos otros modelos que eran mitad coreanos. Uno de mis mejores amigos es mitad coreano, mitad italiano. Tengo otro amigo que también es mitad francés, mitad coreano.
Creo que en el mundo de modelaje sí hay como así más half, ¿no?
Hay muchas mezclas, sí.
Naciste y creciste en España. O sea, cuéntanos un poquito así.
Sí, yo nací y me crié en España. Mi padre fue en los 80. Él fue por el taekwondo. Él era competidor del equipo nacional de taekwondo y decidió ir a España. Él era competidor del equipo nacional de taekwondo y decidió ir a España a abrir su gimnasio y ahí conoció a mi mamá.
Como naturalmente ahí se conocieron.
Sí, se conocieron súper natural. Era amiga de uno de sus alumnos y le presentaron y ¡pum! Así aparecí yo.
En mi caso también fue que mi papá viajó, fue a Perú y ahí se conocieron en un bus.
En un bus, pero tu padre decidió mudarse o estaba de vacaciones allí.
No, ni siquiera él estaba en Perú porque él tenía que ir a...
Estaba de vacaciones allí.
No, ni siquiera él estaba en Perú porque él tenía que ir a Brasil por su trabajo y por algún motivo había como algún tipo de enfermedades que da en la selva, como no recuerdo el nombre, pero le dijeron enfermedades que da en la selva, como no recuerdo el nombre, pero le dijeron que tenía que quedarse un tiempo en Perú para que le pongan la vacuna.
Ah, vale.
En eso él tuvo como un día libre que quería como pasear y conocer la ciudad y ni siquiera hablaba español. Dijo, voy a salir casi con su librito de español y se subió a un bus para ir al centro de Lima, que es como la plaza, y en el mismo bus estaba mi mamá. Ahí fue donde conversaron. Él le preguntó cómo llegar a tal lugar y mi mamá le acompañó. Yo creo que ella está
En ese tiempo era algo totalmente nuevo. Casarte con alguien que no fuera coreano. A día de hoy la gente está más mezclada, hay más mezclas en esta generación de ahora, pero por ese entonces no era tampoco muy común.
¿Cómo fue en tu caso cuando tú eras pequeño? ¿Habían muchos orientales o así?
No, porque yo soy de una ciudad no muy grande, unos 200.000 habitantes más o menos, llamada Elche, ahí en el sureste de España. Y en esa época, cuando yo iba al colegio, yo era el único niño que tenía rasgos extranjeros. No, ya no asiáticos, sino rasgos extranjeros. Para mí en ese entonces era algo bastante chocante.
Muy similar, porque en mi caso también casi no habían así de familia internacional.
Los niños te consideraban a ti como 100% asiática.
Ahorita también mi aspecto, no sé, muchas veces veo los comentarios que sí me dicen que parezco como, tengo rasgos latinos, no sé, creo que cada persona me ve diferente. Pero en Corea muchos no lo distinguen, o sea, si no les digo, no lo saben.
A mí me pasaba algo muy particular y es que cuando yo estaba en España, para ellos yo era 100% asiático. Y cuando yo estoy en Corea, para los coreanos soy como 100% europeo, occidental. Sí. Ha sido un poco como no tener ni...
Claro.
no tener ni... Vale, yo te voy a decir una cosa. En España, los padres españoles son muy distintos a los padres coreanos. En el sentido de que yo, a mi alrededor, yo tenía amigos españoles. Los padres españoles no son tan estrictos como los padres coreanos.
Son más liberales.
Son más abiertos, son más permisivos. Entonces, claro, yo no...
Más liberales.
Son más abiertos, son más permisivos. Entonces, claro, yo no entendía eso, porque mi padre me exigía, no, tienes que estudiar más, tienes que hacer estudiar, ir a la academia, luego ir al colegio, porque has sacado un... estudiar, ir a la academia, luego ir al colegio, porque has sacado un 8 y no un 10.
Tus amigos no eran así.
No, claro, entonces para mí eso era, o los castigos, o mi padre siempre era bastante estricto, especialmente porque él venía de esa época como competidor de taekwondo. Siempre ellos apuntaban había que ser el mejor en todo, pero en España no existe eso, en España es un poco más...
Eso fue algo que me pasó al revés, como yo crecí aquí, la primaria, secundaria lo pasé aquí, crecí con esa cultura como exigente. Cuando yo me mudé a Perú, ahí era ya muy libre. En buen aspecto tal vez es como que los chicos tienen más tiempo para descansar, para desarrollar otras habilidades. Es como que los chicos tienen más tiempo para descansar, para desarrollar otras habilidades, mientras mis amigos en Corea están avanzando, están estudiando más.
Te sentías como congelada, ¿no? Como...
Sí.
funcional, que é uma ferramenta, a gente tem várias estratégias ali, e a gente escuta a demanda, né? Tipo, pode ser que você tenha uma demanda de um trauma que veio lá de não sei quando, você tem uma demanda de um trauma que veio lá de não sei quando, e aí você quer falar sobre isso, ou não, eu tô me sentindo com muitos problemas de sono, não consigo dormir, a gente vai olhar para sua rotina. Então é muito sono, não consigo dormir, a gente vai olhar para sua rotina. Então é muito focal. Eu gosto dela porque você pega isso aqui que eu quero resolver na minha vida, eu vou lá, a gente vê as estratégias, a gente testa, destesta e a gente vai treinando sua autonomia para conseguir lidar com essa rotina para algum momento. Treinando sua autonomia para conseguir lidar com essa rotina, para algum momento você ser ali o seu próprio terapeuta com o seu próprio arsenal, né? Porque às vezes não adianta eu pegar uma ferramenta que, essa aqui é da terapia. Porque às vezes não adianta eu pegar uma ferramenta que, porque às vezes não adianta eu pegar uma ferramenta que, essa aqui é da terapia cognitivo-comportamental, usa. Às vezes não cabe na sua rotina, não cabe na sua vida. Como a gente adapta ela para funcionar para você? E aí como você se sua vida, como a gente adapta ela para funcionar para você? E aí como você se sente adaptando ela dessa forma, sabe? E a gente vai montando juntos algo que é um pouco mais único com base na história da pessoa, sabe?
Eu acho legal da TCC, que ela é muito pragmática. Quando a gente fala de psicologia, quando a gente fala de psicólogo, quando a gente fala de terapeuta, é muito comum a gente achar que você vai sentar lá e falar assim, terapeuta, é muito comum a gente achar que você vai sentar lá e falar assim, fala da tua infância, fala do não sei o quê. E na terapia cognitiva, fala da tua infância, fala do não sei o quê. E na terapia cognitiva comportamental, hoje eu sou atendido pelo Dr. Cris, maravilhoso, que segue comportamental, hoje eu sou atendido pelo Dr. Cris, maravilhoso, que segue essa metodologia também. Ela é muito pragmática, é muito mais pragmática até do que muitas pessoas sequer imaginam, né? E ainda tem um pouco desse preconceito, né, com questão do que é o atendimento psicólogo. Eu tenho que ir lá, vou ter que ficar falando da minha vida, vou ter que estar... Quando às vezes você tá criando muito mais umas ferramentas para encarar o dia a dia, né?
Sim.
Encarar o dia a dia, né?
Sim, e é também te colocar no poder disso, né? Porque tem algumas abordagens, por exemplo, que, psicólogo, ele acaba sendo o centro do conhecimento que vai te guiar para a descoberta. Acho que a TCC, ela vem no contrário, ela vem tipo, vamos de mano para mano aqui ser um time e ver o que a gente consegue pegar aqui de mano para mano aqui ser um time e ver o que a gente consegue pegar aqui de conhecimento acadêmico e de coisas que a gente estudou e afins para aplicar na sua vida, sabe? O que você consegue tirar de proveito disso e também tomar um sua vida, sabe? O que você consegue tirar de proveito disso e também tomar um poder também da sua autonomia, sabe? Acho que é muito isso. O poder também da sua autonomia, sabe? Acho que é muito isso, assim, incentivar a autonomia.
Porque essa terapia ela também exige... E essa é uma coisa que as pessoas também não entendem, que assim, eu fui no psicólogo, falei com ele e não resolveu meus problemas.
Complexo.
E aí você fala assim, mas o psicólogo não vive sua vida, né?
Exato. Às vezes tem um paciente que chama assim, se fosse você, o que você faria nessa situação? Eu não sei o que escolher. Assim, se fosse você, o que você faria nessa situação? Eu não sei o que escolher, não sei o que fazer. Cara, se eu tivesse na mesma posição que você, vivido as mesmas experiências que você, tendo as mesmas relações que você, eu faria exatamente a mesma coisa que você fez. Sabe? É uma construção sua isso, sabe?
E você falou sobre psicologias. Quais são as outras vertentes de psicologia que tem hoje, assim? Quais são as diferentes... E o que muda de uma para outra, para eu ter uma ideia?
Então, vai muito da forma com que vê o sujeito, da forma com que vê que... como muito da forma com que vê o sujeito, da forma com que vê que... como integra os conceitos e interpreta alguns fenômenos psicológicos também, né? Então, a que a gente tem assim, mais popular e até a que consagrou o formato clínico mesmo é a psicanálise. Então, a psicanálise ela é aquela do Freud, né? O cara que vai sentar. Psicanálise. Então, a psicanálise ela é aquela do Freud, né? O cara que vai sentar, vai escutar muito mais do que falar, né? A TCC ela é mais ativa no sentido de colaborativo.
A TCC é que você atende, ela é mais comportamentos,
comportamental
padrões?
E afins. Já a psicanálise, ela vai muito na escuta. Eles acreditam muito na cura pela fala, né? Então, naquela catarse de você, tipo, nossa, coisa que fala, né? Então, naquela catarse de você, tipo, nossa, coisas que você não fala, né? Então, naquela catarse de você, tipo, nossa, coisas que você não consegue falar ou acessar, aos poucos, durante a sessão, eles acreditam que você pode ir soltando e tirar aquilo de você e pode ir soltando e tirar aquilo de você e ressignificar durante a fala. Pode ir soltando e tirar aquilo de você e ressignificar durante a fala. E quando você fala, você se escuta também falando. E às vezes você fala, você se escuta também falando. E às vezes você consegue também ir percebendo coisas conforme vai se escutando, né? Então, às vezes, questão de abordagem, eu nem gosto de classificar assim, essa aqui é boa, essa aqui é ruim. Eu acho que vai muito também do que você tá precisando pra sua... Essa aqui é ruim. Eu acho que vai muito também do que você tá precisando pra sua vida, sabe? Queria muito reviver algumas coisas, falar e ressignificar e conseguir botar pra fora. Às vezes, psicanálise é um bom caminho pra você. Então, não, eu queria otimizar essa parte aqui que tá me trazendo muito sofrimento. Às vezes, procurar uma TCC um pouco mais prática, um pouco mais focal, vai te ajudar mais, sabe?
Acho tem psicodrama também, né?
Psicodrama é muito bacana. É tipo... pegar uma situação, isso é usado bastante em empresa até no meio corporativo, né? Tem filmes às vezes fazem sátira com isso, que é pegar um manequim ali, às vezes fazem sátira com isso, que é pegar um manequim ali, botar o chefe e falar, agora esse aqui é o seu chefe, fala o que você quer e descarrega, né? A galera
fra qualche anno e sarò come loro, quindi sarò come loro, quindi grande esempio per come vorrò sarò come loro, quindi grande esempio per come vorrò condurre la mia vita. Ci sono stati poi all'inizio degli studenti che veramente hanno fatto la differenza. Sono stati poi all'inizio degli studenti che veramente hanno fatto la differenza indirettamente e inconsciamente. Perché quando lavoravo in azienda, io gli ultimi anni insegnavo su iTalki. Gli ultimi anni insegnavo su iTalki.
Esatto,
Buonasera, mi faresti un caffè per favore? Sì, frizzante, grazie. Posso assaggiare un caffè?
Eccoci qui, pronti per fare due chiacchiere.
Sì, ma non così veloce.
Ah no?
Naturale. Però a volte hai questa impressione, no? Quando
la sera,
la sera e il fine settimana lavoravo, era un secondo lavoro per me l'insegnante e sognavo di lasciare l'azienda, di lavorare da casa, di avere una mia attività azienda, di lavorare da casa, di avere una mia attività in proprio, ma era un salto nel buio che non avevo il coraggio di fare all'epoca. Salto nel buio che non avevo il coraggio di fare all'epoca. E guarda caso, ironia della sorte, all'inizio mi capitavano tutti studenti che lavoravano da casa e avevano un'attività in proprio. Che lavoravano da casa e avevano un'attività in proprio.
Ah, vedi? È vero, mi ricordo.
Ti ricordi? Sì. Sì, mi
forse
ricordo ancora Ugo, Pedro.
mi ricordo di Pedro.
E quindi io ho cominciato a frequentare virtualmente queste persone durante le lezioni. Mi raccontavano della loro vita, del loro lavoro e si vede che incontrandoli e parlando con loro, nella mia mente è diventato più normale.
Sì, è diventato
più normale.
Sì, è diventato possibile forse.
Lo vedevo più possibile. Quindi a forza di parlare con loro, nella mia mente è diventato uno scenario più probabile. E secondo me anche grazie a loro ho fatto questo grande passo.
Che bello!
Sì, quindi questa è stata un'influenza incredibile dei miei studenti, quindi molto molto bello. E quindi abbiamo voluto celebrare la giornata dell'insegnante celebrando anche i nostri studenti
Esatto.
oggi.
Insegnante.
Celebrando. Giornata dell'insegnante celebrando anche i nostri studenti
Esatto.
oggi, perché veramente sono una grande fonte di ispirazione e di gioia per noi e non lo diciamo per lusingare le persone, ma perché è veramente, veramente la verità. Quindi è stato bello anche ricordare un po' questi momenti, è vero, è vero. Speriamo che continui così, ma ne siamo certi perché abbiamo un pubblico. Speriamo che continui così, ma ne siamo certi perché abbiamo un pubblico straordinario, vero?
Verissimo.
Bene. Quindi buona giornata mondiale dell'insegnante. Anche
Magari anche tu hai avuto un insegnante che ha fatto la differenza nella tua vita.
Facci sapere, c'è stato un insegnante che ha fatto la differenza nella tua vita o nella tua formazione? Faccelo sapere nella sezione dei commenti e ricordati di scaricare la trascrizione se ti interessa imparare tante parole ed espressioni nuove, perché ne abbiamo usate,
È
Ho
vero.
fatto attenzione. Io ne ho inserita qualcuna appositamente, quindi, ma le troverai tutte evidenziate e spiegate. spiegate all'interno della trascrizione. Grazie mille per la tua fiducia, ti lasciamo, ma ci diamo appuntamento al prossimo episodio. Ciao ciao! Benvenuto o benvenuta in questo nuovo video podcast di Vaporetto Italiano, il video podcast che ti aiuta a migliorare il tuo italiano episodio dopo episodio. Ho con me ancora Giulia oggi.
Ciao!
E dopo gli esperimenti degli ultimi episodi abbiamo preparato qualcos'altro, qualcosa di speciale, particolare, perché parleremo di noi.
Esatto.
E questo ti permetterà di conoscerci ancora meglio, ma parleremo di un aspetto molto particolare di noi.
Cioè delle nostre piccole manie.
Esatto, perché anche noi, come esseri umani, abbiamo delle manie e spesso si tratta di comportamenti incomprensibili.
Per l'altra persona.
Esatto, per l'altra persona. E quindi andremo a vedere un po' quali sono le manie che ci caratterizzano, anche se secondo me tu ne hai più di me. Manie che ci caratterizzano, anche se secondo me tu ne hai più di me. Manie che ci caratterizzano, anche se secondo me tu ne hai più di me.
Non lo so, secondo me siamo pari.
Vedremo, ma prima di...
Non lo so, secondo me siamo pari.
Vedremo, ma prima di iniziare ti ricordiamo che abbiamo preparato la trascrizione completa della nostra conversazione con il lessico più importante spiegato e usato in contesto. Potrai ricevere la trascrizione cliccando sul link che trovi nella descrizione, inserire il tuo nome e il tuo indirizzo email e aspettare qualche minuto. Riceverai tutto gratuitamente nella tua casella di posta e da quel momento riceverai anche gli episodi futuri con le trascrizioni future, comunicazioni, informazioni, novità sulla nostra attività, quindi farai parte del nostro mondo, ufficialmente. Molto bene. Vuoi cominciare tu con le tue manie? O dico io le manie che secondo me...
No, dinne una che tu hai notato, poi magari io racconto le altre.
O dico io le manie che secondo me... Molto bene. Vuoi cominciare tu con le tue manie? O dico io le manie che secondo me...
No, dinne una che tu hai notato, poi magari io racconto le altre. Una che hai notato, magari io racconto le altre. Una che hai notato che magari non capisci e forse ti dà un po' fastidio. Capisci e forse ti dà un po' fastidio.
Enchanté de vous
Merci
rencontrer.
beaucoup. Merci, moi aussi. Merci beaucoup d'être ici, ça me fait plaisir. Alors, j'ai décidé aujourd'hui de discuter de lecture puisque je pense que la lecture est très importante pour pouvoir améliorer les langues en général, plus précisément le français. Donc, je suis professeure de français pour les étrangers et depuis quelque temps, j'ai décidé vraiment de mettre un point important sur la lecture puisque c'est quelque chose que j'aime beaucoup. J'apprécie la lecture pour moi-même et donc je pense que ça peut être vraiment très, très bénéfique quand on apprend une langue.
Je suis complètement d'accord.
Ouais. Alors, est-ce que vous avez l'habitude de lire peut-être dans les langues étrangères?
Bon, ben, c'est-à-dire, si je commence avec le français, parce que, bon, le français au Canada, c'est pas une langue étrangère, mais à l'école, en tant qu'anglophone, la plupart des élèves n'apprennent pas le français, finalement. Anglophone, la plupart des élèves n'apprennent pas le français, finalement. À moins qu'ils soient très intéressés par cette langue, par la civilisation, la culture. Donc, ça veut dire la lecture. Et moi, dans mon cas, quand j'ai commencé à m'intéresser à la littérature, la civilisation, tout ce qui était français, eh ben, tout d'un coup, mon niveau en français s'est beaucoup amélioré. Et il y a un tas de raisons, mais la lecture, et dans chaque langue, que ce soit l'espagnol, que ce soit n'importe quelle langue, l'allemand, le moment que j'ai pu lire un livre, pas avec l'aide de dictionnaires en ligne, mais un livre en papier traditionnel, c'était toujours pour moi, c'était comme une étape dans l'apprentissage de cette langue. Donc pour moi, la lecture, c'est fondamental et il y a un tas de raisons pourquoi c'est le cas.
Oui, je suis d'accord. Et quel type de lecture est-ce que vous aimez en général? Ça peut être, je sais pas, en anglais, en français ou dans les autres langues.
Bon, pour moi, les romans que vous avez indiqués là, dans votre email, c'est plus difficile. Il faut dire que ce qu'on appelle c'est plus difficile. Il faut dire que ce qu'on appelle en anglais le non-fiction, c'est-à-dire l'histoire, toutes ces choses-là sont plus faciles. D'abord, souvent, Un roman va parler de choses que nous ne connaissons pas. Des
C'est vrai.
personnages, des scènes,
Mmh.
n'importe quoi, des émotions. Et souvent, nous n'avons pas ce genre de vocabulaire. Alors que si c'est un livre qui parle de l'histoire, de l'écologie, de l'économie, ce sont des choses qu'on connaît déjà dans
Mmh.
notre langue, donc c'est plus facile. Donc,
Oui.
je dois dire que normalement, je préfère dans les langues, quand j'ai un certain niveau dans la langue, je vais lire la littérature. Donc, en espagnol, en français, en italien, bon. Mais sinon, là où mon niveau dans la langue est plus bas, ben, je préfère lire un livre un peu difficile au sujet de quelque chose où j'ai déjà des connaissances. Donc,
Mmh.
c'est une matière qui m'est familier.
Oui.
OK, je préfère lire des choses difficiles de ce genre-là plutôt que de lire un livre, un roman simplifié. Parce qu'il y a quelque chose dans un roman simplifié, le fait que ça soit simplifié, ça le rend moins attirant pour moi. Mais dans le français, moi, je me rappelle à l'école, il fallait lire Manon Lescaut. J'aimais beaucoup, ouais, et j'aimais beaucoup Balzac. Et je me
Ah
rappelle
ouais.
un livre de je ne sais
Ah
pas
oui,
qui, là,
OK.
Lettres de mon moulin d'Alphonse Daudet. Enfin, j'ai lu un tas de choses en français,
Ouais.
littérature, et pour moi, ça me transpose dans non seulement un pays différent, une langue différente, mais aussi un temps, un siècle différent. C'est
C'est
ça.
vrai.
Donc,
Mmh.
j'aime beaucoup. Et mais j'ai fait la même chose en espagnol et en italien. Mais il
OK.
faut avoir un certain niveau dans la langue pour que ça soit pas trop difficile.
Mmh. C'est vrai, c'est vrai. Déjà, il y a un point qui est intéressant, dont vous avez parlé, qui est le côté un peu culture, voilà, on en apprend plus sur une certaine époque, l'époque du livre et donc
Oui,
forcément, on va apprendre plein de choses sur, l'endroit, par exemple, où c'est écrit, où l'histoire se passe.
oui,
Aussi sur le type de vie de l'époque, si c'est,
oui,
par exemple, si ça fait référence au 19e siècle, on va en apprendre beaucoup sur la vie au 19e siècle, autant
oui,
que si c'est quelque chose de plus récent. Et oui, donc ça, je pense que déjà, c'est un point intéressant, c'est sûr, pour
oui,
un peu développer aussi le côté culturel de la langue.
oui.
Et c'est vrai que c'est pas l'idéal de commencer avec un niveau basique débutant, non? De lire un livre ou vraiment de lire un livre, compliqué? Enfin, je sais pas, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Est-ce qu'il y a un niveau minimum? Parce qu'à partir
Euh, Ben, dans l'apprentissage des langues, on commence à zéro, n'est-ce pas? Sauf que pour l'anglais, beaucoup de personnes en Europe ou ailleurs, ils ont l'anglais à l'école, mais
Oui,
au début, c'est difficile, hein. Il faut
oui.
trouver les moyens trouver les moyens pour augmenter le vocabulaire, s'accoutumer à des expressions, comment cette langue fonctionne, n'est-ce pas? Donc,
Mmh.
il faut une période d'adaptation. Et là, normalement, là, comme vous savez, j'ai mon site Link, je lis sur Link, je cherche les mots, je vais faire ça expression par expression, là, pour que ça
Hey Neil, welcome back. Good to see you.
soit un peu plus difficile, donc
Mmh.
plus facile. Donc, il y a un tas de, disons, astuces là, pour grimper un peu, parce qu'il faut un certain niveau pour vraiment prendre du plaisir dans un
C'est
livre.
ça.
Il faut que
Ouais.
ça soit pas trop difficile. Mais je
Oui.
voulais aussi ajouter que, bon, si je préfère lire des choses sur des sujets que je connais déjà, par exemple, donc pas un roman au début, mais là,
Mmh.
donc je vais approfondir peut-être ma connaissance de choses que je connais déjà. Donc, c'est
Mmh.
pas une exploration de choses.
Yeah, this was actually his first language. So I don't know if you know Steve Kaufman. I think everyone that knows who does language story heard at least this guy. So French was his first language, and he studied it in France for 3 years. Yeah, this guy's like super good.
Nouvelles.
Mmh.
Donc,
Oui.
d'un
It's kind of
sens, c'est
relaxing to listen to
moins
him speak French.
excitant. Alors que
Mmh.
avec la littérature, le fait de se
Gotta be honest with you, I don't either.
transposer dans une autre civilisation, peut-être un
Mmh.
autre temps, moi, j'aime ça. Et quand
When I first started learning, I watched every single existing video that exists in his channel, but now his new content is I prefer his old content. It's pretty good.
Trouve immersé dans une atmosphère, dans un monde différent et on n'est pas conscient du fait qu'on est en train d'apprendre le français, mais
Oui.
qu'on va découvrir des choses fascinantes. Et là, on oublie qu'on est en train d'apprendre la langue et on s'enfonce dans cet autre environnement.
Oui, oui, c'est vrai, ça devient plus quelque chose d'agréable.
He's big on reading. For example, he says when he's not at home he's not sitting on his desk, he is listening. And when he is sitting down, he has time to dedicate, he would read. So I think reading is fine. I personally don't read, but he advocates reading. So he has all those years back behind him. He has all those experiences. What does he promote learning by I keep reading the question wrong. Okay. He promotes it just to enhance your ability to learn language. Link is not reading. Yeah. People do use Link to read. I personally just use the method wrong. I go opposite beyond their ideology, the mythology. So people do use the app to read, like ebooks and such, but I don't. So if you've been experiencing Link through my screen, I do completely the mythology super wrong. Yes, I don't read. I look for vocab. It's pretty much you can combine like the ideology of Anki in Link, right? Because you're looking for specific words on Anki, but on Link it's just doing it faster and you see all the words at once. So I guess that's a good way to explain. I use Link like an Anki person probably. You see the word in front, you click on it, it has the definition. Don't mind me, I'm just slurping on Vietnamese pho. I think that's what everyone calls it, but I don't.
Finalement, on lit parce que ça nous fait plaisir et donc ça devient vraiment de l'apprentissage par le plaisir de lire et voilà. Mais c'est sûr.
Enjoy your meal. Bon appetit. How do you say pho? Pho. That's how you pronounce it. Pho. It's like a weird pause where you say like pho. It's funny how that works. It's because it's one of the 6 tones that stalls it. Let's see, like this. People pretty much say like this, which is faux, but the accent marker makes it sound like pho. It stalls. So if you ever learned Vietnamese or the idea of it, one of the 6 tones, it pretty much depending on how you stall the word. There's pho, there's pho, and then pho. It's so annoying. It's the same thing as Mandarin, the tones. I mean, the idea. Fa. It's actually pretty close when you pronounce it. Fa. Yeah, you're right. It does sound like fa. It actually does. The more closer. I kind of want to watch an old video of Steve Kaufman. I usually go his old videos. I recommend listening to his old videos. I used to listen like 200 plus times per video back then. This is all I would listen to. Back in the old days, though. Especially why is listening important? I need to find the one that's from like many years ago. Okay, 9 years, sure. Where's the very one for a very long time ago? Compelling content? Okay, sure. The importance of context. Okay, maybe it's this. Oh, learning words. Like this one, learning words. This was king in my opinion. The video. Philosophy for children. I actually never listened to that one. Oh, trying to find his very old videos is hard because he has like 1,000 videos now. Okay, maybe it's this one because he changed all of his thumbnails, which makes it hard to keep track of anything.
Hi there, Steve Kaufman here. Today I want to talk a little bit about listening, reading, which comes first, which is more important. These are subjects that come up all the time. And some people say, I can't listen, and so forth and so on. Or I can't listen to stuff that I don't understand. Okay. To my mind, the most important sort of activity in language learning is listening. And good listening comprehension is the core skill. All right.
It's ironic because when I stream, I always listen. I do mostly listening, and I get like the least people watching. But when I do the acquiring words, I get like the most views. So it's ironic. Like the most important activity is usually the activity that people don't stay for. But it is pretty boring though.
Listening has the advantage of being something that we can do wherever, whenever. It's relatively inexpensive and so forth. But you can't listen to something that you don't understand. So the reading that I do, and especially now and again, we need to look at this in terms of the stage you're at in the language. So in the case of Arabic and Farsi, I'm still at a very early stage. So I have to listen many, many times to the same 2, 3, 4 minute story. Every time I listen, I gain something new, a new structure that I notice, a new word that I notice that eventually I can convert into something that I can use. But when I first listen to it, of course, I don't understand it. So the reading and the saving of words and the reviewing of words is really to prepare me for my listening. It enables the listening. Sometimes before, I did this morning, for example, before attacking a new lesson, I might listen to it in order to get some momentum going into the reading. It's especially a problem in Farsi because we don't have text-to-speech. So, in fact, I was down there doing my 2-minute plank while listening to this 2-minute lesson. Then I save words and read it, and then I listen again. And I'll probably end up listening to that particular lesson 3 times. And I see this because I download.
Okay, this is not the one. Let's see.
Hi there. I haven't done a video in quite a while.
Okay, yeah, this one is king, learning words. Like the concept is so simple, but the way you hear it from someone matters, in my opinion. That video impacted me so hard when I was starting out. 2018. I remember I was. I don't know if you hear. I'm just going to say like a dialogue. So when I first started, I remember sitting in a parking lot in community college, and I got ticketed, and I'm just sitting there thinking, "Wow, I have to pay this. I don't have money." And then I just listened to Steve Kaufman's video. And I told myself, I might get this ticket, but at least I still have this old man telling me his life advice about language learning. I find it so funny because like the one thing I can be concerned about is the ticket, right? But then I told myself, then eventually I learned that this guy was like my ticket to entering the world of languages, and pretty much solved everything. Yeah, I'm not sure it put me on the right path, but it definitely put me in the A path. Do such a there. Whew. Where's spiritual father? He is the godfather. I think he's everyone's godfather who learns. Powerless, is this the one? Maybe. There's like one specific. He has so many listening videos. There you go. Okay, this one. This is the king. 14 years ago. Or is it this one?
Hi there, Steve Kaufman. You'll notice that my surroundings have changed. I have moved back up to the attic here. No longer sharing an office with my wife. So I'm up here and I will continue doing my videos from here. A few items. I'll be in China from the 24th of October, partly on my wood business, and also I will be meeting with the company that published my book in China about 6 or 7, whenever it was, years ago. And we'll be discussing the possibility of a new edition to be published in China. Now, today I want to talk about listening, because I think listening is so important, and because I think we can improve our ability to listen. We can become better listeners and therefore better learners. Now, I know that I often say, we should only use those methods of language learning that we like doing, and some people don't like to listen. Some people like to watch video, and I admit that I won't do certain things that I don't like doing, like doing exercises and answering.
He's Canadian technically, but his background. I actually don't know. I think he's Swedish. Oops, wrong thing. I think he's Swedish. Jewish. Czech Republic. His family moved to Montreal. So he's Czech. Okay. Okay, he was born in Sweden. So he's in blood, he's Czech. Originality, Sweden. Identifies as Canadian. That can be more complicated. Where is it?
Answering questions, even though they may be good for me. So what I'm going to say may fall on deaf ears with some people. However, I would like to repeat that I would recommend to people, if they ask me, what should I do? Okay, you're going to do what you want to do and what you enjoy doing, but if you ask me for my advice, spend a lot of time simply listening and reading.
I took the listening part a little too serious now. Yeah, I heard this video back then.
I know I've said this before, but I want to stress it again. It's so easy to do. Speaking, of course, is very important, and the more you progress in the language, the more you will want to speak. And at some point, to make a real breakthrough, you have to speak, and you have to speak a lot. But for a long period of time, you can make significant progress in the language just by listening and reading. It's easy to do, and it's relatively inexpensive to do. But we do have to develop the ability, the skill to focus while doing it. Some people can't read, but the more we read, the better we get at reading. My wife didn't like to read. She'd fall asleep when she started reading, but she stuck with it, and she started reading more and more, and then she found books that interested her. It happened to be books about history.
Maybe. The guy is Canadian, so I don't even know what kind of accent. I just know he has he's Canadian. I think I took these phrases too hard. Let's see.
Some people can't read, but the more we read, the better we get at reading.
Yeah, I took this really seriously. The more we read, the better we get at reading. But I took it as the more we read, the better we get at reading subtitles on YouTube. That's like a very modified way of saying it.
My wife didn't like to read. She'd fall asleep when she started reading, but she stuck with it, and she started reading more and more, and then she found books that interested her. It happened to be books about history, historical novels, and now she enjoys reading. She didn't like playing the piano when she had a piano teacher, but now she's playing piano on her own, and she plays more and more. My granddaughter had the same experience. So the more you do something, you can develop, not only do you get better at it, but you can start to like it more. The expression that I often quote in French, l'appétit vient en mangeant. The appetite comes as we eat. So getting back to listening, some people say they have trouble concentrating while listening. I have said that I am able to concentrate better if I am listening while doing something else, the dishes, going for a walk. And I have had people on my YouTube channel concur that it's difficult to sit in a chair, put some language content on, and just sit and listen.
Okay, I actually never reviewed this, but since you're the only one here, Neil, you'll get to hear it. When I listen, I have two monitors. I have one monitor for the listening, but I have a second monitor next to me to actually distract me. So I watch like sports, like badminton, for example, because I'm Asian. So I would listen, but at the same time, I would watch badminton while I'm listening, and if I catch something, I will go back to the screen and catch the phrase, just so that it keeps my brain away from the video and focused on volume. So I think the distraction thing is very useful. Yeah. A little bit of distraction helps.
It seems to be easier for some people to concentrate when we're doing something else. It is also very practical in that we can be doing two things at the same time. We can take advantage of what would otherwise be dead time. One of my big criticisms of Rosetta Stone is that you're forced to sit there in front of the computer. Now, something happened.
It's so funny. I combine these concepts that he said in this video. Like he doesn't recommend Rosetta Stone sitting down. But I recommend you sit down, listen, and then you have like something else to distract you, like another monitor. That's what I do. I'm not sure how effective it is, but that's how it keeps my attention high. Because nowadays, okay, example in American schools, right? That's crazy. Yeah, okay. What's crazy is that in American schools now, like we can't read or do math anymore. So basically, the idea is that some teachers they have half of the lecture in the actual content to teach the students, and the other half is like tempo runs, like the phone video games, like where you're running, jumping side by side, right? They have that on the side, so it's like what we call brain rot. I know you might know what brain rot is. I'm not sure it's an American creative word. Brain rot stuff, exactly. So that keeps the attention span high. So pretty much I do that, what they do now in school. Half brain rot, half seriousness. So like it's like the problem is you're sacrificing your focus, but for the potential of higher attention span. This does too much damage. It does. Well, if you 100% focus on brain rot, definitely. Yeah, I think you combine a little bit of half, you can get the benefits, but the downside is that you don't get full language ability attention. If I hyper focus on the language itself, then I probably get like 100%. But then my attention falls so fast, I fall asleep, I pass out so fast, because listening requires a lot of brain power, and you can't do much about it. But oh yeah, that's true. I'm only taking the context of language learning because it's very useful for language learning, but for them, they're screwed. They can't even focus on anything. It is pretty bad, you know. Our system's pretty screwed. You know, there's actually a girl who sued a sued her high school. I know your method is not as crazy. Yeah, because not as crazy. It's pretty unorthodox though. Whatever Mike learned. So basically, some girl sued her high school because she blames them that she can't read, but because when she was young, she never had anyone read to her, or she never learned how to read, and then she had to rely all on voice methods. So when she's doing exams, it's all in audio voice. Everything you do is unorthodox. Isn't it great? Okay, it's thinking out of the box, right? It's definitely unorthodox, but it's definitely not terrible. Right? It's not terrible. If it works, that's good. Yeah, it's definitely out of the blue. I can definitely say that. But like, if you were to like listen to the 2 videos of Steve Kaufman and end it would probably be this video, listening skills from 14 years ago, and learning words, the most important thing, 15 years ago. Like these two are the only videos that matter, and everything else I think is pretty much pointless. Some might be useful, but mostly pointless. Yeah, it just means that it's completely different, right? Like the outcasts. Like the outcasts are just pretty much people that are not really recognized, but oranges are nice.
To me, which I want to share with you. I was listening to this French chansonnier, Georges Brassens, who I enjoyed when I lived in France. And it suddenly dawned on me that here I am listening to his songs, and I am totally focused on every word. And I remember that when I lived in France, when I was bathed in French, I was a student there for 3 years. I went to school in French, spoke French every day, did everything in French. And I haven't really had that much French since then. Occasionally, once a year, I run into French-speaking people, visitors, or we have been in France on a few occasions and so forth. But when I was most immersed in French, I would listen to these French chansonniers, singers, and I wouldn't understand the words
Done you.
because it's sometimes difficult to pick up the words. And I found that I understood every word. And I attribute this to my commitment to language learning through listening over the last really 10 years. It's 10 years ago that I started working on my Cantonese using a mini disc player. And it's then that I discovered the power of these very small.
I guarantee if I had to record how much listening I did from Steve Collins' video of like these two videos, it'd probably be 100 hours combined. I swear. I listened to this exact audio like right back then, 2018. Are you listening or reading? Oh, I'm listening. You talk about the subtitles here, it just default. Yeah, the extension is default. It doesn't really matter.
Small.
Yeah, I guarantee I have like 100 hours combined for just those two videos. Because you'll catch something new every time, like the tiniest detail. But this like these are the only videos that have wisdom, and beyond that, because after that, it's all advertisement about his app. Because he doesn't. Okay, you ever hear him? He only advertises LingQ all the time in every video. I do this on LingQ. LingQ is what I do every day, right? He doesn't say LingQ once here. So every single these two videos are just completely. Nah, I don't take notes. I'm a bad student, but I prefer to hear it because your subconscious will catch it. I'd rather just have it ingrained in my head because some guy told me that if you want to understand something, you just have to keep listening to like 10 times at least, and then it's ingrained in you. But this was for like a dating coach back then. Like, they sell books about dating. I read it for fun. You trust yourself, yeah. Well, because I think I can give a really good quote. In order to access your full potential, you need to understand how your subconscious works in real time. Quoted. Yeah, memory type for sure. It's definitely a good memory technique, I guess. Multiple repetition at different times, like one time and then the next day. Yeah, that's the Anki mythology. Your retention is higher like each day you go, right? It's like the same concept. Yeah.
And yet very, high quality recording devices. Of course, the mini disc player progressed into the MP3.
Yeah, I'm visual too. Visuals, I think visuals are the most important thing, especially when learning words and reading. Yeah, but listening is just listening. Sadly, you have to rely on your ears.
Player, the iPod and Android and all of the things that we have today. So I spent a lot of time listening to Cantonese, Korean, Portuguese, Russian, and now Czech. And I have trained my ability to listen and to focus while listening. When I listen to Czech now, I hear every word. It's not a blur. I don't know all the words, but I hear every word very, very clearly. So what I'm saying there is some of you may not like listening. Some of you say that you tune out. Some of you say that you prefer to watch movies. All of that is undoubtedly true. I would just recommend that you make the effort to try to get better at listening and focusing while you're listening. It's an acquired skill. And the more you do it, the better you get at doing it. And if you have that ability, it becomes a tremendous learning tool. In my view, and I've mentioned this before, they should teach that as a learning skill at schools. I even suggested, partly tongue-in-cheek, that they have kids run around the schoolyard listening to their lessons on an MP3 player. I see sometimes the efforts of schools or universities to have online courses, and they all want to have like an online classroom. Like the teacher is there and somehow broadcasting it out to many, many people, and they can get on and ask questions, and it's all very interactive and so forth. And there certainly is a place for that kind of interactive learning process. But I believe a big part of learning you've got to do on your own, whether you're reading or listening. And reading, and of course, we also have to develop the ability to read and focus on what we're reading, because reading is such a
今日初めてニジマスを釣ってみたんですけど、ちょっとニジマスについて調べてみようかな。ニジマスはサーモン系の仲間の淡水魚らしくて、
Hey there. I'm just gonna do some more quick listening. I got 2 more languages to fulfill, then I can pretty much just speak about anything else.
ニジマスはサーモン系の仲間の淡水魚らしくて、名前の通り体の横に虹っぽいピンク色のラインが入ってることが多いみたいです。らしくて、名前の通り体の横に虹っぽいピンク色のラインが入ってることが多いみたいです。確かにちょっと酒っぽい感じの味がして、めちゃくちゃ美味しいです。今日釣り堀にしてよかった。湖とか川で釣りしたらこれ食べれなかったかもしれないですもんね。
That sounds good. Thanks for the words of encouragement.
ごちそうさまでした。全部完食しました。めっちゃ量が多かったんですけど、すごい美味しかったです。やばい、レモンサワー酔いますね。一杯しか飲んでないのに今日はベロベロです。それじゃあこの後はシャワーを浴びていきたいと思います。行ってきます。シャワー浴びてきました。すっきり。あ、見てください。今日はゴロン紺色を着てみました。動画では初登場ですよね。エンジ色とはまたちょっと雰囲気が違う感じがしませんか？もうすぐゴロン通販サイトもスタートなので、エンジ色とはまたちょっと雰囲気が違う感じがしませんか？もうすぐゴロン通販サイトもスタートなので、もうしばらくお待ちください。ちなみにこれは私のお父さんにもプレゼントしたので、ゲットした人はお父さんともお揃いになります。それじゃあ晩酌タイムスタートしますか。さっきモニターにイゴコを接続してみたんですけど、映画も普通に見れたんですよ。めちゃくちゃいい子です。途切れることもなくサクサク見れて、めっちゃいい感じ。ちなみに私が最近見たドラマはこれです。地獄に落ちるわよ。これめっちゃ流行ってるんですけど、皆さん見ました？いや、これもう最高すぎませんか？ここで映画も見れちゃうし、しかもファンの方にもらった空気清浄機もしれっと置いてるんですけど、Wi-Fi もあって、もう家ですよね、本当に。聞こえますか？この雨の音。今、
Hey Kevin, just stopping by to say hi. The Russian plus language reacted for over an hour yesterday. Wasn't perfect, but I need way more words to make listening. Yeah, so you finally realized that the words do matter, right? So you better grind hard on Link. Like you need a lot of links. Just you'll eventually get it. Yeah. Russian language reactor is still pretty good though. It's really good. Yeah, now you realize that word is all that matters mostly. It is technically the building blocks, right? I don't know if anyone heard in my video. I think I mentioned about like castle theory. It's like my best framework I can even mention about. I could probably show it later, but you need a lot of words, man, before you listen. Technically, it must be a lot. You must be listening to hard content then, or intermediate at least.
今外はめちゃくちゃ大雨です。ドラマに夢中になっちゃう前に皆さんに大切なお知らせです。なんと私といくこさんの特別コラボが決定しました。イエーイ。先着順にはなっちゃうんですけど、
先着順にはなっちゃうんですけど、100ギガ365日のプランを申し込んでくれた方に、私の限定グッズをプレゼントしちゃいます。私の限定グッズをプレゼントしちゃいます。
Yeah, I enjoy it, and I'm outlining my strategy design around your tips and other ideas. Yes, the castle theory or the fortress idea. What are you fighting, recruiting soldier? Oh, okay. I don't know, but do you think like that the ideology makes sense? It kind of does make sense a little bit, doesn't it? If you think about it, if you attack a castle and your castle is like super terrible and you have no soldiers, that you're in trouble. It makes it fun to think about. Okay, my man Zaya gets it. Technically, so far Zaya and Leo are definitely ones. They're like, I used your mythology and methods and made some progress, but yeah, you need a lot of words. I don't know. I'll make sure to stop by and check on your Russian links and see how they hold up.
デザインはこんな感じで私がデザインしてみました。Wi-Fi のパスワードはゆうか815以外禁止だにょ。こんな感じで名言を入れてみました。なんかいい名言ないですかねって言われたので考えてみたんですけど、皆さん Wi-Fi のパスワードはこれでお願いします。そして他にも頑張って
I realized that in 14,000 in Russian, you can actually listen to a lot. It's intermediate content that is. You can definitely listen to intermediate. Not everything, but at least you can get pretty far, in my opinion. Like 14,000 in Russian. Yeah, actually, that's still a lot of words. Yeah, it's way too many yellows. If I write in French, si j'écris en français, tu comprends aussi? Yeah, I understand French. I can read French, no problem. I did a lot of training in French, so you can type in any message. You can type in any language that I probably know. I can probably attempt to understand it. You can write any language you guys want. Just don't send me in Arabic, please. Anything but that. But the problem, you want me to respond back in a language, you're gonna probably have to give me time, or I probably just can't.
交渉してみたんですけど、3000円オフのクーポンをつけてもらえることになりました。月で割るとだいたい1700円くらいで、国内旅行はもちろん海外旅行にも実は持っていけるんですよ。なので旅とか車中泊のサブ回線として使えるので、ぜひ皆さんゲットしてみてください。あと私の限定グッズをゲットした方もぜひ教えてください。あと私の限定グッズをゲットした方もぜひ教えてください。あと私の限定グッズをゲットした方もぜひ教えてください。
I don't know why my YouTube is auto translating English. Je vais penser à ça. La dernière fois plutôt que d'écrire en anglais, j'ai pu directement écrire en français. Mais dans la traduction automatique finale, exactement. It's a lot different. Très différent dans cette plateforme. Donc, see. Whew. Yeah, seriously, it's all translated. It's kind of weird. I don't know why. I don't know if I can fix that, but it won't let me modify anything.
それじゃあ私はこの後もう少し映画を見ながら晩酌して寝たいと思います。 おはようございます。昨日の夜は若干寒くて、山奥だからなのか結構ね風も強くて、冷え込んでます。でも今日は雨は降っていないので、今から朝の散歩をしていきたいと思います。たまには後ろから降りてみよう。よいしょ。キャンプ場の朝の雰囲気はこんな感じです。ここもともとキャンプ場だったのかな。なんか遊具があったり、雰囲気がちょっと保育園とか幼稚園っぽくないですか？お、こんなとこに富士山見晴らしデッキがありますね。天気がいいとあそこから富士山が見えるらしいです。今日は全然見えそうにないですね。可愛い動物たちがいます。トン吉はウサギです。トン吉はウサギです。あとチャボとウコッケイもいます。朝この人たちに起こされたんだよね。めっちゃ叫んで、ククククって叫んでましたね。ヤッホー、おはよう。レモちゃん、おいで。ちょっと、なかなか懐かないです。私が雨女のせいで、こういうとこ貸し切りになることが結構多いんですよね。お得です。不幸中の幸いだね。
키거든요. 근데 그걸 좀 방지해준다고 해서 끊기거든요. 근데 그걸 좀 방지해준다고 해서 만져보실래요?
만족하고 계세요?
네.
오.
이거 새 거니까 한번 이렇게 해보셔도 돼요. 머리 망가지려나?
한번 뵈볼게요.
근데 이게 약간 뭔가 잠도 더 잘 오는 것 같고 느낌이지만 모르겠어요. 모르겠어요. 피부에 좋다고 하니까. 성찬 씨도
Yes, it is. 25% faster. They do, in my opinion, they do speak pretty slow. But to be fair, this is Nayeon's natural speed, I
이제
guess.
수면에 좀 진심이신.
중요하게 생각하는 편이에요.
This is the real audio.
무조건 6시간 이상을 자야
맞아요.
되는 편이어가지고.
저는 되는 대로 다 자요. 근데 12시에 자서 4시에 나가도 되면 3시까지 자고 나가기 30분 전까지 자는 것 같아요.
아, 그냥 1시간이라도 무조건 자는.
네, 12시간 14시간.
아, 그냥 1시간이라도 무조건 자는.
네, 12시간 14시간 다 잘 수 있어요. 좋아해요, 자는 거. 다음 수면템은 안대인데요.
안대.
네, 다음 수면템은 안대인데요.
안대.
네. 이거 제가 당분간 일본 갈 일이 없어요. 네. 이거 제가
In my opinion, I think they speak a lot faster. Like you mentioned, when it's casual, they speak a lot faster, but it's when formal is slower. So I might speed it.
네. 이거 제가 당분간 일본 갈 일이 없어서 3통이나 사온 거거든요.
아, 이거 일본.
없어서 3통이나 사온 거거든요.
아, 이거 일본에서만 파는 거예요?
네, 얘네는. 하나 드릴까요?
3개를 사오셨는데 저한테 하나를 주신다면.
네,
하나를 주신다면.
네, 한 통은 안 되고 하나.
아, 한 통에 또 몇 개가 들어있는 거구나.
네.
아, 한 통에 또 몇 개가 들어있는 거구나.
네, 3개씩.
3개씩.
이거 하나 써보세요.
감사합니다.
네, 3개씩.
3개씩.
이거 하나 써보세요.
감사합니다. 9개 중에 저한테 하나를. 9개 중에 저한테 하나를.
그래서 이걸 선물 받아서 한번 써봤는데 너무 좋고 기내에서 이걸 끼고 있는 게 좋아요.
왜요? 비주얼적으로 좋은 거?
네, 너무 귀여워요. 진짜로
그렇죠.
캐릭터 눈이 울고 있어요, 얘는.
한번.
그렇죠?
이거 근데 지금 하나 주신 건데 까면은 너무 아까울 것 같아. 이거 근데 지금 하나 주신 건데 까면은 너무 아까울 것 같아.
제가
이거 근데 지금 하나 주신 건데 까면은 너무 아까울 것 같아.
제가 요거 까볼게요. 이거를 이거 따뜻해서 좀 아까운데. 요거 까볼게요. 이거 따뜻해서 좀 아까운데. 저는 포차코가 최애긴 한데 얘는 시나몬 롤인데 이렇게 저는 포차코가 최애긴 한데 얘는 시나몬 롤인데 이렇게 울고 있어요.
오.
뭔가 특별하잖아요. 기내에서 저렇게 귀여운 안대를 쓰고 있다는 게 그리고 거기 귀여운 안대를 쓰고 있다는 게 그리고 원래 보통 다른 분들 항상 쓰시는 온열 안대가 있거든요. 근데 난 다른 거.
아 그거 뭔지 알아?
네.
저도 그거 써요. 그 라벤더
그러니까.
향이
뻔하잖아요.
그 라벤더
그러니까.
향이
뻔하잖아요.
제가 이거 하나는
네.
이제 다음 일본 일정
네. 기내에서 한번 써보세요.
제가 이거 하나는
네.
이제 다음 일본 일정
네. 기내에서 한번 써보세요.
한번 쓰고 셀카를 올리는 한번 해보겠습니다.
요거는 빗인데요. 요거 이렇게 손을 껴서 빗는 건데 요거는 빗인데요. 요거 이렇게 손을 껴서 빗는 건데 접히기도 하거든요. 휴대하기도 너무 편하고 가볍고 그래서 접히기도 하거든요. 휴대하기도 너무 편하고 가볍고 접히기도 하거든요. 휴대하기도 너무 편하고 가볍고 그래서 인터가 너무 좋다 해서 바로 가서 사버린. 그럼 성찬님은 아이템 살 때 추천받아서 사시는 거예요? 아니면 검색해보고 사시거나? 추천받아서 사시는 거예요? 아니면 검색해보고 사시거나?
이렇게 막 광고가 많이 뜨잖아요. 아니면 뭐 알고리즘에 의해서 이렇게 막 광고가 많이 뜨잖아요. 아니면 뭐 알고리즘에 의해서 예를 들어 유튜브 같은 데서 이렇게 봤다. 일단 마구잡이로 사보는 편이에요. 일단 마구잡이로 사보는 편이에요.
다?
네, 다 사보고 그냥 아닌 거는 뭐 다른 친구들 주고.
아닌 거 다른 친구들 주고.
왜냐면 너한테 맞을 수도 있으니까.
아닌 거 다른 친구들 주고.
왜냐면 너한테 맞을 수도 있으니까.
아, 그쵸.
너한테 맞을 수
아,
있으니까.
나한테만 안 맞는 거니까. 저도 추천받은 걸 많이 사기도 하고, 이제 알고리즘에 뜨는 거를 검색을, 다 해요.
아, 일단 검색을.
네. 이거 리뷰를 다 봐요. 2만 몇천 개면 그걸 진짜 다 봐요. 2만 몇천 개면 그걸 진짜 다 봐요. 인스타 댓글도 보고 유튜브 댓글도 봐요. 그리고 그걸 써보신 인플루언서분들 실패하고 싶지 않으니까.
아, 혹시 뭐 속은 아이템 있나요?
최근에는 그 독소 패치라고.
독소 패치 귀에 이렇게 하는 거.
독소 패치라고.
독소 패치 귀에 이렇게 하는 거 그거 말하는 거.
팔이나
팔.
그 독소 패치라고 엄청 알고리즘으로 홍보하는 게 있거든요. 그거를 리뷰를 다 보고 싶은데 가짜 리뷰들밖에 없는 거예요.
찐후기랑 그 광고성
보고 싶은데 가짜 리뷰들밖에 없는 거예요.
찐후기랑 그 광고성 가짜 리뷰랑 그
구분이 되죠.
가짜 리뷰랑 그
구분이 되죠. 네, 근데 가짜 리뷰밖에 없어서 아 이거 어떡하지 하다가 이제 그분이 이제 마지막 판매시래요. 이제 이게 뭐 병원에 들어가게 돼서 이걸 살려면 병원에서 처방받아야 되고 비싸게 살 수밖에 없다는 거예요. 그래서 제가 예전에 보고 샀는데
C'est très dur. Dans cet épisode, c'est que c'est très dur, c'est très dur. C'est plutôt rare d'entendre un Français dire « moi je suis patriote ». De l'affirmer, plutôt rare d'entendre un Français dire « moi je suis patriote ». De l'affirmer comme ça, un peu aveuglément. Déjà, ça va pas du tout avec la personnalité des Français. Comme ça, un peu aveuglément. Déjà, ça va pas du tout avec la personnalité des Français de manière générale qui vont suivre aveuglément leur patrie.
À l'exception de gens, encore une fois, politiquement.
À l'exception de gens, encore une fois, politiquement très, très à droite, qui peuvent vraiment l'afficher, on le voit de temps en temps, très, très à droite, qui peuvent vraiment l'afficher, on le voit de temps en temps,
Oui.
fiers d'être patriotes, tu vois? Mais
C'est
ça
même
va.
des slogans politiques de nouveaux partis d'extrême droite, de ce genre de mots. Par contre, nouveaux partis d'extrême droite, de ce genre de mots. Par contre, moi, ce que je remarque, évidemment, c'est que c'est rare de voir un moi, ce que je remarque, évidemment, c'est que c'est rare de voir un Français, de manière générale, dire: «Je suis patriote». Par contre, quand la France va être attaquée, critiquée par d'autres nations, là, les Français vont être piqués au vif et vont réagir et vont faire front pour leur les Français vont être piqués au vif et vont réagir et vont faire front pour leur patrie, pour leur pays et ça me fait penser, je sais pas si tu leur patrie, pour leur pays et ça me fait penser, je sais pas si tu te rappelles, je crois que c'était l'année dernière, je sais pas. Il y a eu une tendance sur un célèbre réseau social, TikTok, pour ne pas le mentionner. C'était, waouh, je vais essayer de l'expliquer très clairement. Tu sais, il y avait des gens, notamment d'Espagne, des États-Unis, d'Italie, enfin d'autres pays que la France, qui ont détourné une chanson de Lady Gaga. Donc, elle a une chanson dans laquelle elle dit, I don't wanna be friends, tu vois? Je ne veux pas qu'on soit amis avec le I don't wanna be friends, tu vois? Je ne veux pas qu'on soit amis avec le subjonctif quand on traduit en français et les gens sur TikTok l'ont détourné I don't wanna be French, je ne veux pas être français et
Pour
donc
quelle raison?
je sais pas, c'est parti, tu sais, une tendance quoi après engrenage et ça devient mondial et donc tout le monde se moquait de nous par exemple ça devient mondial et donc tout le monde se moquait de nous. Par exemple, les Italiens, ils montraient un bidet, tu sais, dans les toilettes pour, les Italiens, ils montraient un bidet, tu sais, dans les toilettes pour les Italiens, ils montraient un bidet, tu sais, dans les toilettes pour se moquer de notre manque de propreté. Je crois que les Américains, qui s'étaient moqués de notre manque de propreté. Je crois que les Américains, qui s'étaient, accaparés la tendance, parlaient beaucoup de notre nombrilisme, du fait qu'on était arrogants, et cetera.
Qu'on se regardait le nombril, hein,
Du fait qu'on était arrogants, et cetera.
on se regardait le nombril, hein,
Exactement.
le nombril qui est au milieu du ventre, mais pour dire qu'on se regarde
Exactement.
le nombril qui est au milieu du ventre, mais pour dire qu'on se regardait beaucoup nous-mêmes, sans prendre la peine peut-être de s'intéresser aux autres.
Qu'on pensait qu'on était
S'intéresser aux autres.
qu'on pensait qu'on était les meilleurs, et cetera. Et les Français, bah, évidemment, ils ont fait front, ils se sont défendus et par exemple, ils faisaient des vidéos où, ils mettaient en avant nos exploits sportifs, où ils mettaient en avant notre gastronomie. Par exemple, ils se filmaient avec des croissants, des baguettes, et cetera. Ils se filmaient avec des croissants, des baguettes, et cetera. Ils mettaient beaucoup d'images des JO aussi de Léon Marchand qui avait remporté, je sais même ils mettaient beaucoup d'images des JO aussi de Léon Marchand qui avait remporté, je sais même pas combien de médailles olympiques il a remporté, 4?
Bon, je sais pas, 4
Ouais.
ou 5, 4 médailles d'or. Donc oui, pour la natation, pour le sport, on peut se retrouver autour d'une cause commune et donc pour le sport, on peut se retrouver autour d'une cause commune et donc être patriote, c'est
Et
ça?
surtout, enfin, ce qui m'a fait beaucoup, beaucoup rire, c'est qu'ils mettaient, ils montraient leur leur carte vitale. Donc, la carte qui nous permet d'avoir un accès, leur carte vitale. Donc, la carte qui nous permet d'avoir un accès, universel, aux soins. Et je trouvais que c'était, un bon résumé de ce qui pouvait universel, aux soins. Et je trouvais que c'était, un bon résumé de ce qui universel, aux soins. Et je trouvais que c'était, un bon résumé de ce qui pouvait nous rendre patriotes aujourd'hui en France, la nourriture, le sport et pouvait nous rendre patriotes aujourd'hui en France, la nourriture, le sport et notre sécurité sociale et même en fait tous nos avantages sociaux. Souvent on les met notre sécurité sociale et même en fait tous nos avantages sociaux.
Not sped up. French people just speak that fast. I sped up by 1.8. We have, because Neil told me this is actual the speed that might match it. I said, okay, now I have to train the ears to be at this speed. So it's like hella freaking fast, man. But to be fair, if this is what they speak like, this is really good training. Because speed is a big factor.
Notre sécurité sociale et même en fait tous nos avantages sociaux. Souvent on les met beaucoup en avant dans ce genre de trend en réaction à quand on se moque de nous, les jours de congé, tout ça. Donc
Sur la
se moque de nous, les jours de congé, tout ça. Donc
sur la retraite.
Sur la
Sur la
Yeah, I know. This is a whole different training, man. Speed is always going to be the problem. So this is good training. Like, I didn't know how fast this French person spoke, to be honest.
Sur la retraite.
Sur la
Sur
retraite.
la retraite et les Français qui partiraient trop tôt à la retraite. Il suffit d'aller voir sur les réseaux sociaux. Si on s'en prend, si on attaque un Français sur ces questions-là, tu as raison. Là, tous les Français, c'est sûr, un Français sur ces questions-là, tu as raison. Là, tous les Français, c'est sûr, ils vont débarquer. Il y aura une horde de Français, énormément de Français. Ils vont débarquer. Il y aura une horde de Français, énormément de Français qui vont venir pour défendre finalement la France. Et donc, ils seront Français qui vont venir pour défendre finalement la France. Et donc, ils seront patriotes peut-être. C'est vrai, tu as raison, sans s'en rendre compte. Je sais aussi patriotes peut-être. C'est vrai, tu as raison, sans s'en rendre compte.
The language reactor is so perfect for us because it stops at the exact moment I need it to, or else I have to go back 5 seconds just to locate the exact position I was at.
Patriote peut-être, c'est vrai, tu as raison, sans s'en rendre compte. Je sais aussi que quand on critique l'équipe de France de football, quant au fait que peut-être il y aurait trop de personnes de couleur noire dans l'équipe de France, peut-être il y aurait trop de personnes de couleur noire dans l'équipe de France, ça revient à chaque fois, parce que beaucoup de gens ne comprennent pas que ce n'est pas le droit du sang en France, c'est le droit du sol déjà, que ce n'est pas le droit du sang en France, c'est le droit du sol déjà, ce ne sont pas les mêmes principes.
Et que tous les gens que vous voyez dans l'équipe
ne sont pas les mêmes principes.
Et que tous les gens que vous voyez dans l'équipe de football sont français, autant que nous, autant qu'Emmanuel Macron.
Et que certains peut-être même sont originaires de départements d'outre-mer qui sont français depuis plus longtemps que d'autres parties de la France où peut-être il y aura plus de personnes blanches, etc. Bref, c'est pas le sujet, mais tout ça pour dire que dans ces moments-là, et moi le premier, je peux sujet, mais tout ça pour dire que dans ces moments-là, et moi le premier, je peux vraiment me sentir très français et me sentir fier d'être français, tu vois. Donc avoir un sentiment de patriotisme extrêmement important. Et en fait, tu vois, donc avoir un sentiment de patriotisme extrêmement important. Et en fait, je pense que ce que les Français n'aiment pas, moi, je vais te donner mon avis directement tant que j'y pense. Je pense que les Français sont patriotes, ou sont avis directement tant que j'y pense. Je pense que les Français sont patriotes ou sont chauvins, on le dit. Donc fiers d'être français, un peu chauvin. Mais ça sera pas cette forme de patriotisme un peu qu'on peut connaître parfois. Sera pas cette forme de patriotisme un peu qu'on peut connaître parfois.
Dude, I need a nap after. This thing is like super hard to keep. My brain's on fire. Like this is full focus right now.
Sera pas cette forme de patriotisme un peu qu'on peut connaître parfois. De soutien un peu sans recul, aveugle, tu as raison, exact. Ailleurs, de soutien un peu sans recul, aveugle, tu as raison, exactement, de manière automatique, sans esprit critique. On le dit souvent, les Français ont un esprit critique, donc ils ne vont pas comme ça dire juste oh vive. Les Français ont un esprit critique, donc ils ne vont pas comme ça dire juste oh vive la France avec un drapeau français par exemple, jamais, ou c'est jamais, je dirais, vous allez voir un drapeau français planté sur une pelouse d'un jardin en France, et même si planté sur une pelouse d'un jardin en France, et même si on voit ça, on peut se dire oh, cette personne, elle est franchouillarde, qui est péjoratif pour dire une personne très patriote sans esprit critique derrière. Parce que voilà, on se méfie, puis on connaît notre histoire aussi. Je pense que c'est ça. Voilà, on se méfie, puis on connaît notre histoire aussi. Je pense que c'est voilà, on se méfie, puis on connaît notre histoire aussi. Je pense que c'est ça, Violaine, tu vas me donner ton avis, mais on connaît l'histoire, on sait ce que ça, Violaine, tu vas me donner ton avis, mais on connaît l'histoire, on sait ce que c'est, comme plein de pays d'ailleurs, hein, des guerres. On a perdu des guerres, on a c'est comme plein de pays d'ailleurs, hein, des guerres. On a perdu des guerres, on a gagné aussi, mais surtout, on a eu énormément de pertes militaires. On a perdu des millions de Français dans les différentes guerres, rien que dans les 2 derniers siècles. Même les guerres de Prusse et guerres les 2 derniers siècles, même les guerres de Prusse et guerres napoléoniennes, la Révolution française, la Première Guerre mondiale, les Français, on a perdu plus d'1 million, je crois 1 400 000 Français, on a perdu plus d'1 million, je crois 1 400 000 hommes militaires pendant la Première Guerre mondiale. Donc on sait ce que ça représente aussi de défendre peut-être bêtement un pays, son drapeau, d'aller présente aussi de défendre peut-être bêtement un pays, son drapeau, d'aller à la guerre. On a peur aussi et on préfère peut-être rester un peu sur nos gardes, je sais pas.
Ouais, ou rester prudent, rester
sur nos gardes, je sais pas.
Ouais, ou rester prudent, rester discret. C'est vrai qu'on est toujours sur un fil presque.
Oui.
Et discret, c'est vrai qu'on est toujours sur un fil presque.
Oui.
Et c'est vrai que ça peut être mal pris parfois si on dit j'aime mon pays, comme ça, tu vois, un peu frontalement, comme tu dis, un peu aveuglément, comme ça, tu vois, un peu frontalement.
You could put it at 1.7 and it still sounds natural. It doesn't feel that fulfilling if I don't push it right.
Comme tu dis, un peu aveuglément, comme ça, tu vois, un peu frontalement, comme tu dis, un peu aveuglément, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Donc c'est intéressant et souvent nous dans ce podcast on le dit, mais on le dit que les Français sont divisés, que la France est plus divisée que jamais, mais sur l'amour de leur pays, sur l'amour de ce que représente la France aux yeux du monde, et bah sache que le débat serait un peu moins clivant que ce qu'on pense. C'est-à-dire que j'ai quand même fait des recherches, donc il y a un petit point stat, 78% des Français quand même fait des recherches, donc il y a un petit point stat, 78% des Français sont fiers d'être Français. Il y a pas, donc on est quand même assez unis sur.
Yeah, this is a whole different battlefield. I feel bad for like the average learner that listening to slow speak because it's gonna take forever for them to learn this.
Les Français sont fiers d'être Français. Il y a pas, donc on est quand même assez unis sur ça. On n'est pas 50% à dire ah bah la France c'est nul, etc. Donc quand même, les Français sont extrêmement patriotes et fiers de leur pays. C'est juste que ça prend des formes différentes. Ça va être dans la discrétion, ça va aussi être dans la réaction quand on nous attaque.
Et puis alors, je sais pas si tu as les détails de ce
à l'étranger,
mais
si
voilà.
vous voulez savoir, enfin en fait, vous voyagez à l'étranger, vous voyez des Français, vous savez qu'ils sont français, parce qu'ils vont l'affirmer haut et fort, ils vont toujours tout comparer, moi la première, tout comparer avec la situation en France, avec comment ça se passe en France, etc. Les Français sont extrêmement chauvins quand ils sont à l'étranger et n'ont pas honte d'affirmer qu'ils sont français, parce qu'aujourd'hui, quand tu es à l'étranger et que tu dis que tu es français, sauf dans certains pays avec lesquels on a des problèmes, c'est pas français, sauf dans certains pays avec lesquels on a des...
You don't have to torture yourself. Wait a few days or weeks before going back to. So at what point is recommended? Nah, you gotta push it. You gotta push it. This has to be a daily thing. It's okay. It's okay. I would just take a nap after this, like right after this, pass out for 15 minutes, get up and pretty much just do it again. It's okay. Naps will reset you no matter what.
Français, sauf dans certains pays avec lesquels on a des problèmes, c'est pas la honte d'être français, tu vois, aux yeux du monde.
Oui.
C'est pas la honte d'être français, tu vois, aux yeux du monde.
Oui. Et tu l'as dit, c'est surtout quand on parle de culture, on est fier. Oui. Et tu l'as dit, c'est surtout quand on parle de culture, on est fier d'étaler notre culture partout. On est fier aussi peut-être.
I hate naps. You ever try a power nap? Like if we talk about like anything beyond 20 minutes, we have sleep inertia. Like freaking sleep inertia is the pain in the butt because it feels like you're drunk. Yeah, the moment you go past 20 minutes, first I don't ever go past 15 minutes honestly, because you'll feel dizzy like you're drunk. So not recommended. You either go all out the 1 hour 30 minutes to hit the entire REM cycle, the one entire REM cycle, or you do a power nap for 15 minutes so that you're in a between not drunk dizzy feeling and you're to have energy. Oh, okay. It might be a disadvantage because if you're like tired during the day, I guess coffee helps, but your brain is pretty much burning the whole day. It's not a good feeling.
D'étaler notre culture partout. On est fiers aussi peut-être des valeurs de la République, de moi par
Yeah, I'm old. Definitely.
De la République, de moi par exemple, si on parle de moi, je me sens patriote et je suis fier de ça. Pour moi, dans la patrie, je mets ça. Je suis fier d'avoir une République, par exemple, d'avoir liberté, égalité. On parle de moi, je me sens patriote et je suis fier de ça. Pour moi, dans la patrie, je mets ça. Je suis patriote et je suis fier de ça. Pour moi, dans la patrie, je mets ça. Je suis
Getting there, hitting that famous 30. It's okay. I'd rather have this happen because in Asia we are so big on naps. Like every Asian country, we have naps. Asia and naps in the middle of the day. They're so big on it. The midday nap in China, Vietnam, it's so normal. It feels so good too. 30 is the new 20. Just don't ask me about when to have kids.
suis fier d'avoir une République, par exemple, d'avoir liberté, égalité, fraternité, d'avoir aussi la Déclaration des droits de l'homme, même si d'avoir aussi la Déclaration des droits de l'homme, même si on n'est pas le pays qui respecte le plus les droits de l'homme, je dis pas ça, mais d'avoir une déclaration au moins des droits de l'homme, des philosophes, etc. Mais c'est une déclaration au moins des droits de l'homme, des philosophes, etc. Mais c'est vrai qu'à l'étranger, la gastronomie, on va le revendiquer. Ça, c'est vrai qu'à l'étranger, la gastronomie, on va le revendiquer. Ça, c'est vraiment du patriotisme. Par exemple, on va être choqué de voir...
Pas que la gastronomie.
Pas que la gastronomie, mais je sais très bien qu'on est capable de...
I always have this habit hitting 5 minutes, but if I speed it up, I might just... So if I do 5 minutes and I speed it by like 1.8, so now the original video to match like the 5 minutes in real time is about a 9-minute video, which is nice. So I was like, okay, I guess I made 9 minutes of progress. I'll take it, but it's not... Again, I'm not sure it's real progress. I'll take it. Oh, my brain.
Powerful.
Oh my god, my brain's on fire. Oh, that's a lot of brain power.
Way of learning, not only learning languages, but learning.
All right, I'll take a break. By that, I mean I'll study words, learn words, and pass out for 15 minutes. I do need that. It's okay. You never told me about the 1.8. I have to do it eventually. And it's already been like 2 years. So I've been listening to like slower content. That was the problem the whole time. I should have went fast from the beginning if possible. That was my big mistake. So always go as fast as you can, because there's always going to be someone talking faster than you can ever imagine, that your ears can comprehend.
In general. But listening is another skill. And we should train kids to get good at listen to 5 different versions of the something to do with, say, ancient Egypt. Okay, 1 10-minute story, another little lecture, another whatever, and you listen and listen and you hear about the same things through different avenues, different perspectives, and you're listening, and if you get good at it, then you can listen while you're walking to school, walking back from school. It's probably too ambitious in terms of school kids, but if we can train that, that is a tremendously valuable skill. We can learn while in the car and we don't fade out. We stay focused. So all I'm saying here is listening, the ability to listen, and of course, to listen, just as in learning languages, you need words, you need vocabulary. And so in order to increase one's vocabulary, of course, the combination of listening and reading, or if you want to take it one step further, the kind of interface and support that we have at Link and no doubt elsewhere can make sure that the vocabulary grows, because to understand what's being said, you have to know the words. It's also possible to listen and listen and listen and eventually guess and figure out some of the missing words, but it goes faster if we combine it with reading. So there you have it. I just wanted to...
Yeah, he gives like completely all good advice here. Not a single reference to Link. But I think the last minute hits the most. Like the last minute was so important. I still listen to this once in a while, maybe once a month.
Minute story, another little lecture,
Not
another
this part though, but
whatever.
after this.
And you listen and listen and you hear about the same things through different avenues, different perspectives, and you're listening, and if you get good at it, then you can listen while you're walking to school, walking back from school. It's probably too ambitious in terms of school kids, but if we can train that, that is a tremendously valuable skill. We can learn while in the car and we don't fade out. We stay focused. So all I'm saying here is listening, the ability to listen, and of course, to listen, just as in learning languages, you need words, you need vocabulary. And so in order to increase
Okay, like this is like the most important quote if I ever were to take out from this video.
one's vocabulary, of course, the combination of listening and reading, or if you want to take it one step further, the kind of interface and support that we have at LingQ and
Okay, that's why I gave up. He mentioned LingQ.
elsewhere can make sure that the vocabulary grows, because to
I'm in the wrong
understand
spot.
reading, because reading is such a powerful way of learning or listening. And reading, and of course, we also have to develop the ability to read and focus on learning in general. But listening is another skill.
Okay.
And we should train kids to get good at listening. Something to do with, say, ancient.
Okay, never mind. I give up. Another one. I guess this is another one.
Hi there, Steve here again, Steve Kaufman. Today I'm going to talk about listening and speaking in language learning.
-2. What? Did I glitch the system? Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't know how I got -2, but dang. It says I know all the words here. I'll take it. How many hours of sleep do you get a night? Probably 7, good 6 or 7 around there. Because even though I don't have a job at the moment, I still stay up all the way to 12 a.m. So pretty much like off stream at night, I stay for like 6 more hours until like 12 a.m. I never streamed the 6 hours at night because it's more private time, but I sleep 6 to 7 hours usually. 7's like the good spot, because if it's 8, if you get too comfortable, it's not a good feeling in my opinion either. Like you need to have some kind of stress, just a tiny bit. So I do 7 hours. I never go for 8.
Now, in a lot of these discussions, by and large, I just get on here with a few ideas and speak, and you just listen. I haven't got it planned out, what I'm going to say to begin with and what I'm going to say at the end. Occasionally I do, but mostly I don't. So...
Okay, that's actually an important video, but I'd rather listen to this one. Maybe if you did 8, you would need a nap. Oh no, even with 8, because we do listening, like hard, heavy, concentrated listening, you're gonna fall asleep. Trust me. I think if you try like the routine I did, just like sit here, listen to like an hour straight, because I do like 9 languages, right? So you split it out, it's an hour 30 minutes, like straight concentrated listening. You're gonna get very dizzy or tired really quickly. So I did the 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, but no matter what, how hard you try, it's pretty much, imagine you're overthinking for an hour and a half straight, and you're gonna pretty much get super tired from overthinking.
And I'm going away on a trip, so I thought
I do like multiple naps a day, because every time I listen, I need to, because when you listen so long, right, your stress levels increase no matter what. No matter how hard you try, the listening and your stress cortisol level will increase. And pretty much the only way to reduce it is just either not eat for a while, because cortisol levels will decrease, or just de-stress by taking a nap or exercise, right? Exercise is a good one for sure. I just decided to do naps as my alternative. Technically the nap is not a real nap. I just lay there and then my brain just resets the stress to 0. Because sometimes you can't really fall asleep instantly, because all you're gonna be thinking about is anything else but language learning and napping. So sometimes I just lay there and then my brain is a little bit stressed, but it's not perfect. It just does the job that it needs to, is reset. It's weird, yeah. That to say, my brain overheats when I listen a lot. It really overheats. So I do need just to lay down and just chill so that my brain can calm down. You didn't see the last question. Oh, how many hours of study do you get? Okay. Yeah, because this video is covering it, so I didn't see it. Recently? Let me think. I need to actually do some math. I need a blank page. On average, let me think. If I stream like 3 hours a day in average, right? So maybe I start at 7, and then 10 usually. So that's 3 hours, right? And then maybe 1 to 4, maybe 1 to 3. I'll just say 1 to 3, so 2 hours. And then I have language class from 7 to 8. Sometimes I do 10 to 11 p.m. Outside of that, I'll start from 7 p.m. 7 p.m., which is 19 to 24. That's 5 hours. So I'll say about 9 hours. It's just okay, my opinion, I realized that when you're studying late at night, you're listening, attention is at the highest peak. So I would use this time to listen to hard content still. In the morning I do hard, but at night I do more medium. Yeah, I just realized at night I don't really burn out as hard because I don't know, why does the brain make us night owls? How do we just go through the night full of energy? I don't get that part. So maybe I'll say 6 to 9 hours right now, but when I worked, I had about maybe 3 hours, 4 hours of actual learning time, right? But now about 8 or 9. Yeah, that's the answer. I'll do that. That's a terrible angle.
I would do one. I don't know if I'll be able to do any while I'm traveling in Europe. I'm going to be in France on the wood business, and then in Germany at a language conference, and in Portugal, where I will be giving some lectures, if you want, together with the University of Minho Language Center, talking about language learning, what I say, in the age of the iPad. But I want to talk today about something that I think is very important in language learning, what I think is the key measure of how we're doing when we're learning a language, and the key goal that I always have in learning a language, and that is words. You know, if I'm looking for a Gordian knot measure of how well we know a language, I like the idea that it's the number of words we know. Now, this will usually get all the linguistics people saying, well, what do you mean by knowing a word? You know, and yes, there are degrees of knowing a word. You begin by having a bit of a sense of the meaning, and the more you see the word in different contexts, the better you know it. And you eventually get to know which words are similar and how it's different from other synonyms, and you get better at it. But to me, it's just enough to be able to make sense of a word when you see it in a context. That's enough. You now know the word. And the more words you know, the more you can read, the more you can make sense of things that you are reading and listening to. Even if your understanding of that word is a little imprecise, it doesn't really matter, because you're then able to kind of guess at the broader meaning of more and more content. And as you can expose yourself to more and more content, you learn more words, because the more words you know, the more you can infer the meaning of the other words. The more words you pick up incidentally, the more you learn about the culture of the language, hopefully, the more you are exposed to the different patterns of the language, so that really it's the more words you have, the more words you can learn, the more you can learn about the language. And so at LingQ, one of our major measuring sticks is how many words you know. Now, people get all excited about, well, I don't really know them, and I don't want to give myself credit for knowing them. And to my mind, none of that matters. It's just a measurement that
These numbers, it's just pretty much like the idea that this is how many words that you can look at the word and you can mostly guess the meaning of it. That's technically like the short version of it. That's how many words that you think when you look at it the next time in the future, you kind of understand the meaning, because you really never fully understand a word because you're going to eventually forget it and relearn it. So it's just like an idea to keep track of what you know at that time.
that shows that you are progressing in the language. And
1 to 4 means is how well do you tell yourself. For example, if I click, okay, let me load one. So pretty much just like giving you a demo. This is like the best part. So if it's blue, you have an option to make it known. Sorry, to make it into a yellow, which is you're currently learning. 1 to 4, the lower the number, it means this is more of a newer, and then you'll eventually get to more closer to known. So 1 is you just first time seeing it. 2nd is you are recognizing it more and more, and it gets the color gets lighter and lighter, and then eventually get 4. So in my video, I always said go to 1 to 2 and 3 and 2 and 3. Was it? Okay. I'm just trying to clarify. I don't remember most of the things I say. Yeah, my brain power is out of it right now. It's probably in my video somewhere. It's super useful. I think in the video I also mentioned using the number 2 and 3 helps you create neurons in your brain, makes the connection strong. I'm the one who understand. It's fine, no problem. Ask any time. I know you're not a LingQ user, so it's completely understandable. I can only try to do my best to explain it.
in my own case with Russian, I certainly haven't flashcarded all the words that I have saved at Link, but I now can read most of what I understand most of what's there. There aren't that many words that I don't know. So the number of words you know, that to me is the Gordian knot. And you can test it with a closed test, let's say with a very high pass-fail, so that you could test people to see how many words they know. Typically, if these words have been acquired, what I call honestly, through a lot of listening and reading, not crammed from some word list, then it implies that the person has put themselves through a process of a lot of input, reading and listening. And if you have been heavily oriented towards reading and listening, but you have been building up your vocabulary, when you have a chance to speak, you'll very quickly improve in your speaking. Obviously, if you have a chance to speak earlier, so much the better. But if for a long time, as is the case with my Russian, it's mostly input, I'm quite confident that as I have more opportunity to speak, I will improve my speaking, but I will have lots of words, and slowly I will convert these passive words into active words, because I'll be involved in speaking with someone and they're using words which I understand, and I'm looking for vocabulary which I know I have somewhere but I can't yet use. And so each of these engagements, so to speak, engagements with the enemy, language confrontations, challenges me, reminds me of what's missing, and helps me to go into my treasure trove of passive words and gradually convert them to active. So to me, the big thing, what I strive for, the milestones in my language learning, my number one task is to accumulate words. Yeah, some people say, well, it's always best to take the first 100 and the next 100. And certainly it is easier to deal with content that has fewer new words. And I will come across a word that I need only to get through a particular article, and I know I won't remember that word because I won't see it again for 6 months, and that's fine too. And when I see it again 6 months later, I'll look it up again, and it'll take a longer time to click in. But again, I think we can learn these words, again, largely through a lot of input and initially dealing with simpler content in order to increase the frequency of these more basic words that you have to learn. But there you have it. I just thought I'd mention that. I just think it comes up all the time. It's crucial to our program at Link. It's the #1 goal. If you do that, everything else will fall into place. You will get used to the grammatical structures. You will develop the ability to speak. Not to say that you needn't occasionally review the grammar. Of course you do. And that's not to say that you needn't go out and speak when you have an opportunity. Of course you should. But if you have the words, that gives you the strongest possible foundation in order to become better and more accurate in your use of the language, in other words, in the grammar, and also to become a more proficient speaker. So in learning languages, focus on words. That's at least my take on it. Thank you for listening.
Actually, can't believe I listened to that. Okay. Yeah, his old ones are super good. Oh, getting to a conversational level. I haven't heard that in a while. The layman's view. Relax and be open-minded. Good quote. The richer get richer for vocabulary acquisition. Whew. I need to listen to music. Shit. I can't listen to stuff that'll get me banned though, which is kind of annoying. I need music. Sometimes hearing someone's voice could be useful, but right now my brain's on fire. I'd still need to take my nap from the French in my listening session. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. I pretty much just listen to stuff. I would pretty much watch more entertaining, the stuff that I can't stream, right? Like the Japanese TV show about the food. I can't stream that, so I just watch it on my own. Yeah, mostly listening, and really at night it's either I'm talking to my partner, which is most of the time, and then like the remaining time is watching, listening. I pretty much installed the new mindset of, oh, I could be listening instead of sitting here and brain rotting, right? So I instantly just get on my listening. Said, okay, I am not wasting a single second of my life, and I'm just listening to everything possible. That's one way I force myself to start listening at night, because at night you're pretty much drained. But if you tell yourself, oh, you can either fall asleep or study more, I said, okay, I'm pretty much a study holic, language study holic. Not like the people back in the old days, person that studies 18 hours a day, doesn't sleep. Like those guys are hardcore. I really never noticed how much just when I had a job, it was a lot less, but because now I use that time to study, apply to jobs in the middle of the day. So I'm pretty much looking for jobs and I'm studying. It's all I can really do. I could exercise, but I do exercise 2 or 3 times a week. It's still a pretty big number, yeah. But we spread it out to the languages. It's not as much, but personally, it is a lot of time. Yeah, because technically, I don't have a life right now. So if you have a life, that's a lot better than me just studying all day. It's fine. I'm just an average Asian studying. They do pretty much hardcore. You ever heard like the Korean studying? They study from morning to midnight. Like those guys are the real crazy ones. But that explains why their suicide rates are pretty high, but that's not important. Yeah, studying is not everything, but the people that do make it personal and that make it everything, it's pretty bad for long term, I'm sure. It just happens to be what I can do at the moment without wasting time and not feel bad. It's actually pretty fun too. This is a hobby because people, guys, they would play video games for 8 hours a day and they wouldn't complain, and without a thought of I didn't waste a single moment in my life. Like, I pretty much just replaced the video game habit with this because this is like a video game, right? Because you're technically improving, you're enjoying it, right? It's the same thing. It's the addiction is shift towards somewhere else. Because I used to be a video gamer. I would play 8 hours a day, Call of Duty, right? The very toxic games back then. Oh, yeah. If I actually never hear like Steve Kaufman's talk, I probably would have been still playing video games and wasting my life. Especially wasting all my money. That's one thing for sure. Oh, I do need a break. I'm done with exams in 2 weeks. I'll be able to stay all day long during summer, but I don't think I have the discipline for. You don't have to do for 9 hours straight, but maybe spread it out, right? Like maybe 2 hours and go out, enjoy, eat lunch, hang out with friends, right? And then whatever remaining time, you'll just be at home. Yeah, a good mindset is whatever free time you have, just study language. Like that's all that matters. Don't waste a single moment. I'll have a 4-hour minimum rule. Minimum? Dang. That's actually more hardcore than me. Because I can go consistently for hours, but there'll be 1 or 2 days that I'm completely just not touching it at all. But technically the non-touching at all does make a difference. You do need to give your brain time to process every information, but depends. 4 hours is really insane too. We're both in the same boat. HSK test. All right. Yeah, for Mandarin, you definitely need to study hard. I don't know what it's like to take the HSK. I can't really say much about it. It just seems everyone is really big on it. It includes speaking. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure you have everything planned. I want to know what kind of questions they'll ask during HSK. Probably basic, right? How are you? Tell me about your day. What do you think about school education system? Maybe they might say something like that, right? That's a thing. I'm glad I can accompany you and keep you more motivated to not stop. I guess you can treat it away as like you're you against me, who stays longest. It's actually pretty nice to have like a rival. Just I won't give up until this guy takes a break first. That sort of talk. Is this a competition? No, not really. I did have like a mindset. I'll be beat. No. It's just more of the keeping you accountable for not stopping. Right. I'm just joking. I'm mostly streaming my usual. This is my usual routine, anyways. Nothing's different. It's just nice that people have goals too, because I never streamed before. I'm not used to having a camera on and talking to people while I'm studying. Technically, it's just you, because everyone else usually bails instantly. Because the moment I start doing listening comprehension, everyone leaves, which makes sense because it's not interesting unless it's the language they're learning, and then they'll start staying for it. I had like this thought that I want to be as good as Kazuma's language, as in I treat myself. I would treat myself like the villain, and I would try to surpass Kazuma language, and then meet him in real life one day, or on Omegle, and just talk to him, and to say, "Oh, I've been following you my entire 20s, and I'm here to compete against you in languages. You might be you are famous, but I still want you need to know that there's people out here that want to be like you, and some will take it to the extreme. Maybe that's just in that mindset. What languages? Kazu languages. Kazu language is a YouTuber. You look at Kazuma language, he pretty much speaks 15 languages, and he's on Omegle. He's pretty famous. He's a famous Japanese polyglot. He's very entertaining. I watched every single existing video he had. It's just very encouraging that he speaks all these languages. Kazuma language. Kazu language, yeah. I really made a video on him. Yeah, he made a video on him, and then Kazu actually responded to it. He said, "I don't speak perfectly these languages, but I just try my best and enjoy it." Yeah, I watched it. I remember I think Kazu did make a language about it. Kazu's nice enough to. He's here somewhere. Yeah. I humbly accept everyone's opinion as I am far from being truly fluent. However, I would like to clarify the word mastery acquisition and the title description of a book were not chosen by me. These are decisions made by the publisher. And while I did discuss the matters with them, changing it proved to be difficult due to marketing strategy. I have long been concerned about this title might be misleading. That's why in my video I often emphasize I have not mastered language and I'm still learning. I did not consider myself to master. I just want to share the joy of foreign languages. The end. He's like the only person that actually responds to Evil Dia and not. Actually, he's like the only one that responds to him, like in the comments. After you pin your comments so others can see that this was a publisher's choice, not yours. I think the best move might be to talk to your publisher to say, this isn't a good look for me because I've based on your book's claim. Not many have, yeah. I don't know. It's kind of nice. I still think that it's nice that he says, I simply want to spread the joy of foreign languages and connect with people around. Like, this is like the important one, right? Sharing your joy and then talking to people around the world. Like you can have like he was he's like the only nicest guy. The Japanese are always super nice, very polite. You can't hate on this guy. He actually put the effort into languages and taught to people. He is he is pretty genuine. The other language learners, I have no idea. I don't really pay attention to them. Honestly, as long as you can communicate with the people and they're happy about it, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, I enjoy Kazu's language. He's very inspiring. He's my inspiration. He actually was one of the reasons I did the multiple language approach, so that I can surpass him one day. Which is gonna be impossible. His method is definitely very specific, like even more specific than mine. I wish I had his method of how to speak, but he did mention not in competition with everyone, just in not really competition. It's more of I need someone to keep me accountable, because technically in my video I said that it's good to have something to chase in life, or else it gets very boring. So if I don't chase anything, then I just pretty much there's no meaning to life, in my opinion. That's just me, because I always chase something, like chase a goal, chase something. But the languages, it's always been this. I always been passionate, especially Mandarin. Mandarin just spread out to other languages, and then I made Kosovo language when I did the 8 language, and then I just told myself, I'll learn like all these languages, just a little bit, and then I realized I don't know how he maintains them, because my brain cannot maintain or even comprehend the fact that I had to learn a lot. So he has to be on Omegle like 10 hours a day, and he has to study. Oh heck no! But I'm sure he's making a lot of money from YouTube. I'm sure, and his sponsors and his books, especially his books. Yeah, he's selling his Japanese books. Actually, can I even purchase his book? Kazu language book. I mean, also the same, but you also need to learn to appreciate what you already learned. Otherwise, you'll. Yeah, I always appreciate what I have now, because if I don't appreciate it, then it's kind of pointless. eBay. $10 off. Tempting. Seriously? Wait. I'm actually very tempted. Good read. Does he have like a free online? Dang. I don't think I could buy his book. Let's see. Kazu language. Can I purchase it? Holy moly, that's expensive. Oh. Magazine. Whoa. Doesn't he have like a normal book? Is that it? Really? How I mastered 12 languages. Kazu languages. How I mastered 12 languages. PDF. Huh? That glitch. I don't think I can even read it to begin with. That's weird. I guess I can't read everything for free. I don't know. This eBay one is starting to be very tempting. The most difficult Arabic in just 5 years. Yeah, at least he's on it. Arabic is the hardest. In my opinion, Arabic is probably the hardest of them all. Even Cantonese can't go against Arabic. The amount of content available. Learn as you play. He avoids traditional text heavy. He learns by very small letters. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm gonna have to be on break real quick. About to send something on Discord. Alright, I'll make sure to check it. I'll just be right back. Hey Zaya, I saw your stats. Good job on your 140 links today. Let's see. Wow. Hello. I sort of have a panic when I realized that you guys were talking about how many links to get, and everybody went silent when they saw my stats. Wait. Oh, you're here when I was looking at your stats? Oh. How many links to get, and everyone went silent when they saw my stats. That was my first clue. Well, technically, there's not really anyone in here, so it's fine. It's gonna be silent anyways. I was focused on me stories, so I would do a lot of repetition. I learned the amount of words, if not more, just hunting links, but it's also cross vocab, I'm afraid. I'll go back to me story eventually, but I'm curious to see what you think of this chart I made based on the video I saw about language lingos and stuff. I mean, way long ago when I had 0 links, you're like, that's sus, just known words. You? I have no idea. I don't remember, but if you're making links, that's good progress. My opinion. It seems more realistic to make links. Yeah, the only people who makes all known words are either native speakers or people who can only afford the free version and they don't want to spend money on the premium. That's about it. You're pretty much stuck on that if you're forced to. If you're a free member, you have to pretty much do all known, right? You ever thought just going? Well, I just okay. If I were to do Russian, what I did before to get the 14,000, it took me a while. It took me 4 months. I think my Russian took a while. My opinion, Russian is pretty annoying. I think I have no chance. I can't do my method for speaking for Russian. It's too difficult. So I guess that's a new obstacle for me is figure out how to actually figure out the grammar system naturally. What's my time frame for known words? It was pretty messy for known words. I started last year in February. Oh, I did really. Dang, this is monthly? Wait, I don't know. Okay, I don't believe that. Last 6 months? Oh, this might do about 90 words a day, something like that. Yeah, back then I did about I try to shoot for 70 known words a day because I think the amount of Russian links I had makes up for it. It makes sense. Like I had 30,000 links created. That's a lot. And then I got like a 50% conversion rates somewhat because there's so many repetitive versions of the same word. So it's pretty much it's possible just to make it known. I don't know. I don't think you should keep the maze. My opinion, you probably should just go on YouTube, get the ask questions in Discord. You don't have to click on the video. Oh, well. Ask questions? Monday best, Tuesday good enough, Wednesday better. Is this like you keep trying for the last week or something? Good enough is Duolingo link. Oh, it hurts Duolingo. Oh, the time you could be doing anything else on Duolingo. 30 minutes? I can barely read it. Okay, that's 30 minutes, 10 minutes. Trust me, get off of Duolingo. Oh, okay. At least you're using Language Reactor for 20 minutes. That's pretty good. The listening comprehension is gonna be slow though, because you have no words to really listen with. You know, why did the list whoops how's your link sound? I guess I put it wrong. Notes to go for the day. Why is it so blurry? I have no idea. It's H. No, it's pretty. It's pretty. Wait, this is. What is this? Oh, we have mindful fluency. Okay, okay.
This video is the only one that you need in order to get yourself back on track to not only master your language, but also master the consistency that you do need in order to do so.
I'll watch that. Oh God! Wow, you took a lot of notes. Current approach: rather than committing to specific word count goals right now, I want to focus spend as much daily time with the language as possible. So you pretty much you're sacrificing your time for efficiency. The 4 questions: are there any language causing me the most frustration now? Russia is frustrating. Oh, these are you answering your own questions. Okay. Let me put you in the comments. Yeah. Does she speak Russian? If she does, then I guess because I don't speak Russian, I can't really say anything. I can only tell you about Mandarin. Oh, she speaks Russian. Okay. Mindful fluency. Does she speak Russian? Mindful fluency, Russian. C2? Really? 6 months. Oh, B1 in 3 months. So I guess she's B1 now. Slimmer said.
Well, I like borscht, and I want to eat it with. Hey, I heard you're.
Oh God, sorry. I'm like so I'm out of topic.
Hey, I heard you're learning Russian. Why'd you choose Russian? Well, I like borscht, and I want to eat it with bears. You mean like grizzly bears that could kill and eat you? No, I mean hairy men. That's great.
What
Can you say
the
something
heck?
in Russian for me? Oh, I don't know. I'm not that good yet. Oh, come on. Just one simple sentence.
Deviate.
Well, okay, I guess.
Not to be.
Русский войни корабль.
What the heck?
Иди нахуй. Wait, why'd you turn around?
Я президент Российской Федерации, блядь.
Oh, Vladdy Daddy! Wait, you're a war criminal! Get out of my house! Я тебя ненавижу!
Okay. Anyways. Are they languages causing me the most frustration right now? Russian is frustrating because I don't have enough list comprehension yet. Russian feels easier. Oh, we know German's a lot easier. Don't read all that boring stuff. I'm just reading it. What specific skills do I need to improve? Both listening and listening, reading and listening. Which language am I more interested in? Russian. Okay. Oh, so these are the questions from her videos, right? Do I have any time-sensitive goals? I'm currently averaging about 800 words per month on LingQ, which is about 20, 23, something like that. I have 286 words so far this month. I have about 85 days left in the 90-day challenge and hardcore 90-day. I want to see myself in a year watching Netflix in Russian with Russian subtitles and understand. Whoa, holy crap! That's actually really hard for me. Comfortable picking up language. Even Steve Cobbin, he did like an hour. Okay, Steve Cobbin's approach is so weird because he barely listened to the transcript. Listened to the audio with transcript. He did most of it through doing chores throughout the day, so he had no. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't know about Steve Cobbin's method. It works for him, but holy, it's super slow. Exactly, but the way he did it, right? He just listened a lot. He listened to stuff when he was doing other stuff. Technically he could speed it up if he sat down and used a transcript for an hour, but he doesn't have the time for that. That makes sense. But he could made it faster, maybe like 3 years, maybe if he pretty much had a transcript while he's listening. Comfortable picking up a language through listening quickly, looking at words instead of only relying on reading. Proud, excited, prepared, ready. Why am I doing this? I'm learning languages to expand my sense of the world and become a better person. Why not German? I want to learn German since I was a kid. It sounds like something cool to be able to do. Why Russian? I also want to speak Russian since I was a kid. Language sounds cool to me, especially from hearing it in video games and seeing Russian military units represented. Is that the reason you play War of Tanks? 3 years, but how many hours a day? It could be the same 1 hour a day. You just have to hyper focus on listening with the transcript, because Steve Kaufman, he did without the transcript most of the time. So he pretty much just says he listens when he's doing chores. So he just had the earbuds. He just does his chores. So that's the thing. It's because his brain doesn't have the confirmation of words when he's hearing it, so he can't speed up the process. So he could do it faster the same amount of time, but he just had to have a transcript when he's listening. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much passive listening, and passive listening is extremely too slow. But the only thing he got from it is that he can hear every single sound, because passive listening is meant for adapting to speed and able to hear every sound. But comprehension is a whole different story. Comprehension, you need to sit down with the transcript, and that's how you speed up the process. Russian goals: 5,000 words on Link. I gotta be honest with you. Can I be honest with you? 5,000 ain't gonna get you anywhere. It is not gonna get you anywhere. Russian's like Korean. You need to have a really high word count. German goals get to 3,500. I don't know how much 3,500 in German gets you. C2.
This video is the only one that you need in order to get yourself back on track to not only master your language, but also master the consistency that you do need in order.
Okay, I need to adjust the volume as well. Yeah, it's too far away, but you could speed it. Okay, if you want, I can give you what I recommend if you really care what I think for Russian. Because honestly, it's not that hard to get to like 14,000. I got to 14,000. Okay, my recommendation is I challenge you for Russian. If you care about this language so much, I dare you to get 300 links a day. It's actually not that hard to get 300 links a day on Russian. Because there's too many variations of a single word. So 7 days ago, 100 links created. Okay, yeah. If you really want to push yourself to level 300, but if you want to start, do 100. But for something like Russian, you definitely need at least 100, maybe max 1,000. But it's pretty doable, honestly. Just go to Easy Russian and import everything from there if you really want. Or you could do like what I recommend: Russian, comprehensible inputs, conversation. Sure. Yeah, so focus on link as a stat. I never thought about that. I always focused on coins or known words. Okay, known words are important for sure, but Russian, you need the links to start with. This language is hard. Because if you're doing Spanish, for example, you can go straight to known words, like 100 known words a day if you wanted to. But Russian, you should pretty much shoot for maybe like for every 100 links, maybe you can go for like 20 known words, right? So just pretty much, you need to know how many words do you get known for every 100 links. I think my average, well, apparently my ratio is, you need to pretty much look at your ratio here. So mine is, I need a calculator. The known words divided by links. So I have a 47% conversion rate. Okay, in the beginning it was like 10%, but then the more links you know, you're just going to convert, your conversion rate's going to get higher. Oh god, it's Korean. Yeah, you're gonna see these words all the time. Been a while, actually. Yeah, Russian sounds actually pretty cool. I don't know, my Russian link is kind of broken. The link is kind of weird right now. There's problems with it. It's broken, yeah. When I did Japanese and Korean, there's no problem with it, but it happens only in the languages you have the most links or known words. Oh my god, it's so weird. Okay. It's so glitched. Yeah, it's pretty broken right now. I don't know what's wrong with it. You just have to assume whatever your problem is. When you cross a word that's been blocked, type it breaks the page. It's hard. Yeah, at the moment, it's pretty bad. The only way to fix it is to keep resaying it and do it over again. Yeah, you're gonna need a lot of links. You can always just say you can make your first goal is to surpass me if you really want, like surpass me in links. If you get to this number, then you can I say the phrase, get to this number and we'll talk. It's not to be offensive, it's just I'm quoting it from a series from somewhere. Reach here and we'll talk. It sounds cool when people say it though. Holy crap, it's actually super bad. Plus minus harmony. Thank God there's a lot of English similar words, homophones. I'm not sure if I said the right word. You can pretty much guess where you're clicking on though. Yeah, it's super bad. Yeah, like if I link here, all of a sudden this word, like 10 words away beforehand gets linked. It looks like it, but it's not. It's such a weird glitch. Oh, you will hate learning Vietnamese then. Back then, it's super bad. But it does eventually gets converted. See. Oh, okay. So I got 40% conversion so far. Yeah, just pretty much at least 100. Okay, at least 100 words links a day. 300 if you want to be you want to push yourself to the limit. German's a lot easier. Maybe just 100 German because it's closer to English. You don't have no problem with it. Yeah, once you get, just try to shoot your links maybe 100, 300 a day, and then just don't go beyond 300 or else you start self-sabotaging and feel bad that you're not making progress. That's the big thing. You don't want to push yourself too hard because you'll eventually break. Even for me, I broke.
Consistency that you do need in order to do so via creating a complete routine like this one right here that I will show you how we do throughout this video. So
my friend called me a foe, but thanks for advice. 100 links a day, 300 a day on my best day. Sure. Yeah, you can shoot for 200 if you really want. Okay. If your links are within the thousands, for example, if you do 100 a day for 365, 36,000, right? Okay, for Russian, you need a lot more links. So you can pretty much go for like 144 to make make yourself feel better, because 144 times 7 is 1,000. So 1,000 links a week, and then 52 weeks, 52,000. Maybe like 150. You can try 150. Because I think last I saw you're at 144 already. At least your listing is up there. That's good. I'm not sure what kind of content you're listening to, but you're listening to me stories. Honestly, I recommend you just abandon the me stories for now. I probably just go comprehension. It's all sleeping stuff. Sleeping stuff? Oh, okay. Probably like these these AI created thumbnails. I think you probably should start with those, and then just speed it up. I think that's what I did. Maybe.
Привет, я Иван. На улице холодно. Я хочу...
Yeah, if you want to increase your progress, maybe just increase it to like one. I don't know. The higher, the better.
Горячий чай. Горячий чай. Да. чай и печенье.
I guess it's bread half. Sure. It's okay. Your listening is always technically still progress, but it's probably passive in your case because your vocab is a little way too low. Russian listening comprehension beginners. I just clicked on something random. I think ideally you want to find something that involves two people, so I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find what I used to listen to. Oh, I think I have a playlist. I have a playlist of language learning, like all the languages. Not Russian, Dutch, German, Romanian, Russian, Slovak, German, Romanian, Russian. There he is. I guess Lingual Talk Russian, Lingual Talks.
Привет, Саша, как твои дела?
It's all pretty much
Привет,
conversation between two bots, but it's pretty much the closest you can get to conversation at the lowest level possible. I think.
Андрей, ты тоже заметил, что порции здесь очень... Андрей, ты тоже
There you go. Yeah, Lingo Talks. I think they actually do pre-talk to you
заметил,
fast.
Андрей, ты тоже заметил, что порции здесь очень маленькие?
Oh, this is A2 to B1, but they do have A1 still, I believe.
Да, Катя, я это заметил. Я ожидал больше еды. Да, Катя, я это заметил. Я ожидал больше еды.
Я думала, что суп будет больше. Смотри.
Yeah, like, Russian's hard. I don't know if people. I don't know how Kazu language did it, but holy crap, it's super weird. But technically, it's that I'm not used to it. I don't listen to Russian enough. My Russian is very terrible. It's not enough. 56, 57. I say for Russian, you need 1,000, like 1,000 hours, maybe. Besides, a different script, right? Different script is one obstacle. Definitely have to consider. German though, German you have an easier. German is a lot better than Russian. A lot better, probably. Well, you have easy German. That's one thing. I love German too. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Catalan, Turkish. Where is German? I guess easy German's like pretty hard. Easy German is pretty much intermediate beginner. It's the middle between easy and beginner.
Janusz, wie lange spielst du schon Gitarre?
Oh,
Jahrzehnte.
1.8.
Mal schauen,
Nope.
dass hier in Berlin noch andere Janusz, wie lange spielst du schon Gitarre? Jahrzehnte. Mal schauen.
Yeah, I recommend still going for 100 links on Link with German. German's a lot easier, honestly, for 100 to have 100 links. Russian, you're gonna get 100 links extremely fast, like very fast. That's it. All right, man, go back to work. I need to take my quick nap real quick. So I need to just everyone rest a bit or just come back in 15 minutes. I'll be back. My brain's on fire, man. I still haven't took my nap from my listening session this morning. I need it so bad, man. Oh, you've been waiting. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm still waking up. I need a second. I pretty much got off my phone. I've been waiting. Yeah. Seriously? Very passionate. I've been playing Rainbow Six Siege. What do you mean, brother? I used to play Rainbow Six Siege too. That game was fun. I used to main Montaigne. I probably my links there. I'm importing specific content and just gain the links there. Exactly. Get off of those mini stores. Honestly, you should really be there for like the first day and then give up from the mini stores. I mean. Whew. Onaka ga suite. Onaka suite. Ohiro gohan no tabetai desu. Onaka suite. Onaka suite. I'm afraid that like I pick up the comments saying words, but the biggest words are like 24. But I don't know how to say it. Are you the only one in this stream? Oh, there's actually still people in here? Okay. Let's see. I could continue doing my boring listening sessions, but yes, I'm here. Hi, Neo. Commonly said words, but the biggest words are like 25% English words. I guess that's good. It's still progress. Let's see. Romance language. Lexicon chart. Ironically, there's only one chart that shows Russian in here. Ironically, it's Reddit. Russian and English. There's 25. Yeah, see, 25% of English is in Russian. So you did get the exact number of words correctly. 25%. As long as you think it's still valid, I'll continue. I hate feeling like I'm just learning English words and no Russian words. It's English words in Russian Russian alphabet, right? It is 25%. So you got the exact numbers correctly. You have to add everything. Not everything, but the general words. Oh, okay, my brain's reset. I'll chill with you later, French. Alright, I'm gonna go. I need to go multiple rounds of hard languages. This is not gonna be that entertaining from here on. Did the nap help? Oh yeah. Now because the nap helped. Now you guys are going to go back to hearing me listen, and that's usually the most boring part. So.
搞不了那么多，因为有2个孩子。
Okay, maybe not that speed, but.
香味，好香味。
邊個香字先？
係香口香，亦都係香味嘅香。
兩人煲係 OK。
I'll be on stage with my buddy or doing my own stuff. Yeah. Or you could be studying and then sieging at night. I just can't. Either way, you can do either one. Okay. Back to the drawing board. The most boring part, listening. Ever had Indian food? Add dosa. Dosa is pretty good. I like dosa and lassi. It's like Indian mango lassi. This stuff is legendary. Mango lassi for sure. Indian dosa for sure. There's another one. Dosa. It's so good. My God. These are the only Indian food I ever tried.
哇，好學術性呢啲問題，難唔難㗎？
It's going to take 8 minutes. 1.1. Okay, 5 minutes times 1.1. 5 minutes and a half. Okay.
我覺得幾難嘅。
即係套廣東話詞喎。
係啊，廣東話詞太難啦，因為廣東話詞太難啦，因為我覺得廣東話詞咧本身佢太過優。
Which kind, bro? I'm literally trying that tonight. What if I send you the links? Yep, send it. I'll choose for you. Unless I love that people come here distract me from my listening comprehension training, because technically the listening is the real training and the words are just an illusion, sort of.
我覺得廣東話詞咧本身佢太過優美啦，
係
都有好多嘅變化喺度啦。咁佢嘅組合亦都係好有限制嘅啊。咁佢嘅組合亦都係好有限制嘅，即係嗰啲廣東詞嘅。咁又要smooth 得嚟，又要靚啲歌詞咧，其實係好難。而 J-pop 咧，我自己覺得啦，佢係比較直白啲嘅，咁我就覺得好難去融合呢兩樣嘢咯。但係做
How come I never get a notification? Check. Is there a way for me to get notifications? Invite servers, notification setting, all messages. I have no idea. I always get them really late. Do you like meat or do you like veggies? I pretty much did the meat, but meat, yeah. Oh, you're doing curry thing. Is there dosa in here? The only thing I try is dosa, so I can't really say much. Cheese dosa, egg dosa, ghee masala dosa, potato filling, powder. Honestly, I forgot dosa is vegan mostly. I do recommend probably the ghee masala dosa, buttery ripe crepe with potato filling, hence with rich aroma ghee. It's just pretty much potatoes, but when you take a bite of it, it literally tastes like meat. It's ironic, but you could probably get mango lassi. So mango lassi, this thing hits hard. I don't know about the spice level because this is my first time hearing about spices. They're all spicy in my opinion. Yeah, it's the only thing I recommend to you so far is apparently vegan potato. It's potato. I never heard of any meat in dosa. If they do, they're probably just going against their culture.
做到嘅話就會好型。
If you the moment you try dosa, sorry, mango lassi, it's gonna take you to a different world. It's a whole different level of good for drinks. I first drank it. I was forced to drink it. I was like, wait a second, this tastes way too good to be true.
但係做到嘅
It's like a mango smoothie on steroids.
話就會好型咯。
你就係嗰種對住一個人講啊，我好掛住你啊，我好需
No, I thought it was only this one. I thought it was just a smoothie. There's no spice, but I didn't know there's a spice option. I just did normal because I didn't know that was an option.
我好需要你啊，我好愛你啊。
係日本就好直接。
你試下用一個好平時你睇日本動漫嘅，你試下用一個好平時你睇日本動漫嘅語氣，但係用中文咁對住鏡頭講一次。但係用中文咁對住鏡頭講一次。
好難㗎，好
挑戰你
㗎，我真係好掛住你。
All right, see you later, Zaya. Take care now.
咁樣，我唔得，我唔得。
I'm probably gonna go get some food. It's already lunchtime for me. Where is the food? Okay, be right back, sign. All right. Let's see. Whew. I can't even watch anything fun. What can I watch? I memorize 10,000 words every year. My exact methods. Oh my God, here. Whew.
皆さんこんにちは。今回は前回の動画でもお話ししていた通り、韓国語の勉強についてお話ししていこうと思います。韓国語はまだまだ十分ではないんですけど、ありがたいことに韓国語の勉強教えてくださいって言ってくださる方が多いので、ワーホリ前に私がどんな勉強をしていたのか、初級中級の方向けにお話ししていこうかなと思います。まず私は学校には通ったりせずに、独学で勉強したり、韓国人の友達と楽しくお話しして、自分のペースで勉強してました。勉強法については大きく分けて、3つのアプローチで取り組んでたので、それを詳しく説明していこうと思ってます。
Just want to be a polyglot. I want to be a hyper polyglot. So I looked up how many languages a person has to speak to be a hyper polyglot. Luckily, this handsome fellow from Pakistan, Usman Chauhan, in addition to having a name that rhymes, is also the president of the International Association of Hyper Polyglots. And to get into this exclusive club, you have to send them video evidence that you can speak 6 languages fluently. So my new goal is to use this video to get Joe Linguistico into the International Association of Hyper Polyglots. So what languages am I going to pretend to speak for my audition video? They need to be easy to pronounce and not very widely spoken so that less people will be able to call me out for being a fraud. I just need to sound competent enough that people who don't know the language will assume that I'm fluent. So my first language will be Italian. It's got easy pronunciation, and I don't think most Italians speak American, so no one can publicly call me out on my BS. My second language will be Swedish. I used to have a Viking beard, so it should come naturally to me. The Swedes won't have time to roast me in the comments because they'll be too busy arguing with the Danes and Norwegians. My third language will be Bulgarian. Out of the Slavic languages, Bulgarian is probably the easiest to pronounce, and it doesn't have annoying cases like all the other ones. Language number 4 will be Swahili because even though the grammar is complex, it should be easy to pronounce. Also, I'll get bonus points for being a clueless white man shocking locals. Speaking of shocking locals, my 5th language will be Chinese because this wouldn't be a polyglot YouTube video without Chinese. I'll absolutely butcher the tones, but who cares? And in case all of that goes poorly, I'll save the show with my 6th language, which will be Latin. So now it's time to begin practicing these languages to prepare for my audition. And by practicing, I mean typing some sentences into Google Translate. And then we'll put them on this magic SpongeBob looking ass thing called a teleprompter. And if anyone accuses me of reading a teleprompter because they see my eyes moving, I'll accuse them of making fun of my very real eye problem, which would not be cool. Now it's time to finally demonstrate my skills. Ciao a tutti e benvenuti, mi chiamo Joe Linguistico e oggi parlerò fluentemente 6 lingue. Jag gillar att lära mig många olika språk. Det är min favorithobby. Jag gillar köttbullar. Говорю и bulgarski. Bulgarski är najkrasivijat slavianski język. Много sim umen. Pia nilijifunza Kiswahili kwa sababu shangazi yangu anatoka Kenya na kupenda kaka. 我是世界上最优秀的非中文母语人士。每个人都嫉妒我。Novissima lingua didici latinum est, hoc didici loqui omnibus mortui. What do you think? Remember, I never even practiced that, and I was reading a teleprompter. On top of that, those were very simple and awkwardly pronounced sentences, but I think that went amazingly. 1 day later. So the following day, I emailed the International Association of Hyperpolyglots and I attached my audition video along with the following message. Hello, I am a hyperpolyglot GigaChat alpha male. Please ignore my eyes. I am not reading a teleprompter in this video. I pinky promise. Fingers crossed behind my back. Thank you, Joe Linguistico. And to my surprise, I received a response in 6 minutes. Bro, you're the GigaChat of languages. How could a group of betas like the International Association of Hyperpolyglots deserve someone as alpha as you? I swear I didn't tell them to say that. But you know what that means, right? They recognized me. My perfect disguise of Joe Linguistico didn't work. So instead of being a loser, I decided to accept that my cover was blown and I just went for it. Does that mean I'm in the club? And they hit me with the classic not yet and told me they'll reach out to me to assess my eligibility. But notice how they still referred to me as Joe in the email. That means Joe Linguistico still has a chance. But was my video not enough? Was the evidence of my talents not overwhelming? Maybe they needed some testimonials from natives for each of the languages. So I sent them this. In case you think I am capping, here are some people who can vouch for me. And I attached the following video.
I'm an Italian, and Joe speaks perfect Italian.
As someone from Denmark, I think that Joe has amazing Swedish.
I am a Bulgarian, and I can confidently say that Joe speaks fluent Bulgarian.
Now, I've taken a few lessons on Swahili's Duolingo course, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt, this man is speaking perfect Swahili.
I'm Chinese, and I can say confidently that Joe speaks fluent Chinese.
But unfortunately, at the time of me filming this, it's been 14 hours since I sent my testimonials and still no response, which hurts me considering they responded in 6 minutes the first time. But I think I know why they're not replying. I bet they thought that my Chinese was too dog water or bad to enter the club. I probably butchered every tone. So I started brainstorming. How can I make my Chinese sound good enough to impress Usman Chohan in order to join the club? Maybe if I speed up my Chinese, it will sound good because they won't have sufficient time to analyze the tones. No, that just sounds like Animal Crossing. But then I had the best idea that anyone has ever had since the Soviets decided to send the first man, Yuri Gagarin, into outer space. Since Chinese is a tonal language and I used the wrong tones, I could theoretically auto-tune my Chinese so that each tone sounds perfect. I could be the Yuri Gagarin of auto-tune Chinese. So I sent the clip of me to the best audio engineer I know, and here are the results after he added auto-tune. Wow, that was beautiful! But before I sent it to the elite hyperpolyglot club, I sent it over to a native Chinese speaker to check my work.
This sounds very bad. I can't even understand it.
I fell into a deep, dark, and lonely depression. My dreams of getting known fraudster Joe Linguistico into the secret hyperpolyglot club were shattered. But then I realized, I'm not Joe Linguistico, I'm Language Simp. I have almost 10 million subscribers on YouTube. I'll make my own club of hyperpolyglots. But I can't for the life of me think of a name for the club, so if you have an idea for a name, please let me know in the comments. Also, leave a comment in 4 different languages to apply to become a founding member. So in conclusion, I was not able to impress the prestigious Hyperpolyglot Association. But in general, it is easy to fake being a polyglot on the internet. Just memorize a few phrases, exaggerate an accent, and make a bunch of cuts in the video if you need to. However, why gatekeep the hobby? Let's just have fun with languages, and if someone wants to call themselves a polyglot, let's not take it too seriously. And to be honest, most of the polyglots on YouTube that people roast for not being fluent in every language they study don't even claim to be fluent in them in the first place. So yeah, I can't believe I'm almost at 1 million subs. Thank you. Spasibo balshoye. Arrivederci.
I can't imagine how hard it would be to actually get into the Hyperpolyglot Association. That's actually a really good goal I had first, but I thought, okay, 6, it has to be to a good level. That's a whole different story. Unlisted, man. Whew. Esperanto.
Saluton, kai bonvenon al mia kanalo. Mia nomo estas lingvo simple, kai mi estas el Usono. Hodiaŭ ni enprofundiĝos en Esperanto, otherwise formerly known as Ronto, Cringian, Europeanese, fake discount Mexican, or communist cult language. This is the 14th episode of Language Review, a series where I go through the languages of the world and review them, sort of like a film critic or a video game reviewer, but for languages. I'll discuss the language in detail, and then at the end of the video, I'll give it an official Language Simp certified rating on the Simp scale. If you enjoy this video, let me know which language you would like me to review next in the comments, and without further ado, Doek. I want to learn Esperanto so bad. I heard it'll help me get a job, and Esperantists are so hot. Esperanto is spoken mainly on Esperanto Island, which is a massive piece of land located just off the coast of Antarctica. There they have beautiful beaches and mountains, exquisite food, green penguins, and a ton of culture to experience. Wait, where are the NPCs? I don't see any people. There are no people. This might shock you, but Esperanto is not real. Esperanto Island is just a tiny rock in the Antarctic Circle. Believe it or not, there's actually no Esperanto-speaking country, and that's because Esperanto is a constructed language, or conlang for short, meaning it didn't naturally develop over the course of human history in a specific place like real languages such as Inuktitut. Instead, it was invented by an ambitious Polish eye doctor in the late 19th century. Ugh, don't you hate when you're at the eye doctor and your optometrist starts freaking making conlangs instead of fixing your crooked eyes? Anyway, this guy, L.L. Zamenhof, invented Esperanto in 1887 with the goal of creating the international language to facilitate communication with people of all nationalities and create world peace. And it worked! In June 2025, everyone speaks Esperanto. The language successfully bridged all the gaps between cultures, we no longer have wars, and there is peace on earth both domestically and abroad. Crap, it didn't work, did it? There actually was one utopian country named the Republic of Rose Island, which used Esperanto as its official language. But it was just a platform floating off the coast of Italy with a handful of NPCs living there. And tragically, it only lasted less than 2 months before the Italian Navy violated its sovereignty by invading it. And then they bombed it twice, even though the president's dog was still there. What the heck, Italy? So the truth is that in 2025, not a whole lot of NPCs speak Esperanto, and people estimate that there are anywhere between 30,000 and 2 million speakers of the language worldwide. Wait a second, how the heck is the estimated range that big? Probably because most Esperanto speakers are Reddit mods, Discord mods, or Duolingo forum grinders who hide in their basements. However, Esperantists surprisingly leave their dungeons rather frequently. Ever since 1905, they have their yearly World Esperanto Congress, which is like an anime convention for people who are weebs for Europe instead of Japan. And there's a rumor that a lot of, premarital goes on at these things in groups. But to be fair, Esperantists are the most attractive nationality, so can you really blame them? Truthfully, Esperantism is kinda a cult. Its adherents are very obsessive, communal, communist, and they smile a little too much for my liking. And they have vast communist networks of couch surfing, where if you're an Esperantist, you can go squat at another Esperantist's house and destroy their toilet for free anywhere in the world at any time. There are also approximately 1,000 victims, native Esperanto speakers whose parents indoctrinated them and spoke to them exclusively in the language from the moment of conception. Imagine one day realizing that the language you think in isn't even real. The most notable native Esperantist is George Soros, one of the biggest donors to the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2016. Make of that what you will. But as much as I make fun of it, Esperanto is spoken by a strong community of passionate language learners, many of whom I've met personally and really like. They are good people with good intentions who have done awesome things for the language learning community as a whole, and I can't help but respect them for it, regardless of how misguided I find the whole Esperanto movement. But with barely any NPCs speaking it spread out thinly all around the world, learning Esperanto will unlock you literally no DLC. It is a certified waste of time. Now let's talk about the various dialects of the Esperanto language. That was all of them. There are none because there are 0 countries where this language is spoken. I don't know about you, but when I learn a language, I really look forward to visiting a country so I can shock locals. So if you're an alpha who's learning a real language, you should check out Saily, who I'd like to thank for sponsoring this video. Saily is a new eSIM service app that offers you several affordable eSIM plans and over
This guy has never spoken Mandarin before in his life. We're going to use shadowing to practice the 7 power verbs to get him started on his Mandarin speaking journey. We're going to focus on the 7 most important verbs that I recommend you learn as a beginner to get started in phrases that are useful. Shadowing is one of the fastest ways that you can build up your pronunciation accuracy and speaking skills and confidence. You listen and repeat as closely as possible the sounds that you're hearing. Trying not to overthink about the tones, you just want to try and replicate the sounds that you're hearing, which will help you to build the ability to reproduce those sounds more accurately, naturally, and confidently. Obviously with consistent practice over time. And that's exactly what we're going to start doing today. So if you're watching, shadow along. So the first power verb we're going to look at is 想, which means want or would like. So let's try and say the verb together. 想,
想,
想.
想.
So 想is a third tone. You want to hit the bottom of your throat where it gets a little bit gravelly, then bounce back up. 想,
想,
想.
想.
很好. Okay, the first sentence we're going to try is I want to sleep. 我想,
我想,
我想
我想
睡觉。
睡觉，
我想
我想
睡觉。
睡觉。
Okay, so here I've broken the sentence 我想睡觉 into 2 chunks to make it more natural sounding, but also easier to break down and copy those tones accurately. We have 我想睡觉 I want to sleep. Next sentence we're going to try. I want to eat something.
Negli ultimi 50 giorni ho imparato italiano per parlare con lei e con te. This is Mavi. She's the cutest person I've ever met. We've been dating for almost 4 years, and quite recently, we even moved in together. Yet, I never learned her native language of Italian. A fact that didn't only make it hard for me to connect with her Italian family, but which deep down also gave me the feeling that we don't yet fully know each other. So with her birthday coming up in 50 days, I thought this would be the perfect opportunity to finally learn Italian while making sure she doesn't find out about any of this, then be able to surprise her. Now, the very first step was to begin by finding the perfect strategy for learning Italian. Because not only was I very busy and only had 2 hours per day to study, but also, even though Mavi is a very humble person, she, for some reason, loves receiving gifts so much that she started to expect a lot for her birthday, which means...
Oh, you're here, Cody? What's up, Cody?
means I actually have to be pretty good in Italian if I don't want to disappoint her. So I listened to TED Talk after TED Talk, watched videos of people that attempted something similar, and read countless of articles. And after a while, I finally found a 3-step strategy by an author called Scott Young that seemed like the perfect one. Meaning I was ready for step 1, learn the basic vocabulary of Italian as quickly as possible. Now, I still had to make sure that Mavi doesn't find out about any of this. So I...
How's it going, man? How's your language studying today so far?
Started by listening to an introductory audio course and by secretly learning vocabulary to the side with a software called Anki. And at first, this actually seemed to be the perfect start. I was progressing fairly quickly and was able to form my very first sentences. However, as you might have guessed it, after a while, some problems started to emerge. Because even though I had a high intrinsic motivation to study, my brain slowly tried convincing me to take things a bit more slow. Something which I later found out happens to most people while learning any new skill, as building new neural connections is actually quite stressful for the brain, which thus builds up some inner resistance. Something which you just have to push through for a while before it quickly gets better, but also something which I didn't yet know about, which just led me to start to procrastinate. And in my case, this was convincing myself that watching movies with Italian subtitles is just as...
Oh, Michael, Hyperpolygon. Yeah, the Hyperlingual. I actually used the app for a little bit. I said, oh, that's actually a pretty cool app. Honestly, I probably would use that app. Definitely. Congrats to him. He finally released the app after all this time. I'm actually a huge advocate of Michael's method. Like if I didn't have what I had, I probably would have done his method. It's very painful, but it works. Results. Yeah, I'll be right back. Right, so sick you can change the repetition cycle and playback speed. Yeah, that's definitely one thing. How does your method vary to his brother? Mine is more hyper focused on listening, but less speaking. But his is more hyper focused on speaking at very specific cases. So his method is extremely good to learn how to speak. His listening is a whole different story, though. He doesn't emphasize much about listening. So I would say in my case, I would say my method is more defensive, as if I listen a lot more than he probably would recommend. But his method is actually good if you want to speak now. So his method is really good when to speak now, exactly. But the thing is, he's very good at catching real life situations compared to me because I pretty much more diversify. Yeah, I pretty much listen to everything first and then the most common later. That's what I realized. But his is more you go straight to the stuff you need now. So he's a good language coach too. Yeah, a lot of people criticize him for what he is, but I think he's the real deal, my opinion. Yeah, you go to him for speaking, and then like for me, it'll be for listening. But I do like listening is the boring part. So nobody wants to listen because it's so hard working. It's a lot of work you need to spend on. Real recognizes real. I appreciate it though. Real recognizes real. Yeah, I do like boring stuff. He does like more of the stuff that really matters. Because the boring stuff that matters is the listening after all. Because you can understand the other person, the conversation is over. But for him, if you understand everything that person's saying, but you can't say anything back, then it's kind of pointless too. So it goes two ways. He kind of covers the second aspect, the speaking, and I'll tackle this listening.
我低音炮嚟嘅，我唔得，我低音炮嚟嘅，我低音炮嚟嘅。
Exactly. Yeah. So technically, you got best of both worlds. So if you want to learn to speak, you want to speak now, you go to him. If you want to learn how to listen better, I guess you go to me. But technically, I'm a lot more boring than he is. So that's the difference.
Làm rất hỗn xộn.
可以移動佢都冇問題嘅，可以移動佢都冇問題嘅。
拖佢咯，
學起整就唔得啦。
拖佢咯要。我哋幾耐冇翻過嚟？我哋幾耐冇翻過嚟？
好耐啦。
定係冇效啊？呢就係。
超耐。但係我比如唔好咁樣講，嘅話，好似我畢咗好多年，但我都真係好耐冇翻過嚟。
你之前喺度讀咩㗎？係。
做電影咯就係。
而家係咪靚過以前好多咧？呢度。
而家靚過好多，唉。
咁即係都一段時間啦。
而家裝修咗之後靚，而家裝修咗之後靚。
你見唔見到我掘咗個頭喺度，然之後你跳咗落去？有乜講至你會揀讀電影嘅係？純粹中意睇戲。
因為我好中意睇戲啦，同埋我以前咧中學嘅時候咧，我都有同朋友參加下啲拍片比賽，跟住嗰陣都有幸地攞過獎啦。咁所以就嗰陣就突然間覺得咧，即係啲攞獎呢啲嘢真係，即係好容易俾人有個錯覺，就係我就係天生要做呢樣嘢，我天生就係要拍片㗎啦。咁所以咧，我就揀咗電影啦。
拍電影你係擔任咩嘅崗位嘅咧？
我通常都係做編劇，或者製片或者美術，係。
都係多幕後嘢喎。係
啊，我係做幕後比較多嘅。
呢啲方面其實你係會經常要諗好多你嘅 idea。
係啊，因為我覺得我個人咧都真係成日都諗嘢，諗好多嘢嘅。咁所以咧，我就好中意將我諗嗰啲嘢寫成一個故事俾人睇咯。同埋我自己睇戲嘅時候咧，我都好中。
This is Language Reactor. Link is a whole separate website. So if you see me on YouTube, Language Reactor. If you see me on Link, it's Link.
同埋我自己睇戲嘅時候咧，我都好中意。即係點解我咁中意睇戲？係因為我好中意自己可以喺嗰1-2個鐘裏邊跳入。 可以喺嗰一兩個鐘裏邊跳入咗去另一個世界，然之後代入嗰個人嘅角色故事去，然之後代入嗰個人嘅角色故事去經歷一次。因為我就好中意呢樣嘢咯，所以點解我咁中意電影係因為我覺得電影就係一本故事書，然後你可以不停咁樣掀呢本故事書，然後你可以不停咁樣掀呢本故事書去唔同嘅世界嗰度，覺得好神奇咯呢件事，覺得好神奇咯呢件事。
其實而家你歌手嘅呢一個身份，算唔算好似一個角色咁樣咧？算唔算好似一個角色咁樣咧？
都算係一個角色嘅。
嗱，首先孖河呢一個名係日文名嚟，孖河呢一個名係日文名嚟㗎嘛？
係日文名。
有冇一個係咩意思？或者中文呢個應該點樣譯？或者中文呢個應該點樣譯？
中文咧通常咧就係媽媽個媽同埋一條河個河啦，啲人會叫我媽河。
孖河
係啊，
係佢就係孖河。我哋一定會大隻用最中國嘅字體。
係啊，
係佢就係孖河，咁就好清楚知道 MAHO 點讀啦。
係啦，冇錯啦。
點解揀呢個名嘅？
因為咧，其實我嗰陣去入團嘅時候啦，咁佢哋就問我想叫咩名啦，咁佢哋就問我想叫咩名啦，咁我自己一啲諗法都冇嘅，咁我就叫嗰陣時嘅營運幫我諗一個啦。
一個。
咁我就叫嗰陣時嘅營運幫我諗一個，咁我就叫嗰陣時嘅營運幫我諗一個啦，咁佢就話
Yeah, one I speeded up by 1.1, and because Cantonese, this is the what a native speaker will watch. So this is native content.
既然你姓馬，咁你就叫孖河啦咁。
Just wait till you start listening to Mandarin. If you study Mandarin or Spanish, rapid.
咁你就叫孖河啦咁樣啦。
哦，
係啊，就係因為我姓馬，所以就叫孖河啦。
會唔會就係覺得好似 on stage 嗰個你，做緊孖河時候嗰個你，同平時私底下唔係 on stage 嘅嗰個你，分別大唔大？
哇，完全係180度大轉變。我覺得我係一個好極端嘅人嚟嘅，因為咧，我做孖河嘅時候咧，你唔會覺得我係一個 I 人嘅，你一定會覺得我係一個勁 E 嘅人。會覺得我係一個勁 E 嘅人，因為首先我好多嘢講啦，
包括今日係因為之前我哋大家溝通嘅時候，係因為之前我哋大家溝通嘅時候，你係 I 人嚟，我
literally. I say with a D. I say the T with a D. Ironically，
我係 I 人嚟嘅，跟住頭先一 roll 機嘅時候，哇，其實可以勁快拍完嘅咯喎！你知我一條片得10零分鐘啫嘛，你係咁講，哇，可以滔滔不絕咁講嗰啲。可以滔滔不絕咁講嗰啲，完全係唔怕講嘢嘅喎。
係啊，
完全係唔怕講嘢嘅喎。
係啊，即係咧，我孖河嘅時候咧，我係完全係好活潑嘅，即係啲 fans，我覺得我啲 fans 中意我，都係因為我夠活潑，而我黃色擔當呢個身份，而我黃色擔當呢個身份都係因為活潑活力，都係因為活潑活力，所以先係黃色。但係咧，其實我自己本人咧係一個好靜嘅人嚟嘅，即係我最中意咧就係喺屋企玩貓啦、陪貓啦、睇書啦。睇電影啦，冇噶啦，我係唔出街，即係嗰啲逢親嗰啲咩拍。
Literally, no, that's Scottish. I don't know how to say it. Do you think it's advantage for us polyglots to study the IPA to become familiar with all sounds? What on earth is IPA? International Phonetic Alphabet or Beer Stout in. I have no idea what it is, so I can't tell you. The idea is you get what you get. I don't know. I would say I guess it's useful, but you can use that time to do something else.
即係嗰啲逢親嗰啲咩 party 啊嗰啲咧都唔會見到我嘅，因為我唔中意去街，亦都唔中意即係點講咧？咁樣講好似唔係幾好，我唔中意
I think learning the alphabet of the language is definitely enough. You don't need beyond that.
我唔中意 social 啊，即係我唔中意同人哋
我明啊
太多
我明啊
嘅社交，我會好緊張、好驚。
嗰陣我睇過一個 post 就係，即係我哋呢一種人咧，去到一個要 social 嘅場合咧，去到嘅第一件事就係諗我哋幾點走。
係啊，同埋我會諗定嗰個地方嗰個出口喺邊啊。
係啊，
上次咧
一啱位就閃，一啱位就閃，一啱位就閃。
係啊，睇定個出口喺邊，逃走睇定個出口喺邊，逃走路線。
你都冇翻嚟一陣
係我冇
啫。
翻嚟好多年，好多年。
其實你話你啲觀眾啊 fans 啊，知道你咩年紀㗎？
係啊，你知道我咩年紀？
係咯，過埋個生日祭之後就，
係啊，已經差唔多要
差唔多轉字頭啦，
係啊轉字頭
差唔多轉字頭啦，
係啊轉字頭啦差唔多
係啦，咁大家估到啦，應該都49咁上下啦，係咪？
係啊，
應該都係咁上下啦。
我真係老太婆嚟㗎。
年紀大過咗，對你追夢個心有冇唔同咗咧？ 年紀大個咗，對你追夢個心有冇唔同咗咧？計嗰把尺會唔同噶嘛？
不同。
計嗰把尺會唔同噶嘛？
可能我個人咧係一個冇乜責任感嘅人，所以咧我冇乜太多因為年紀上升而增加嘅一啲包袱咯。所以咧我冇乜太多因為年紀上升而增加嘅一啲包袱咯。係啦，好彩幸運地，因為我父母都仲係好健康，好彩幸運地，因為我父母都仲係好健康啦，咁暫時冇乜包袱啦。咁暫時冇乜包袱啦，跟住同埋自己都仲喺度，即係點講咧？我嘅人生一直都喺度做緊自己中意做嘅嘢。
好幸福啊！
係啊，
好幸福。
可能我份人比較古怪啲啦，我係冇太多嘅長期目標，即係嗰啲買樓啊、結婚啊、買樓啊、生細路啊。即係嗰啲買樓啊、結婚啊、買樓啊、生細路啊，呢啲嘢我都冇諗嘅，我都係順其自然咧，該發生就會發生嘅啲事啦。咁所以咧，我份人咧就淨係做咗我而家最中意做嗰樣嘢先，咁啊其他嗰啲嘢就之後再諗啦。
即係唔需要話好長遠嘅人生規劃，
但係唔好學我啊，我係一個奇怪嘅人嚟嘅。
之前咧。
你覺得有咩追求嘅手段你係舉手落嘅咧？
就算係一個細到好似梵蒂
一切使わない生活ってやりました。
はい。
一切使わない生活ってやりました。
はい。
で編集者の人はちょっと緩めの設定にしてそれこそ仕事でやりました。
はい。
で編集者の人はちょっと緩めの設定にしてそれこそ仕事だったりそういう必須なものは使うそれ以外は使わないという条件でそれこそ仕事だったりそういう必須なものは使うそれ以外は使わないという条件でやりました。例えば先ほどご紹介した私の生活の記録で言うと例えば先ほどご紹介した私の生活の記録で言うと動画視聴結構多かったと思うんですけど、その食事中はネット動画見れなくなるので、その食事中はネット動画見れなくなるので、その分 CD プレイヤーで音楽を聴くようにするとか。
CD プレイヤー。
はい。音楽を聴くようにするとか。
CD プレイヤー。
はい。一つ一つですね、置き換えをしていったわけですね。ネットニュースの代わりに紙の新聞取ってみるとか、っていったわけですね。ネットニュースの代わりに紙の新聞取ってみるとか、で、先ほどあったメッセージですね。これはやっぱりどうにも置き換えることができなかったわけですよ。メッセージですね。これはやっぱりどうにも置き換えることができなかったわけですよ。ですので私はもう完全にやり取りをせずに、1週間前に、これから1週間私は連絡取れなくなります。家族とか友人に連絡取れなくなります。家族とか友人にあらかじめ伝えておいて、はい、もうそのままスマホは押し入れにしまってしまいましたね。
そうか。
スマホは押し入れにしまってしまいましたね。
そうか。
はい。で、それから面白かったのは、紙の地図を使って、紙の地図を使って、ドライブをするっていうのをやってみたんですけど、これも結構面白くてですね、我々親世代ってカーナビだとか、面白くてですね、我々親世代ってカーナビだとか、Google マップなかった時代って、Google マップなかった時代って、このダッシュボードのとこに地図ありましたよね。Google マップなかった時代って、このダッシュボードのとこに地図ありましたよね。
ありました。
はい。これ実際私はやったことなかったんですけど、やってみると意外に楽しかったですね。あとはスマホでカメラパシャッとご飯食べるときとかも外食のとき撮ってましたね。それをインスタントカメラ新しく買って、撮ってましたね。それをインスタントカメラ新しく買って、で、それをで撮ったりしてみたんですよね。結構この辺も楽しくてですね、今も継続していたりもしますね。こんな感じで自分が何に使っているのか、で、その置き換えの方法をセットで考えて、まず体験してみてもらいたいですね。そうすることによって、これはもうなきゃ絶対困るんだと。で、逆にこれなきゃ困ると思ってたんだけど、やめてみたら意外と他の方法でもできるなっていうのが分かって、 思ってたんだけど、やめてみたら意外と他の方法でもできるなっていうのが分かってくるんですよね。ぜひこれ1日だけでもいいですね。やってみてもらいたい。分かってくるんですよね。ぜひこれ1日だけでもいいですね。やってみてもらいたいなと思います。
いわゆるデジタルデトックスですよね。
見てもらいたいなと思います。
いわゆるデジタルデトックスですよね。だからスマホデトックスみたいにして、ない中でどう生活するかっていうのを体験、デトックスみたいにして、ない中でどう生活するかっていうのを体験してみると。
まさに。
でもなんかそれを体験したことで、よりスマホがありがたい存在だなって。でもなんかそれを体験したことで、よりスマホがありがたい存在だなって思ってしまいそうです。
そうなのよね。だってこういうのが嫌だからスマホでアプリ化されてったわけですから。でも一回ちゃんと自分で理解するってことなんでしょうね。感覚としてね。
でもニュースとかもね、紙の新聞で読むっていうのは大切です。
感覚としてね。
でもニュースとかもね、紙の新聞で読むっていうのは大切ですよね。ネットだとこう自分がね、気になるトピックばっかり出てくるのが、それが良さでもありますけど、良さでもありますけど、新聞だと自分が興味ないものでもこう目に入ることで、あ、これどういうことなんだろうって興味持ったりとか、そういったことにつながりますからね。これどういうことなんだろうって興味持ったりとか、そういったことにつながりますからね。
そうなんです。実際その情報を得るときに紙を使って得るのか、あるいはスマホデジタルをそうなんです。実際その情報を得るときに紙を使って得るのか、あるいはスマホデジタルを使って得るのかっていうことも我々気になってですね、これ実験を行ったんですね。使って得るのかっていうことも我々気になってですね、これ実験を行ったんですね。紙の辞書を使って言葉を調べるか、スマホで検索するかで脳の働き。紙の辞書を使って言葉を調べるか、スマホで検索するかで脳の働きを調べました。で、脳の前頭前野っていうその思考を司る部分を測りました。で、脳の前頭前野っていうその思考を司る部分を測っているんですけれども、最初のグラフの縦軸が前頭前野の活動ですね。で、そのグラフの縦軸が前頭前野の活動。そのグラフの縦軸が前頭前野の活動ですね。で、0の点からまず何もしないとぼーっとしてもらいます。安静状態ですね。で、ここからスマホで調べ始めたときに、これほとんど脳の活動上がってこないんですよ。で、一旦脳の活動上がってこないんですよ。で、一旦休憩挟んで、次紙の辞書で調べてくださいと言うと、一気にこう活動が上がって、で、調べてる間ずっとこう高い状態をキープして、で、やめというとこう下がるっていう結果が得られました。
なるほど。
結果が得られました。
なるほどね。
紙の辞書。ね、こうめくる動作が、その手間が
結果が得られました。
なるほどね。
紙の辞書。ね、こうめくる動作が、その手間があることで、紙の辞書。ね、こうめくる動作が、その手間があることで、こう記憶に残ったり、紙の辞書って開いた時に目に入る情報量がたくさんあることで、こう記憶に残ったり、紙の辞書って開いた時に目に入る情報量がたくさんあるから、こう自分が調べたい言葉じゃない言葉も、いつしかそれが自分の言葉になるから、こう自分が調べたい言葉じゃない言葉も、いつしかそれが自分の言葉になっていったりとか、そういったこともありますもんね。
まさにそうなんです。実際この実験の後に調べた言葉の意味を思い出せるかっていうテスト、この実験の後に調べた言葉の意味を思い出せるかっていうテストをやってるんですね。で、その結果、スマホで調べた条件では、これ思い出すことできなかったんですね。で、その結果、スマホで調べた条件では、これ思い出すことできなかったんです。一方で、紙の辞書で調べた条件ではしっかり意味を思い出すことができたんですよね。一方で、紙の辞書で調べた条件ではしっかり意味を思い出すことができたんですよね。で、これ実は研究のベースでは、Google 効果とかデジタル性健忘という名前が、でこれ実は研究のベースでは、Google 効果とかデジタル性健忘という名前がついていて、やっぱりネットで手軽に得られる情報っていうのはこれ記憶に残りついていて、やっぱりネットで手軽に得られる情報っていうのはこれ記憶に残らないということが分かってます。
いや、だって私たちはもうね、アナウンス辞典とか持ち歩いてましたからね。
アナウンサーが、
持ち歩いてましたからね。
アナウンサーが、アナウンサーだけじゃないですけど、アクセント辞典っていうのがあって、で、こうね、頭高とか。
調べてやってます。
アクセント辞典っていうのがあって、で、こうね、頭高とか。
調べてやってましたしね。
でも今若手の子たちって全部スマホで完結するでしょ。今若手の子たちって全部スマホで完結するでしょ。
あ、もうスマホ。
今若手の子たちって全部スマホで完結するでしょ。
あ、もうスマホで調べるんですか。ああ、もう違うから。だから世代が違うから。もう違うからもう下の世代と違うから。ああ、もう違うから。だから世代が違うから。もう違うからもう下の世代と違うから。こっちは紙時代だから。
でも紙時代だからこそ自分が調べたいものじゃない言葉も、あ、こういうアクセントだったんだっていう学びがありますよね。
けど私はだからこの2年ぐらいはもう全くですね。紙はもう一切触れなくなりましたね。この2年ぐらいはもう全くですね。紙はもう一切触れなくなりましたね。
私もアプリダウンロードしちゃいました。
しちゃいました。
アクセントの。
そう便利なんですよね。やっぱりどんどん
샀는데 오늘 마지막 수량이라 그래서 한 세트 샀는데 오늘 마지막 수량이라 그래서 한 세트를 더 샀어.
이게 다 수법이죠.
세트를 더 샀어.
이게 다 수법이죠. 오늘이 한정 수량 마지막이라고 했는데 다음 날에도 팔고 있고 한정 수량 마지막이라고 했는데 다음 날에도 팔고 있고 다음 날에도 팔고 있고 다음 날에도 팔고 있고
마지막이라고 하는 게 왜 이렇게 불안한지. 발사를 또 제가 하나 있는데 이런 걸로도 이렇게 쇄골도 풀고 관자놀이 이런 것도 풀고 이렇게 쇄골도 풀고 관자놀이 이런 것도 풀고 요건 도자기로 돼 있어. 이렇게 쇄골도 풀고 관자놀이 이런 것도 풀고 요건 도자기로
Alright, take care now, Leo. See you next time.
돼 있어서 조금 더 센? 좀 더 묵직하고 좀 더 세요. 있어서 조금 더 센? 좀 더 묵직하고 좀 더 세요.
도자기네요, 진짜. 이런 거 풀고.
맞아요. 관심 있으시면 이거 형차님 드리려고 가져온 건데.
아, 정말요?
네.
아, 정말요?
가져온 건데.
아, 정말요?
네.
아, 정말요?
네.
아니,
이거 제가 한 번도 안 썼고
네.
똑같은 게 있는데 하늘색이 있어서 탐나서 욕심내서 이거 제가 한 번도 안 썼고
네.
똑같은 게 있는데 하늘색이 있어서 탐나서 욕심내서 샀던 건데
관심 있어요.
붓기 관리해서 샀던 건데
관심 있어요.
붓기 관리에 진심이라고 하셔서 샀던 건데
관심 있어요.
붓기 관리에 진심이라고 하시니까
관심 있습니다.
그래요?
네, 붓기 관리 되게 좋아해요.
네.
너무 좋아요. 감사합니다. 저도 발사템을 이렇게 들고 다녀요.
오!
저도 발사템을 이렇게 들고 다녀요.
오!
저도 발사템을 이렇게 들고 다녀요.
오! 구경해봐도 돼요?
특별한 건 없어요.
오, 이거 좋죠. 이거 저도
특별한 건 없어요.
오, 이거 좋죠. 이거 저도 있어요. 이거 안 깨져서 이거 뭐지? 아, 나무 이거 안 깨져서 이거 뭐지? 아, 나무 이걸 못 입으시는 거예요?
여기 눈썹 뼈랑 관자놀이랑 여기 눈썹 뼈랑 관자놀이랑 혈자리 이렇게 혈자리 이렇게
근데 남자 아이돌 분들도 발사를 들고 다니시는지 몰랐어요.
많이 없으실 거예요.
아, 그쵸? 사실 붓기를 그렇게 빼지 않는 편인데 저는 진짜 오늘 망했다. 오늘 이거 카메라 앞에 설 수가 없다 정도에 부었을 때는 이거 카메라 앞에 설 수가 없다 정도에 부었을 때는 얘를 씁니다.
고무줄.
네. 써보신 적 있죠?
너무 유명하지.
써보신 적 있죠?
너무 유명하지 않나요?
네.
여기
이거
딱.
안 쓰세요?
근데 이거는 사실 제가
효과를 못 봤어요?
근데 이거는 사실 제가
효과를 못 봤어요? 큰 고무줄을 쓰셨나 보다. 큰 고무줄을 쓰셨나 보다. 큰 고무줄을 쓰셨나 보다. 진짜 작은 고무줄을 쓰셔야 되거든요.
그렇네, 진짜 작네요.
요만한 거 그냥 손톱만.
진짜 작네요.
요만한 거 그냥 손톱만한 거.
진짜 작네요.
요만한 거 그냥 손톱만한 거.
원래 저는 한 요만한 거 썼는데
안돼.
엄청 작네요.
붓기를 이렇게.
너무 아픈 거 아니에요? 그렇게 하면.
오늘 한번 체험해 보실래요?
너무 아픈 거 아니에요? 그렇게 하면.
오늘 한번 체험해 보실래요?
너무 아픈 거 아니에요? 그렇게 하면.
오늘 한번 체험해 보실래요? 이게 이렇게 계속 두는 거예요. 메이크업 받으면서.
귀가 보라색 되는 거 아니죠?
10분 15분 만에 붓기.
귀가 보라색 되는 거 아니죠?
10분 15분 만에 붓기.
귀가 보라색 되는 거 아니죠?
10분 15분 만에 붓기가 진짜 빠져요.
보라색.
한 번 빠져요.
보라색.
한 번만 해보세요.
어때요?
귀가 안 모아지네.
어때요?
귀가 안 모아지네. 귀가 안 모아지시는 것 같아요.
아 그렇게 모아야 되구나.
네, 이렇게 그냥 완전 쫙 모아서 이렇게
이렇게.
네.
아 이렇게 해야
이렇게.
되구나. 모여야 되고.
사실 오늘은 별로 안 아픈데 많이
아 이렇게 해야
이렇게.
되구나. 모여야 되고.
사실 오늘은 별로 안 아픈데 많이 부었을 때 진짜 아파요. 그 아픔이 없어질 때까지 부었을 때 진짜 아파요. 그 아픔이 없어질 때까지 하면은 붓기가 빠지더라고요. 단점 잘 안 들려. 귀가 모아져서 빠지더라고요. 단점 잘 안 들려. 귀가 모아져서.
그런 건 안 쓰세요? 막 눈가 같은데 부었을 때 얼음 마사지나 아니면 뭐 차가운 숟가락으로 막 이렇게 차가운 숟가락으로 막 이렇게.
개인적으로 저는 눈 부는 걸 좋아해가지고
아
얼굴은 붓는 게 싫은데 눈은 붓는 게 얼굴은 붓는 게 싫은데 눈은 붓는 게 좋더라고요.
그게 더 오히려 예쁘게 나오고.
네, 생기 있어 보이고 조금.
그게 더 오히려 예쁘게 나오고.
네, 생기 있어 보이고 조금 눈에 붓기가 빠지면 퀭해 보여가지고.
여기.
그래서 눈 붓기는 빼지 않. 붓기가 빠지면 퀭해 보여가지고.
여기.
그래서 눈 붓기는 빼지 않지.
아, 눈이 진짜 크신 것 같아요. 아, 제가 본 사람 중에 제일 큰 것 같아요.
네? 절대 아니에요. 감사해요.
칭찬이었습니다. 눈 붓기.
감사해요.
칭찬이었습니다. 칭찬이었습니다. 눈 붓기에
네.
이게
오.
되게 좋은데 내 눈 붓기를 안 빼신다고 했어요. 내 눈 붓기를 안 빼신다고 했어요. 그냥 넘어가려고 하다가
아니 근데 예를 들어서 전날에 슬픈 걸 봐서 뭔가 소세지처럼 부었다던가 그걸 봐서 뭔가 소세지처럼 부었다던가
퉁퉁.
그럴 때는 이제 하죠.
네.
만져봐도 돼요?
네, 요게 되게 신기해요.
뭐가 신기해요?
냉장고에 안 넣었는데 엄청 차가워.
뭐가 신기해요?
냉장고에 안 넣었는데 엄청 차가워요.
이거 냉장고 안 넣으신 거예요?
네, 그냥
이거 냉장고 안 넣으신 거예요?
네, 그냥 실온에 보관해도 이렇게 차가워요.
대박.
실온에 보관해도 이렇게 차가워요. 실온에 보관해도 이렇게 차가워요.
대박. 너무 좋다.
이걸로 눈 항상 이렇게 대고 있어요. 부을 때마다.
이거 좀 혹하는데요?
부을 때마다.
이거 좀 혹하는데요?
저 이거 2개 있는데 하나 가져가셔야 돼요. 저 이거 2개 있는데 하나 가져가셔야 돼요. 아, 저 이거 2개 있어요. 네.
주시는 거예요?
네.
오, 좋아요.
새 거예요.
좋아요. 너무 감사해요. 진짜 좋은데요? 근데 성찬님은 그러면은 언제 많이 부으세요?
우선 일단 잠을 많이 못 잤을 때.
아, 맞아요.
우선 일단 잠을 많이 못 잤을 때. 우선 일단 잠을 많이 못 잤을 때.
맞아요.
많이 붓는 것 같고, 라면 이런 거 먹었을 때. 그래서 라면을 거의 안 먹은 지 1년 넘은 것 같아요. 네, 계속
진짜요?
붓기 관리 때문에.
치킨은
네, 계속
진짜요?
붓기 관리 때문에.
치킨은 드세요?
치킨도 엄청 기름지니까 안 먹고.
완전 관리 진짜 완전
치킨도 엄청 기름지니까 안 먹고. 치킨도 엄청 기름지니까 안 먹고.
완전 관리 진짜 완전 열심히 하시네요.
인터뷰에 그래도
오,
MC.
대박이다. 완전 가격 엄청 있다. 대박이다. 완전 가격 엄청 있다.
자격 인증해 주시는 건가요?
제가 뭐 인증
자격 인증해 주시는 건가요? 자격 인증해 주시는 건가요?
제가 뭐 인증할 그건 아니지만. 다음은 바디 컨디셔너인데요.
de faire des réflexions. très bien qu'on est capable de faire des réflexions en voyageant, en allant à l'étranger, sur comment il fait le croissant, par exemple. S'il y a du jambon dedans, ça peut nous choquer, tu vois, des trucs comme ça. Et là, les Français, jambon dedans, ça peut nous choquer, tu vois, des trucs comme ça. Et là, les Français sont patriotes. Donc ça va être un peu dévié, un peu Français sont patriotes. Donc ça va être un peu dévié, un peu différent.
Ouais, non, c'est vrai que c'est un sujet qui est compliqué parce qu'il y a énormément de nuances et ça sujet qui est compliqué parce qu'il y a énormément de nuances et ça dépend de sous quel angle pardon vous abordez ce sujet. Donc en fait, il y a plein de sous quel angle pardon vous abordez ce sujet. Donc en fait, il y a plein de réponses possibles, mais je pense qu'on a bien résumé.
Est-ce que
plein de réponses possibles, mais je pense qu'on a bien résumé.
Est-ce que, Violaine, la patrie, tu sais, quand on parle, donc défendre les frontières, le sol de la France, mais je vais te poser une question, toi déjà, est-ce que vraiment tu te sens patriote? Dans quelle situation concrètement tu es fière d'être française? Et peut-être que tu vas me dire, bah moi, ma patrie, c'est pas la France, mais ma patrie, c'est l'Europe, ou c'est d'autres valeurs aussi. Ça peut être, pourquoi pas une région? Pourquoi on dit toujours que la aussi, ça peut être, pourquoi pas une région? Pourquoi on dit toujours que la patrie, c'est le pays? Je sais que nous, on habite à Marseille. Je pense que tu demandes à une bonne partie des Marseillais, est-ce que vous vous sentez, que tu demandes à une bonne partie des Marseillais, est-ce que vous vous sentez français? Vous êtes fiers d'être français? Ou est-ce qu'ils vont plutôt Français, vous êtes fiers des Français? Ou est-ce qu'ils vont plutôt d'abord te dire, plus ou moins sérieusement, mais je pense qu'il y en a pas mal qui sont sérieux quand ils disent ça, ah non, moi je me sens marseillais, ou je me sens corse, ou je me sens breton. Marseillais, ou je me sens corse, ou je me sens breton.
Ou je
Voilà.
me sens basque avant de me sentir français. Moi, personnellement, oui, je me sens patriote au sens où j'aime beaucoup de choses de mon pays.
C'est difficile
mais
de le dire.
J'ai peur qu'on coupe l'extrait et qu'on le diffuse. J'aime mon pays.
Qu'on diffuse sur une radio d'extrême droite, d'accord. Voilà. On a un problème, tous les Français.
Non, mais je voulais dire ça, j'aime mon pays, etc. Mais pour moi, je voulais dire ça, j'aime mon pays, etc. Mais pour moi, ce que je voulais dire surtout, c'est être patriote en France, c'est aimer son pays. Je voulais dire surtout, c'est être patriote en France, c'est aimer son pays, mais c'est aussi savoir le critiquer. Pour moi, c'est la meilleure définition c'est aussi savoir le critiquer. Pour moi, c'est la meilleure définition des patriotes français, c'est savoir le critiquer parce que quand on aime quelque chose, on souligne les problèmes, on remet tout en question. Quelque chose, on souligne les problèmes, on remet tout en question. Et c'est aussi ce qui me rend fière d'être française, c'est la capacité des Français à tout remettre en question, qu'importe la chose. Les Français à tout remettre en question, qu'importe la chose, même si c'est une toute petite chose, un tout petit détail, on le remettra en question. Et pour moi, c'est ça les patriotes français.
Non, c'est un débat intéressant. Je partage ton avis, mais je sais que c'est clivant et que plein de gens, y compris des Français, ne seront pas du tout d'accord avec toi.
Et je trouve qu'il y a un truc. Alors moi, je me sens extrêmement patriote quand mon pays est attaqué, pas militairement, mais par exemple critiqué sur les réseaux sociaux quand on militairement, mais par exemple critiquer sur les réseaux sociaux quand on se moque des Français, etc. Quand on critique l'équipe de France de football, par exemple, etc.
Je suis sûr que quand ou si la France gagne la Coupe du Monde, tu seras la première à sortir peut-être maquillée à la Coupe du Monde. Tu seras la première à sortir peut-être maquillée avec les 3 couleurs du drapeau français bleu, blanc, rouge sur la joue. 3 couleurs du drapeau français bleu, blanc, rouge sur la joue.
Bien
Donc
sûr,
tu seras patriote aussi dans ce cas-là, dans le sport
mais
notamment.
ce que je remarque chez beaucoup de Français, c'est que en fait, on adore critiquer notre pays. Quand il va être critiqué, on va réagir, on va critiquer notre pays. Quand il va être critiqué, on va réagir, on va être piqué au vif, comme on dit. Mais en fait, plus notre pays va être maltraité, plus on va s'attacher à lui. Ça, c'est très français. C'est la même chose avec certaines célébrités en France. Plus certaines célébrités sont critiquées, plus on va développer un attachement très très fort à elles. Et je crois que c'est exactement pareil avec notre patrie. Mention évidemment des attentats de 2015 qui, pour moi, mais pour beaucoup de Français, nous ont rappelé à quel point c'était important d'être unis et à quel point c'était important d'être unis et à quel point la France et ce que représentait la France, c'était important de s'y accrocher pour France et ce que représentait la France, c'était important de s'y accrocher pour la défendre, même face au pire. Non?
Non, oui, c'est très vrai. J'ai quand même envie de te parler d'une c'est très vrai. J'ai quand même envie de te parler d'une enquête sur laquelle je suis tombé assez récente, qui a plus d'un an, et j'ai trouvé enquête sur laquelle je suis tombé assez récente, qui a plus d'un an, et j'ai trouvé le chiffre intéressant, c'est qu'en France, 65% des jeunes qui ont de 18 à 34 ans, donc 2 jeunes sur 3, seraient prêts, de 18 à 34 ans, donc 2 jeunes sur 3, seraient prêts à s'engager dans l'armée en cas de conflit en France. Donc j'ai trouvé ça intéressant parce que c'est vrai que le contexte international est quand même se prête malheureusement à un conflit, peut-être éventuel même en France, en tout cas aux portes malheureusement à un conflit peut-être éventuel même en France, en tout cas aux portes de l'Europe. Et donc je pense que même si parfois c'est facile de dire oh les Français les jeunes sont moins patriotes, ou peut-être qu'ils n'ont pas envie, les Français les jeunes sont moins patriotes, ou peut-être qu'ils n'ont pas envie de faire la guerre même d'un point de vue militaire, voilà, les Français si on les attaque, tu l'as dit aussi, même si on les attaque avec des armes, Français, si on les attaque, tu l'as dit aussi, même si on les attaque avec des armes, ils seraient prêts à s'engager, à y aller, à aller se battre. Ils seraient prêts à s'engager, à y aller, à aller se battre. Et j'ai envie de dire que, tu sais, quand tous les Français sont allés sur le front pendant la Première Guerre mondiale, par exemple, ou même pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale, souvent on dit oh les gens, les anciens à l'époque, ils étaient guerre mondiale. Souvent on dit oh les gens, les anciens à l'époque, ils étaient plus patriotes que nous, les petits jeunes là au XXIe siècle. Mais je suis pas sûr plus patriotes que nous, les petits jeunes là au XXIe siècle. Mais je suis pas sûr que ces gens-là à l'époque soient nés comme ça avec ces convictions. Ils ne voulaient pas forcément aller se battre, même pas du tout. Ils voulaient profiter. Ils ne voulaient pas forcément aller se battre, même pas du tout. Ils voulaient profiter, vivre, avoir une belle vie, mais ils n'ont pas eu le choix à un moment. Profiter, vivre, avoir une belle vie, mais ils n'ont pas eu le choix à un moment. Donc c'est probablement ça qui pourrait nous arriver si on devait entrer en guerre.
J'ai une question pour toi.
Vas-y, tu peux te la poser à toi-même sinon. Vas-y, tu peux te la poser à toi-même sinon.
Bien sûr. Quel est l'acte le plus patriote que tu fais au quotidien? Et je peux répondre si tu veux.
Alors, peut-être un podcast de manière hebdomadaire, ou sinon j'ai envie de dire peut-être aussi payer mes impôts de manière hebdomadaire, ou sinon j'ai envie de dire peut-être aussi payer mes impôts de manière hebdomadaire, ou sinon j'ai envie de dire peut-être aussi payer mes impôts.
Oh, j'avais noté pareil.
Vas-y, je te laisse finir alors.
Bah non, je voulais parler de
Vas-y, je te laisse finir alors.
Bah non, je voulais parler de patriotisme fiscal. Ouais, je pense que c'est un acte très patriote de payer ses impôts. Patriotisme fiscal, ouais, je pense que c'est un acte très patriote de payer ses impôts en France, de payer ses. On dit cotisation sociale aussi en France, de payer ses. On dit cotisation sociale aussi quand on a une entreprise en France. Donc patriotisme fiscal.
Quand certains, peut-être qui se revendiquent patriotes, préfèrent quitter le pays pour aller payer leurs impôts dans des paradis fiscaux. Pour aller payer leurs impôts dans des paradis fiscaux.
Il y a quoi? Il y a Monaco, Dubaï, etc.
Ouais, bon, il y a d'autres pays, mais c'est pas trop là la question. C'est juste. Bon, il y a d'autres pays, mais c'est pas trop là la question. C'est juste que voilà, où se situe le patriotisme.
Bon, pour moi, en
C'est
tout
la
cas,
grande question.
c'est un grand signe de patriotisme. Et de même pour on en a parlé un petit peu dans l'épisode sur le bio, le patriotisme alimentaire, c'est-à-dire acheter des produits locaux alimentaires, c'est-à-dire acheter des produits locaux, soutenir nos agriculteurs locaux. Pour moi, ça aussi, c'est un acte patriote au quotidien. Agriculteurs locaux, pour moi, ça aussi, c'est un acte patriote au quotidien.
Parfait. Je partage ton avis. C'est un débat qui est sans fin. On pourrait en. Parfait. Je partage ton avis. C'est un débat qui est sans fin. On pourrait en discuter pendant des heures.
Et mon prochain acte.
En discuter pendant des heures.
Et mon prochain acte patriotique, c'est que je vais défendre la France et je suis extrêmement fière de plein de choses en France et je vais le dire dans la conversation bonus.
Voilà, c'est intéressant en tout cas d'en parler, même nous ça nous fait réfléchir, on s'interroge sur nos propres valeurs. Donc voilà, les Français sont patriotes, on l'a dit, mais le montrent moins, le font discrètement, mais on vous assure qu'ils sont aussi très chauvins. Donc voilà, discrètement, mais on vous assure qu'ils sont aussi très chauvins. Donc voilà, écoutez, donnez-nous votre avis, ça nous intéresse. Vous, est-ce que vous êtes patriote et qu'est-ce que ça signifie pour vous d'être patriote ou tout simplement d'aimer son pays? Voilà.
Voilà.
Simplement d'aimer son pays. Voilà. Comment ça se manifeste. Et pour les gens qui sont sur Patreon, ne partez pas, surtout on continue dans quelques secondes avec ce fameux débat qui sera Violaine plus personnel. Quelques secondes avec ce fameux débat qui sera Violaine plus personnel, très personnel. De quoi on est vraiment fier en France, concrètement.
Bel acte patriotique qu'on s'apprête à faire et voilà, on va vous dire tout ce qu'on aime profondément en France et qui nous rend et voilà, on va vous dire tout ce qu'on aime profondément en France et qui nous rend extrêmement fiers.
Bonjour à tous, bonsoir si c'est le soir pour vous et bonjour si c'est le matin ou la journée. Voilà comment on se salue. J'espère que tout va bien, c'est une nouvelle conversation, c'est un nouvel épisode. On est tous les deux, je suis accompagné comme d'habitude de Violaine à côté de moi pour les gens qui ne nous regardent pas sur YouTube mais qui nous écoutent. Pour les gens qui ne nous regardent pas sur YouTube mais
du monde, franchement.
Non, on va dire que la Coupe du Monde, c'est un peu plus agréable.
我之前咧睇你個 MV 咧，我真係覺得咧好有錢。錢啊呢件事，我真係覺得咧好有錢啊呢件事，呢個我第一眼睇嘅感覺。跟住頭先阿媽學同我講，佢話成件事咧係我哋幾個 friend 自己就咁做嘅咋，
冇錯，
係啊，哪有錢啊？
哪有錢真係哪有錢。
跟住然之後咧，佢哋仲送咗呢本佢嘅 MV 嘅寫真集俾我啊 ！OMG 呢一個，嚟我 show 喺呢邊先，噔噔，哇！呢一本寫真集，
戚咗少少知啦，
少少啦，
少
少啦，係啊，俾大家睇啲靚嘢啦，
係啊，
係啊，俾大家睇啲靚嘢啦，
係啊，
即係美英呢個地方真係唔係講笑，美英呢個地方係點影都靚，
係點影都靚，所以其實都唔係話真係好斥巨資，因為我只係 afford 咗佢哋嘅機，
點影都靚，
係點影都靚，所以其實都唔係話真係好斥巨資。所以其實都唔係話真係好斥巨資，因為我只係 afford 咗佢哋嘅機票酒店咁樣啦。因為我只係 afford 咗佢哋嘅機票酒店咁樣啦。咁因為成班 friend 佢哋都唔會話收我好多錢去做，唔會話收我好多錢去做呢件事，所以可能我之後即係有俾翻少少錢佢，但係唔係好多咁樣。睇落去個畫面係好靚啦，因為睇落去個畫面係好靚啦，因為其實我覺得因為美英同埋北海道真係點影都好靚，美英同埋北海道真係點影都好靚。
係嗱首歌係愛情遺憾嚟噶嘛，又係啲遺憾 L 嚟噶嘛，
係遺憾。
係咪啲 愛情遺憾嘅嘢係咪啲愛情遺憾嘅嘢係最能夠 touch 到你啊？
我覺得係，因為當你遺憾，即係你件事未完成。因為當你遺憾，即係你件事未完成，你就會有無限嘅想像㗎啦嘛。即係就算我將回憶美化咗都好啦，咁對我嚟講，有想像空間就係一定係一個，即係點講咧？係一件開心過你已經知道結局嘅，係一件開心過你已經知道結局嘅嘢咯。
自己身上面有冇出現過啲愛情遺憾？
愛情遺憾啊，局嘅嘢咯。
自己身上面有冇出現過啲愛情遺憾？
愛情遺憾啊，都有嘅，因為我咧喺談戀愛嘅角色裏邊咧，從來都唔係一個好浪漫或者好即係好撒嬌型嘅人咯。我係點？從來都唔係一個好浪漫或者好即係好撒嬌型嘅人咯。我係點講咧？我好唔浪漫嘅我個人，即係譬如嗰啲生日啊或者係紀念日啊嗰啲，即係譬如嗰啲生日啊或者係紀念日啊嗰啲，從來我都唔會記住，亦都唔會有任何嘅禮物儀式感。亦都唔會有任何嘅禮物儀式感。
生日都唔記住又衰啲喎，生日都唔記住又衰啲喎。即
係咧，可能我就係嗰啲，就係如果我係男仔嘅話，我就會係嗰啲好冇心肝嗰啲大直男，我就會係嗰啲好冇心肝嗰啲大直男咯。係啊，因為我自己唔係太 enjoy 談戀，係啊，因為我自己唔係太 enjoy 談戀愛呢件事啦。
點解咧？點解會有女仔會唔 enjoy 呢件事嘅咩？
可能因為咧，我係比較迴避型嘅，可能因為咧，我係比較迴避型嘅依附形態啦。咁即係我就唔係太中意好 sweet 咁樣樣。可能因為我以前唔係太識點樣去談戀愛啦，唔係太識咁樣表達我嘅感情啦，唔係太識咁樣表達我嘅感情啦。我好少表達嘅，因為跟住所以咧就會令到人哋唔開心咯。即係總會有啲人談戀愛，其實都真係為咗一個浪漫嘅感覺噶嘛，為咗 sweet 嘅感覺噶嘛，即係但係我一直都俾唔到呢個感覺。我覺得我係將我所有嘅心機都擺咗喺我自己嘅事業
度，
係啦，同埋表演啊等等，即係我將我99%嘅時間全部擺晒落，我將我99%嘅時間全部擺晒落去，即係基本上冇乜點分時間去經營呢個感情。基本上冇乜點分時間去經營呢個感情啊，所以我有次咧搞笑啊，我覺得我要分享下，人咧係會好容易向往一啲自己冇嘅嘢噶嘛。我有一次咧見到一個我中學同學結婚啦，其實我同佢一啲都唔熟噶，唔係朋友嚟嘅，隔離班嘅。咁但係 anyway 就係因為我有朋友去咗參加佢嘅婚禮，影嗰啲相啊，咁我就睇佢啲相啊，咁我就撳咗入去呢個中學同學嘅 IG 度睇，哇！我發現佢好幸福，因為佢咧係基本上佢嘅 IG 內容咧，基本上佢嘅 IG 內容咧，全部都係佢由佢認識佢嘅老公，即係第一日拍拖，跟住每一年嘅紀念日都好認真準備，佢每一個 IG post 都係同男朋友，佢每一個 IG post 都係同男朋友一齊第一日，跟住同男朋友拍拖，同男朋友紀念，同男朋友生日，
即係一個放閃嘅 account 嚟嘅，即係一個放閃嘅 account 嚟嘅，
全部
即係一個放閃嘅 account 嚟嘅，
全部
全愛情記錄，
跟住直到佢結婚，而家有咗。都係一個即係點講咧？我就哇呢個 IG 係一個幸福談戀愛嘅幸福 IG，
係一個愛情嘅 account。
跟住我就哇睇到我津津有味，因為同我嘅 IG 太唔同啦。我嘅 IG 真係就係表演啦，演出表演，然後我嘅畫室，即係我就係或者我嘅貓咪，即係我嘅人生就係得呢幾樣嘢嘅啫，表演、畫畫、貓咪。基本上咧，我嘅人生就係得呢幾樣嘢嘅啫，表演、畫畫、貓咪。基本上咧，我嘅戀愛咧係冇擺過出嚟咁滯啦，即係可能因為我習慣咗，因為以前嘅生活。
拍咗幾耐啊？其實而家係，
其實都唔係好耐嘅啫，我諗2-3年。
都唔係短，都唔係短啦，調轉又唔係短啦，調轉又唔係短啦，
都唔係好記得啦。跟住咧，總之咧就係，所以我就會覺得哇，好羨慕呢個人啊，佢即係一直都好。我想象唔到點解可以咁投入喺一個戀愛關係度，不過可能因為我個人奇怪，
或者你嘅戀愛就係喺你嘅音樂度咯。
係啊，我覺得我
咁你男朋友慘啊，真係。
所以我都對
佢睇到呢度就開始懷疑人生。佢睇到呢度就開始懷疑人生，咁我係咩咧？其實。
先，但係唔係因為我都係一個會。
佢會唔會參與你音樂部分啊？ 佢會唔會參與你音樂部分咧？
就係冇
哦，即係咁，
冇參與。
咁佢嘅存在感咪好低咯？咁佢嘅存在感咪好低咯？喺你嘅
係
好多人個概念就係、好多人個概念就係、地下偶像或者就係啲偶像 show，或者就係啲偶像 show，佢哋賣嘅啲唔同酥粉啊、寫真啊，哇！樣樣嘢都咁貴，揾埋應該賺唔少啦，應該都好和味嘅喎呢件事。
我覺得我就應該唔
今天是5月20号，在中国这是一个非常特殊的日子。520在中文里，520的发音听起来非常像我爱你 ，I love you， 所以很多中国人他们会把今天也当做情人节。那今天这个视频我会记录我在情人节的一天，以及中国人他们是怎么度过情人节的。如果你感兴趣，那就继续看下去吧。在中国，我们情人节是不会放假的。那今天是星期3，所以情人节这一天我们需要去上班。如果你有男朋友或者女朋友，或许在情人节这一天，你上班的时候会收到他的花，那你身边的同事可能会羡慕你。那下班之后，很多情侣他们就会去约会了。那你可能会好奇，这些情侣他们约会的时候一般会干什么？那据我了解，很多人都是一起去吃饭，他们可能会去比较高级的酒店吃饭，那他们也有可能会找一个自己比较感兴趣的饭店吃饭。那吃完饭，他们可能还会去看电影，有些情侣也可能会点一杯咖啡或者点一杯奶茶。那现在很多年轻人可能他们会尝试很多种约会形式，例如剧本杀，也就是几个年轻人他们都聚在一起，然后他们可能会换上古装或者特定的衣服，然后去扮演一个剧本里的角色，然后他们一起去破案。那我还知道有一些约会形式，例如密室逃脱，就是大家一起在一个很黑暗的环境破案。那我还知道有一些约会形式，例如密室逃脱，就是大家一起在一个很黑暗的环境下去解密。那在这种黑暗的环境下，例如密室逃脱，就是大家一起在一个很黑暗的环境下去解密。那在这种黑暗的环境下，男生很容易展现出他的保护欲，所以情侣之间他们的感情可能会更加的深厚。那还有一种可能就是他们现在还不是情侣，他们现在只是暧昧关系。那他们可能一起去玩完密室逃脱之后，他们可能就会在一起成为情侣。不知道在你们国家你们是怎么约会的？你们玩过剧本杀或者密室逃脱吗？那为了迎接这个情人节，我和我的男朋友都和别人不太一样，别人他们可能去吃饭去玩，但是我们一起去看一个音乐会。那这个音乐会呢，它的名字叫做 Matilda。那今天呢，我就会去现场看它的音乐剧，这也是我第一次看音乐剧。
现在我在深圳滨海艺术中心，很多音乐剧你都可以在这里看。我前面也有一对情侣来看音乐剧，现在我已经进去了，我们要上楼去第2楼看这个音乐剧。在里面，他们给我们设置了一些场景，拍照打卡，快开始了。现在我们准备进场了，里面真的布置得很好看，舞台场景非常的绚烂。因为这个音乐剧他们不让拍摄，所以很好看，舞台场景非常的绚烂。因为这个音乐剧他们不让拍摄，所以我就安静的欣赏了。
那现在我已经看完了音乐剧，回到家了。看完这部音乐剧，我觉得对我最大的启发就是人不要太老实，不要太老实。因为如果你太老实的话，很多人他们就会来打压你，他们会欺负你。所以我们要学会运用自己的聪明才智去推翻恶势力。恶势力可以是对你不好的父母，也就是你的爸爸妈妈，也可以是欺负你的领导，又或者是讨厌你的朋友等等。在面对一些不合理的请求时，要学会反抗，提出自己的异议，也就是不同的想法。有时候勇敢的说不，其实也是一种成长。那如果有机会，我也推荐你们去看一看这部音乐剧，因为我听说这部剧真的非常经典，非常经典，它获得了很多国际上的奖项。那这就是我看完这部剧的感受了。最后，我还想跟你们分享一下，如果你们去找一个中国女朋友，可以怎么去找？不知道你们现在是有对象了吗？对象就是你的男朋友或者女朋友。 如果你没有，你可以说你现在单身。那如果你现在单身，接下来我的话你就要好好听了，这是我作为中国人告诉你的非常实用的找对象的建议。看到这里你就赚了。首先，在找对象之前，你们可以先确认你们喜欢的类型是什么，你们喜欢什么样的类型，你希望你的对象是什么样的。那有些人他们喜欢漂亮的女生，有些人他们喜欢可爱的女生，也有一些人他们喜欢有思想、有想法的女生。你也可以把你喜欢的女生类型打在评论区，或许被其他的人看到，你们有机会认识彼此，相互认识。那确认了你喜欢的类型，你可以让你的朋友或者你的同事、你的同学介绍。例如你现在在学习中文，你可以通过一些社交软件去找中国人和你交流，你可以去小红书、探探或者搜认识新的朋友，认识更多的中国人。那或许你也可以来到中国工作，你可以让你周围的同事给你介绍，或者你来到了中国留学，你来到了中国读书，你可以让你的同学给你介绍。其实在中国，我们更多的人找对象会从身边的同学、同事、朋友开始找，因为我们觉得这样会更加的安全，更加的可靠，因为你知道这个人他到底是怎么样的。那还有一个方法很适合你们去找对象，那就是加入一些兴趣圈子，也就是加入到一些和你有一样兴趣爱好的群组里或者团队里。或许你的兴趣是学习中文，那你可以加入到一些语言小组里，和他们一起交流学习语言的方法。那或许你的兴趣爱好是摄影或者拍照拍摄，那么你可以加入一些组织、一些群体，和他们一起去拍摄。又或者你喜欢健身，那你可以去中国的健身房，认识一些和你一样喜欢健身的人。总之，你们可以去试试这些方法。不过在找对象的时候，要注意一点的就是，很多中国人他们会比较的慢热。慢热的意思就是一个人刚开始认识你的时候，他可能不太主动，也不太会表达感情，但是认识久了以后，他会慢慢变得热情，他会慢慢和你讲很多话。或许熟悉彼此之后，你们就会成为很好的情侣。当然，我觉得最重要的还是不要为了谈恋爱而谈恋爱。无论你是在中国还是在别的国家，找到一个真正理解你、愿意陪伴你的人，其实是一件非常幸运的事情。那如果你现在已经有对象了，也欢迎你在评论区告诉我你们是怎么认识的。如果你现在还是单身，也没关系，也许未来的某一天你会遇到一个很适合你的人。那今天的视频就到这里了，也祝大家520快乐！我们下个视频再见，拜拜。
I don't know if you guys are here. If you're listening to it, the audio listen to, just know it's pretty damn hard.
やっぱりどんどん身軽にとかね、手軽にっていうのになっていってそう便利なんですよね。やっぱりどんどん身軽にとかね、手軽にっていうのになってやっぱりどんどん身軽にとかね、手軽にっていうのになっていっちゃってるなと思います。
こう手軽に調べられるとか練習できるっていうのはもちろん素晴らしいことだと思います。こう手軽に調べられるとか練習できるっていうのはもちろん素晴らしいことじゃないですか。やっぱり大切なのはその使う目的なんですよね。情報を得ることが目的の場面なんだったら、得ることが目的の場面なんだったら、そんなもんスマホ使った方が絶対いいわけですよね。
はい。
例えば私の場面なんだったら、そんなもんスマホ使った方が絶対いいわけですよね。
はい。
例えば私なんかは普段使う中では乗り換え案内とか、電車の時刻表を調べるとか、例えば私なんかは普段使う中では乗り換え案内とか、電車の時刻表を調べるとか、これ全て覚える必要ないですよね。その瞬間調べるとか、これ全て覚える必要ないですよね。その瞬間電車に乗れればいいわけなので、こういった場面においては別に使ったらいいじゃんと。で、一方で子どもたちが学習で、こういった場面においては別に使ったらいいじゃんと。で、一方で子どもたちが学習で使う時の目的って何なのかと。これ情報を得ることじゃないですよね。
そうか。
学習を通してその調べた情報を記憶に留めて知識に変換をすること。通して、
Hello，你好，怎么样？
その調べた情報を記憶を通してその調べた情報を記憶に留めて知識に変換をすること。で、その知識を活用できるようになる。この方が学習の目的にあたる部分なので、その場面では全てをデジタル化するよりは、やっぱりアナログと融合してベストミックスを探っていかなきゃいけない。するよりは。
Has there been a language for you that's been the most hardest, or do they get enough easier enough time? Hardest so far that within the 10 language groups that I've stated, it's probably going to be Korean, Japanese. Those are infinitely the hardest. Grammar is completely opposite, and it's the languages I have the least time spent on listening. Also Cantonese for listening because there's too many ways to say certain words, so it's kind of misleading for some of the words. If we're talking about outside the 10, as in like all the languages, I'll say Arabic, probably Arabic or Thai, but that's just personally. But thanks for your question, Russian, the last zero. It's been a while since I see you, but how you doing? You been studying languages, or what you been up to?
やっぱりアナログするよりはやっぱりアナログと融合してベストミックスを探っていかなきゃいけないんだろうなと思いますよね。
さあでは榊さん、新常識まとめていただけますか？
はい。
紙の辞書とか本当に重かったですもんね。紙の辞書とか本当に重かったですもんね。
はい。スマ
Yeah, man, I've been studying Russian still. I'm on my Russian YouTube because all my recs are in Russian. That's pretty good. Are you from Link? I forgot. Are you from Link, or are you just a normal person passing by? It's good that you seem like you're learning Russian. I'm guessing you're making good progress so far. I can only guess.
スマホはただの道具、目的。はい。スマホはただの道具、目的を明確に。
You got Link, so you know me from Link, right? Okay, or you just got Link recently. 2 weeks, I started Spanish. I want to move up in high school programs. Oh, you mean doing the harder Spanish classes? Yeah, I get it. It's a good approach. Spanish will be fairly quick for you.
ということですね。はい。スマホはただの道具、目的を明確にということですね。
忘れがちですね。ただの道具であるっていうことをね。
ちょっと頼りすぎなのかもしれないですね。スマホにね。
あるっていうことをね。
ちょっと頼りすぎなのかもしれないですね。スマホにね。
ですよね。
で我々の分析から出てきたのは、スマホの使う動機としてまさに情報を検索するとか、使う動機としてまさに情報を検索するとか、そういう能動的な使い方ですよね。自分から何かを検索するとか、そういう能動的な使い方ですよね。自分から何かを得に行く。こういったものと逆に受動的にネット動画から何かを得に行く。こういったものと逆に受動的にネット動画見るとか SNS でもただ見るだけとか、そういう受動的な使い方をしてただ見るだけとか、そういう受動的な使い方をしているので比較するとやっぱり能動的にただ見るだけとか、そういう受動的な使い方をしているので比較するとやっぱり能動的に使っている子たちの方が悪影響は少ないという結果が出てきています。に使っている子たちの方が悪影響は少ないという結果が出てきています。使われる側ではなく使いこなす側に人間はなっていかなく使いこなす側に人間はなっていかなきゃいけないということですね。
いやまさしく自分としては結構意識して、まさしく自分としては結構意識して、使われるより
Also, random question, but from all the stuff online, people say Mandarin is the most difficult, but those who have actually studied it says it's not that bad. What's your take on it? The hardest language is Cantonese, by the way. I can confidently say Cantonese is harder than Mandarin. The actual hardest part is passing the first stage. Once you're in the intermediate and above, it's a lot easier. It's the only language that has a long-term effect. I call it a long-term language because the moment you hit like medium and advanced, you're pretty much learning at rapid speed. But if you're in the beginning, you're gonna struggle a lot. That's it. And because their method is pretty bad too. It's super slow. So pretty much the thing that people say it's hard because they can't get through the first barrier, and that first barrier usually has to be the one you have to push through the most. Like I gave up 20 times, but then Link upgraded their Chinese to the point that you can finally use it the right way, and there's actual content online you can use, because back in the day they only had history and poetry as their language content, and it's very terrible. But Nowadays, it's easier to break through the beginner barrier. It's actually a lot easier. This is the easiest time in history to learn Mandarin. It's super easier now, but it's not the easiest. It's still hard, but it's easier.
まさしく自分としては結構意識して、その使われるより使う側だってやってたんまさしく自分としては結構意識して、その使われるより使う側だってやってたんですけど、とはいえなんだかんだいつもこう隙間時間ができた瞬間にもこの動作じゃないですか。ポケットからスマホ出して使うっていう。だからね、それをやめたいなと思いますね。手紙送ります。
手紙？
はい。もうメールじゃない、手紙と思いますね。手紙送ります。
手紙？
はい。もうメールじゃない、手紙。やり取りしたいときは手紙にする。もうそれぐらいの生活をちょっと一回やってみたいなって思うぐらい、はい。目から鱗でした、私は。はい。ぐらい、はい。目から鱗でした、私は。はい。
やっぱりね、これだけ学力にも影響するっていうのは、ちょっと怖いなって思いました。スマホの便利さっていうね、その恩恵に預かるだけではなくて、弊害も、スマホの便利さっていうね、その恩恵に預かるだけではなくて、弊害もちゃんと考えながら、自分にとって、プラスになる使い方をしていきたいなって思います。
本当ですね。それ本当に身につけたいですね。
ハセンさんの脳がどれぐらい使われているのかっていうのを実際に見てみようかなと思います。
もうバチバチに働いてると思うので、いつでもください。
はい。
バチバチに働いてると思うので、いつでも。
Good advice. I don't know why schools still use the super outdated language study system. It's low-key demotivating. I studied Mandarin after Spanish, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. I recommend you study them all. Honestly, it's better to study them all. The moment you have LingQ, I recommend you study them all at the same time. As long as you know what you're doing. The efficiency rate, you can probably do 3 languages on LingQ at the same time you can with 1 language without LingQ. So you might as well take advantage of it. Super outdated because 1, they need like a way to track the actual progress, and in language learning, there's no quantifiable way to check if you can speak the language, and every student is sadly different. So you really can't. The only way to track the student's progress is, for example, they use LingQ and they have all the known words and links created, right? That's the tracking mechanism. Like if I pretty much had the full power in a language class, I would probably say, all right, kids, you'll have to make at least 100 links every single day, no exception. Because it's actually pretty hard to make 100 links. If you're making sentences links, okay, I'll probably make that a rule. You're not allowed to make sentences as links, and I'll pretty much check your link to make sure that you're not cheating. So, besides, actual progress will get the kids motivated too. That's because there's no quantifiable in the actual classroom. Because the biggest thing that people do to give up is they have no tracking system, and in school there's no tracking system. It's only straight up grammar. Oh, that reminds me, with studying multiple languages at the same time, do you ever find yourself no? The only time you mix them up, okay, you will not mix them up that much. Maybe if you obviously Portuguese, Spanish, you won't really get it mixed up that much, because when you're listening, your brain is automatically organizing it into cabinets and folders and stuff. So the more you listen, the more it's going to distinguish which language what, because you put a condition that when you're studying, this is one language area, so please make a category and a bubble for it. And so when it's your time to start talking to the person, when they speak, it's going to start checking all the bubbles, as in all the language bubbles you have, and find the area that matches what the native speaker is. If there's any matching words to what you know, it's going to access the bubble and stay within that bubble for a certain amount of time until the conversation's over, most likely. And that's why you won't really mix them up. If they're all, it's really not that bad. The only thing you can only mix the languages up is Spanish and Portuguese, most likely. Besides, we use Link, you pretty much not gonna you're gonna distinguish them a lot easier too, because you're manually training each language to Link. If you have to use books and stuff, maybe, because you can't really distinguish which is what all the time. So maybe when you're speaking, you'll mix them, but you listen, you won't, because they're all pretty much a sound in the end. Give a personality, unique identifier to each language, symbols, a theme, a personality change you adopt per language. Yeah. Okay, our link system literally does this already. It categorizes them all. So that's one way to a unique identifier. So that's for learning words. If you one of those people that write diaries and notebooks, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. Unless you have 3 different notebooks, but that method is super slow. When you're listening, your brain is going to categorize it, but in overall sense, we hear any sound, it's going to pretty much grab all the knowledge at once. It doesn't really matter. So the only time you're mixing up is when you're speaking, and it's not that hard. You start slow and you try not to go too fast when you're trying to speak the language, then you're going to be fine. You're really not going to mix them up, really, honestly. If you build up the speaking sense slowly, it's gonna go pretty well. If you force it to go fast, then you're gonna mix everything up. Too much information at once.
ください。はい。集中力がぐっと高まってくると、今すごいオレンジに変わってきましたね。
34点。はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと先生が途中で実況とかするからですよ。
すいません。SNS
実況とかするからですよ。
すいません。
To Cody Thomas, I heard of this before, but low key didn't know it was BS or not. The main thing I worry about is just putting enough time in each layer because I have to you have to divide your time. So you have to increase the efficiency so that you can make up the lack of time. So that's the thing. You have to make up the time. Like I can do 10 because you have like the most efficient method possible that can fulfill, like one language can pretty much be like 10 times faster compared to learning one language, because one Link already does the maximum efficiency for learning words. Language Reactor does the maximum for translating words at instant. So it's pretty much, you need a very efficient system. Yes, that makes sense. Overall, brain's not going to mix them up that, like you said. Yeah, you're not going to mix them up, trust me. You might as well just learn them all at the same time. You really should just do all 3 at the same time. My recommendation, like 6 is actually, to me, easier. It's easier to do like 5 new languages at the same time compared to like 20, right? Increase memoric skills. You pretty much have to expand your brain's capacity for stress. So you're gonna eventually stress your brain out harder. So you might as well start early when your brain is still young, because when you get old, you're going to be slower naturally.
SNS の使用
実況とかするからですよ。
すいません。SNS の使用習慣っていうものが子どもたちの学力、脳に悪影響を与えているんだということが見えて。
Look up AZZ stockpiles by Anthony Mensevere and Spentius, creating your own. Holy crud. It sounds like stocks. AZ. Anthony. Is this language castle stuff? Magnetic memory method. Ancient discipline loaded with fascinating terminology. Is he like a memory champion? PhD in humanities, fluent in 3 months. Really? Cool. Hey man, whatever works for you. As long as it gives you a result, you can do whatever you want, backwards, forwards, sideways, upside down, any way you want.
脳に悪影響を与えているんだということが見えてきています。
これだけのスタンプで返せるでしょ。長押しスタンプで返せるでしょ。長押しスタンプ。あれやめてほしいよね。考えてないので返せるでしょ。長押しスタンプ。あれやめてほしいよね。考えてないので。
まさにそこなんです。
ほらやっぱり。
はい。でもはや今は文字を打つことさえもやめてしまったんです。
ほらやっぱり。
はい。でもはや今は文字。
All right. See you later, Syra. Yep. Enjoy your Spanish. I might call it off soon too. I've been at it for 5.5 hours. My God.
打つことさえもやめてしまった。
そう。ほらやっぱり。
はい。でもはや今は文字を打つことさえもやめてしまった。
そう。
もうそれだけ脳にかかる負荷がなくなっていて、それだけ脳にかかる負荷がなくなっていて、それだけ脳が育たない。脳は筋肉と似たような性質があって、たくさん使えば育つけれども使わないと育たない。脳の前頭があって、たくさん使えば育つけれども使わないと育たない。脳の前頭前野は30でピークに来て、あとは下り坂なので脳を鍛えてピークに来て、あとは下り坂なので脳を鍛えておいていかないといけない。
Yes, a Mary coach. Yes, sir. AZ stockpiles allow you to rapidly associate new words because you have already pre-decided associated. It could probably be useful to me, probably. Definitely for speaking. I just rely on LingQ for the repetition system. Either way works. There's also micro to how you.
では改めてなんですが、1日7分でできること、具体的に何があるんでしょうか。
様々なことを書籍に入れてるんですけど、今日は3つご紹介。
Okay. I might need to call it off here, maybe. All right, I'm just gonna call it here. So everyone, thanks for staying and such. But you have a good time, Cody. Make sure you study as well. And hopefully I can see. I'll be here tomorrow. Nothing different. It'll just be a different time. But all right, you guys have a good weekend now, or Monday. All right, take care, guys.